By Jan Carew. Preface V by Andrew Salke. Part 1, Origins of Racism 3. Esteban, an African soldier of fortune in the early Columbian era 49. Part 2, Landscapes within 69. Exile 89. 91,115. Part 3. Suddenly last summer 135. 141. Harvesting history in the hills of Bacolod 155. Digitized by the Internet Archive. In 2012. A. The piquant Archimedean inference in the title of Jan Carew's collection of essays is clearly consonant with the central theme running through most of the statements of intent he has so cogently harvested from more than 35 years of radio, magazine, and newspaper quality journalism and travel writing. In summary, he believes, like Archimedes, the ancient Greek mathematician and inventor, whose classical, idealistic dictum is the starting point of Carew's historical essay, that if his third world cultural and political propositions and commitments are afforded a secure place to stand on, their consequent beneficial actions will make a difference to the status quo, and move it towards revolutionary change, an admirable, necessary, prophetic stance, by any measure, for a writer of vanguard. Novels, poetry, plays, essays and children's fiction, and for an influential teacher with over 20 years' experience as an academic administrator and professor of Third World literature. I will long remember the admiration and respect with which Zoe Rita Anglesey, the U.S. poet and translator of verse and prose in Spanish, spoke and wrote of Jan Carew's Columbus and the Origins of Racism in the Americas. She said it was seminal to the profound understanding of the squalid phenomenon of historical and contemporary racism vis-a-vis European national egoism and chauvinism in imperialist policy and practice throughout the hemisphere. She and other distinguished writers, artists, social commentators, and academics, in the US, Britain, Africa, Cuba, and throughout Latin America and the Caribbean, consider. 6. Preface. That essay, together with the fusion of African and Amerindian folk myths, the Caribbean writer and exile, the Third World, its facade and its landscape within, and as exemplary contributions to the continuing, controversially layered discourse on the history, politics, and varying cultures of the Third World. I must now say a few words about Jan Carew as a prose stylist, as a persuasive, compelling essayist, reporter and storyteller. The clarity, balance, and cogency of his sentences and paragraphs, often interlarded with pungent irony and satirical strophes, are always deployed in support of point-making and as quintessential buttressing for difficult, complex argumentation. But above all else, it is his pellucid descriptive and analytical prose statement, over vast terrains of exposition and discussion, that holds one's attention and delights the mind. As his friend of 36 years and one of his very many admiring readers, I strongly recommend this first and pathfinding collection of Jan Carew's essays. By way of an essential postscriptum, may I suggest that the reader, who may not be familiar with the author's travel writing, might like to begin with Suddenly Last Summer and Harvesting History in the Hills of Bacolod, as a combined succedaneum introduction to the collection? Andrew Salke. Hampshire College. Part 1. Origins of Racism. Columbus and the Origins of Racism in the Americas. On the morning of October 12, 1492, a gathering of Arawakian Lukios discovered Christopher Columbus and his sailors on the eastern shore of their homeland of Guanahani. The curiosity of the Lukios had been aroused since the night before when fishermen, spearing fish off the reefs that circled Guanahani like coral necklaces, had seen lights dancing above the waves far out to sea. Intrigued and bewildered, the fishermen had hurried back to report this strange phenomenon to their cacique, and he had posted lookouts on high promontories to keep watch until daybreak. It was the season of the new moon, when the brightest starlight could not penetrate the heavy mantle of darkness that had spread over the land and seascapes of Guanahani. Throughout the night, Columbus caravels remained invisible, and only the dancing lights could be seen like low stars suspended between the night sky and the heaving sea. The lights faded out and vanished when morning filled the sky, and the caravels, the Nina, Pinta, and Santa Maria, appeared against a steel blue horizon. The Lucia sentries shouted the news that strange vessels driven by skirts capturing the wind and billowing around tall poles were heading toward Guanahani. A cautious crowd, apprehensive but drawn irresistibly by wonder and curiosity, gathered under tall pine trees that verged on the white sandy beach. A boat, ribbed like the skeleton of a fish and rowed by bearded strangers, was grounded and hauled up on the sand to avoid the backward tug of the foaming surf. The first one to spring ashore was a tall man with a pink complexion, hair as white as tiger orchids and sky blue eyes. The ones who followed him were swarthy, their hair and beards were unkempt and their dark eyes shone like polished obsidian knives with an excitement that they could barely suppress. The way in which the others deferred to the one who had first sprung ashore made it clear to the onlookers that he was their leader. The strangers all walked awkwardly as though sea swells were still heaving under them, and they held colorful banners aloft on polished poles. At first, they were cautious and their eyes darted hither and thither as though every wild sea grape and tropical pine housed some hidden menace. They were armed with long thin knives, daggers, and gleaming sticks. But when they saw that their hosts were unarmed, curious, and far from belligerent, the interlopers set about performing a strange ritual. Shouting discordant orisons to propitiate their gods, they fell upon their knees. And, when the leader stood up once more, he raised his shining knife to the sun and spoke in the sonorous tones of a shaman making declarations of loyalty to the sky god. In that first momentous encounter between Indian hosts and Spanish guests, between a people who called themselves the human beings and the human persons and the bearded strangers from lands beyond the sunrise who were convinced that they were a chosen people, there were hesitant attempts at verbal exchange, but no one understood what the other was trying to say. Later, when the Lucia cacique came aboard the Santa Maria bringing gifts, he tried to tell Columbus that the old ones who were their traditional rememberers, had often enthralled them with tales of bearded strangers who had sailed to their islands from beyond the rising sun. But, he had hastened to add that in his own experience and in that of his immediate forebears, Columbus and his sailors were the first of the hairy sea rovers they had actually encountered. Columbus, for his part, tried to explain to him that he had come in the name of his sovereigns, Ferdinand and Isabella, and that in their royal name he was laying claim to all lands that he touched upon in this venture across the ocean sea. Theirs were like voices issuing from an ancient Egyptian mural in which the faces looked outwards in opposite directions, for they did not understand a single word of each other's language. In the accounts that Lucia eyewitnesses gave to eager listeners at home and to visitors from neighboring islands, they would invariably add that but for the rules of decorum, there were moments when looking at these bearded strangers and observing their antics, they had had to make a great effort not to burst out laughing. These innocents had no inkling of how deadly serious Columbus' game of discovery and colonization would turn out to be. And when they found out, it was too late. In Columbus' journal, the document that 5. provides us with his account of his first voyage and of the historic landing on October 12, the events were described somewhat differently. All of this has come down to us second-hand. The original holograph copy of the journal had come into the possession of a remarkable friar, Bartolomé de las Casas, a friend of Columbus. Las Casas thought that the journal in its pristine form was prolix, discursive and full of sycophantic references to the Spanish sovereigns, and he edited it severely. Charles Duff, in The Truth About Columbus, wrote that, "It is a pity that the original journal, and not the transcription and abridgment by Las Casas, should have come down to us." On the other hand, perhaps Las Casas improved upon the original. We do not know. But this imperfect document, with all its shortcomings, nevertheless has become one of the most important in the annals of modern European history. This is how Columbus' journal described the landing. At 2 o'clock in the morning, land was discovered at 2 leagues distance. They took sail and hove to, remaining thus till dawn, which was Friday, when they found they were near a small island called in the Indian language Guanahani. Presently, they saw naked people. The admiral carried the royal standard, and the two captains each a banner of the Green Cross, which all the ships had for an ensign. It contained an F and Y, one letter on each side of the cross, with a crown over each. The admiral called upon the two captains, and the rest of those who sprang ashore, also to Rodrigo de Escovedo, notary of the fleet, and to Rodrigo Sanchez of Segovia, to bear faithful witness that before all others he took possession for the king and queen his sovereigns. The gentle Lucia onlookers did not know that with the admiral's solemn declaration, the doomsday clock had moved perilously close to the hour of oblivion for them. For the interlopers it was a glorious beginning, but for the unwitting and hospitable Lucios, it was the beginning of the end. In less than 40 years, Spanish conquistadores, settlers, slave hunters, disease, hunger, and despair would, like harbingers of the apocalypse, rain death and destruction upon the innocent heads of most of the inhabitants of the Greater Antilles. Writing about the Lucios, Columbus had said that they were a very handsome race. Their eyes were large and very beautiful, not black, but the color of the inhabitants of the Canaries. They 6. Were straight-limbed without exception, and did not have prominent bellies but were handsomely shaped. Such were the beautiful people into whose midst Columbus was about to unleash his genocidal policies in the name of the sovereigns of Castile. Ironically, before those idyllic children of nature, the Lucios and the other Arawakian peoples, had been exterminated, Columbus' glowing accounts about them would inspire Sir Thomas More to fantasize about a perfect human world in his utopia, and Shakespeare to create Caliban, a stereotype of the colonized man and a twisted racist metaphor, in his last play The Tempest. Shakespeare had come to his Caliban/Prospero stereotypes by a somewhat tortuous intellectual route. Giovanni Florio, a personal friend of the bard from Stratford, had translated Montaigne's essay of the Cannibals into English in 1608 and given him a copy. That copy, which Shakespeare annotated, is still preserved. Roberto Ridamar, the Cuban scholar, wrote in his illuminating essay, Caliban, that this proves that book was the direct source of Shakespeare's The Tempest. Montaigne had used his essay to chide those who, through ignorance and racial chauvinism, instinctively attached pejorative labels to peoples of different races and whose cultures they did not bother to study. Here are Montaigne's own words: "There is nothing barbaric or savage in these nations. What happens is that everyone calls barbaric that which is alien to his customs." But Shakespeare had somehow missed the point that Montaigne had made so clearly. His Caliban was instead a creature plucked straight out of the demonized version of the Carew that Columbus' febrile imagination had invented. Shakespeare, as was the custom at the time, took whole lines from Montaigne's essay, but using his poetic license, he took only the lines he wanted in order to create his deformed, racist, stereotype. Ridamar made a very valid point when he wrote, "The colonizer's version explains to us that due to the incurable bestiality of the Carew, there was no alternative but to exterminate him. What he does not explain is why, even before the Carew, the peaceful and gentle Arawak was also exterminated. To put it simply, in the one case as in the other, one of the worst instances of ethnocide in recorded history was committed against them both. The Holocaust which engulfed the Lucios and the other indigenous inhabitants of the Caribbean archipelago has been glossed over, ignored. 7. And rationalized as an inevitable phenomenon in the exotica of European expansion. Those Indians marked down for doom by Columbus were not even accorded the dignity of being called by the names they had used to define themselves from time immemorial. Over and over again, up and down the Americas, others must have echoed the cry of that nameless Native American who had asked the Massachusetts missionary John Eliot in 1646, "Why do you keep calling us Indians?" Robert F. Birkhofer, Jr. in his excellent study The White Man's Indian wrote, "Regardless of whether Columbus thought he had landed among the East Indies or among islands near Japan or even elsewhere near the Asian continent, he would probably have used the same all-embracing term for the natives, because India stood as a synonym for all of Asia east of the river Indus. The name Indian and the image of the Indian, therefore, were like fruit from the same tree of ignorance, racial arrogance, and their attendant bigotry. Birkhofer continued his analysis by stating very aptly that the initial image of the Indian, like the word itself, came from the pen of Columbus. Although neither Columbus nor the converted Jew he took along to act as a translator understood the language of the islanders they encountered on the first voyage, the Admiral of the Ocean Sea described with confidence in his widely published letter of 1493 the lifestyles of those peoples he called Indians. Columbus' descriptions of the ontological systems of the Native Americans he encountered were often fictitious and contradictory. At one point in his journal, he told us in an aside that they are firmly persuaded that we have come from heaven. When asked to comment on this, Las Casas, who knew a great deal more about Native American languages and cultures than did Columbus, had declared that it was somewhat contradictory that the self-proclaimed men from heaven should have been so greedy for gold. Had he even understood a smattering of the Arawakian tongue, Columbus might have discovered that there were folk legends among the Carew and Arawakian peoples about strangers who had sailed to their shores from beyond the 8th rising sun, dark strangers in white robes, bearded ones with pink faces, and others who were brown as well-seasoned gourds. After a month and a half of sailing from island to island in the Antilles, Columbus, in his ardent search for gold, spices, and a passage to the Asian mainland, then confessed in a moment of acute frustration that, "I do not know the language, and the people of these parts cannot understand me, neither I nor any of my company understand them. I place little confidence in the Indians I have on board, as several times they have attempted to escape." Columbus' linguistic abilities, in fact, left much to be desired. Throughout his life, he never penned a single word in his native Italian, and one can assume, quite justifiably from this fact, that he was illiterate when he left Genoa and that he had learned Spanish, Latin, and a smattering of Portuguese as an adult. Professor Van Sertima, a distinguished linguist, tells us that in Columbus' journal, gold is given as Coana, while Guanan is recorded as an island where there is much gold. Fray Bartolomé de las Casas, the Spanish scholar who traveled with Columbus and who was often appalled by his linguistic blunders, even in his use of Castilian Spanish, wrote in the margin of the journal, correcting Columbus, "This Guanan is no island but gold, which according to the Indians had an odor for which they valued it much." The fallacious claim that Columbus discovered America is one that has brought into being a stubborn neo-creationist myth. The creators of this myth have contended that this hemisphere of twin continents and islands had remained hidden beyond awesome and forbidding western seas, waiting for the bold and intrepid Columbus to find it and to reveal its existence to the Old World. Implicit in these spurious assumptions were other sophisms, that contacts between explorers, sea rovers, traders, and adventurers, and native peoples had of necessity to be based on the certainty that might is always right, and that discovery automatically brought in its train enslavement and ethnocide for the indigenous peoples. Columbus was a genius at navigation. Like Magellan, the greatest sea rover in a new age of legendary mariners, he relied more on instinct than on instruments and charts. The latter were inaccurate to the point of being laughable. 2,000 years earlier, Egyptian, Libyan, Nubian, Phoenician, Carthaginian, and later Chinese and other ancient mariners 9. had used more accurate navigational instruments than Columbus' astrolabe. Van Sertima tells us that the major inventions in maritime navigation that were to transform European shipping during the Renaissance had been made before Christ and were completely lost to Europe during the Dark Ages. The system of latitudinal and longitudinal coordinates, used as early as 100 BC in China, had not, even as late as the conquest period, been acquired by Europe, whose navigators could not read longitude until the 18th century. The lateen sail hoisted on the Spanish and Portuguese caravels came from the Arabs. The astrolabe, although originally invented by the ancient Greeks, diffused to 15th century Europe after passing through centuries of development by the Arabs. Columbus had tried his very best to learn all that he could about the possibility of finding a passage to the East Indies by traveling across the western seas. His brother Bartholomew, who had worked in Lisbon for years as a mapmaker, and who was much better educated than he was, had been very helpful, but even so, What they did not know about the lands to the west could have filled whole libraries. Not being able to read Italian and knowing Latin indifferently had not helped either, because the Vatican Library, one of the most important in the Mediterranean world, could have provided him with interesting and invaluable information. Gonzalo Oviedo, the 16th-century historian and apologist for Spanish crimes against humanity in the Americas, whom Las Casas had described truthfully as a deadly enemy of the Indians, had been quoted extensively by Juan de Sepulveda during the Las Casas-Sepulveda debate at Valladolid in 1550. This debate, sponsored by Emperor Charles V, who sent his son and heir to represent him, focused on the question of the intellectual and religious capacity of the American Indians. Oviedo, who was notable as a slave hunter, and defender of the slave-owning class, was described by the Argentine Fernando Miranda as, a man of the nobility who represented the opinion of the privileged, or of those who aspired to be, and was full of aristocratic prejudices created by birth and education. While of Las Casas, he had written, Las Casas is the vibrant popular voice who is able to reach court circles by his will, integrity, and talent. But, this same Oviedo, a scholar who had access to the Vatican Library, had written that the Indies were once under the authority of the Visigothic monarchy of Spain, hence the Castilian kings were merely recovering lands that had once been Spanish. This somewhat far-fetched claim with its garbled conclusion, nevertheless, points to the fact that Oviedo must have come across evidence of pre-Columbian links between the Old World and the Americas. Sepulveda had also had access to the Vatican Library, and he had, in quoting Oviedo, taken his claims a step further. He stated that since culture bringers from the Old World to the Americas had civilized native peoples there in pre-Columbian times, and these natives had then reverted to barbarism, this was an adequate justification for treating them as slaves and subhuman beings. Both Oviedo and Sepulveda, therefore, knew about Old and New World pre-Columbian contacts even though they had described those ancient links in somewhat fanciful and inaccurate terms. Before becoming Columbus' partner and chief pilot, Martin Alonso Pinzón, had been told by a friend who had done research in the Vatican Library, that he was certain that there was land to the west, and that sea rovers from Africa and from Europe had sailed to and from those lands. Arias Perez Pinzón, the son of Martin Alonso, testified that his father had definite indications concerning the lands to the west, which indications he had found in documents in the library of Pope Innocent VIII. That is why Columbus could persuade the Señor Pinzón and his brothers, some of the leading navigators of the Mediterranean world, to join his enterprise of the Indies, so easily. Martin Alonso had found Columbus very persuasive when he talked about land to the west. However, it is apparent that he did not entirely trust the Genoese since he only consented to take part in that bold and daring venture after it was agreed that all spoils of the enterprise would be shared on a 50-50 basis. Columbus did subsequently renege on that unsigned gentleman's agreement, and after both parties had died, the Pinzón heirs were forced to bring a lawsuit against the inheritors of the admiral's fortune. The frustrations of not being able to communicate with the Native Americans began to recede by the end of Columbus' second voyage. Although only a handful of priests bothered to learn the Arawakian and Carib languages, many Indians learned Spanish with an ease that baffled those bigots who wanted to claim that the indigenous peoples were not human. While he was in Hispaniola for the second time, the Indians told Columbus, "There had come to Hispaniola a black people who have the tops of their spears made of a metal which they call guanin, of which he had sent samples to the sovereigns to have them assayed, when it was found that of the 3 2 parts, 1/8 were of gold, 6 of silver and 8 of copper. These spears and their metal content were identical with those found in Guinea by Portuguese merchant captains, and on the basis of the findings by the royal assayers it was clear that only traders from the Guinea coast could have brought them to Hispaniola. Those black traders who were celebrated in Indian legends were one of the groups of significant precursors who had been coming from the Old World to the New for nearly 5,000 years. Berryfell in his pioneering study America BC stated that the earliest transatlantic crossings had been accidental ones by Iberians and Libyans. Van Sertima afterwards corrected Fell, pointing out that the ancient Libyans he referred to, were, In fact, Libyan Nubians, that is, predominantly black and brown inhabitants of that country. Even enlightened scholars like Fell have found it difficult to envisage Negro Africans as intrepid sea rovers, traders, settlers, and culture bringers in either the ancient or the modern world. As a result, whenever incontrovertible evidence of significant African cultural influences in pre-Columbian America has been presented, Eurocentric scholars have suddenly developed an intellectual myopia, claiming that they could see shadows but no substance. The truth is that they have been conditioned to see Negro Africans as slaves, servants, buffoons, gladiators of fortune and figments of a colonizer's imagination for so long that they have become victims of their own racist propaganda. Van Sertima was stating the bald truth when he wrote, "It is hard for many to imagine the Negro African figure being venerated as a god among the American Indians. He has always been represented as the lowliest of the low, at least since the era of conquest and slavery. His humiliation as a world figure begins, in fact, with the coming of Columbus. It was in the very decade of his discoveries that the black and white Moors were laid low. The image of the Negro African as a backward, slow and uninventive being is still with us. Not only his manhood and his freedom but 12 fulcrums of change. Even the memory of his cultural and technological achievements before the day of his humiliation seemed to have been erased from the consciousness of history. Even in the thinking of Leo Wiener, M.D.W. Jeffries and James Bailey, white scholars who have all sought to prove the Negro African presence in pre-Columbian America, the black man still figures as an inferior. To this list of eminent white scholars, one must again add the name of Barry Fell, the brilliant epigrapher who whitewashed the Egyptian, Libyan, Nubian, and Carthaginian civilizations, conceiving of them as being in Africa but not of black Africa. Fell went out of the way to imply that all of the civilizations on the northern Mediterranean littoral were dominated by light-skinned settlers. In his America BC, he made the erroneous claim that ancient Libya, a kingdom on the shores of the Gulf of Sirte, to the west of Egypt was one whose light-skinned inhabitants were drawn from the mixed population of Anatolian Sea peoples who invaded Libya in 1250 BC, native Berbers and Spartan Greeks who settled the eastern margin of the Gulf Coast. The Greek influence persisted in the American Libyan settlements at least until circa 1100 AD. The Eurocentric speculation of Fells is patently false. The Libyan population in 1250 BC was predominantly Negro African, and the most civilized peoples in that population would have been Nubian Libyans, Egyptians, and Ethiopians who had migrated from the Nile Valley. The peoples that Fell mentions as being the elites were, in fact, peripheral ethnic groups. The all-powerful Egyptian and Nubian rulers of the Nile Valley civilizations would never have allowed light-skinned or, for that matter, any other settlers to establish colonies on the strategic Gulf of Sirte without their royal approval. And, implicit in this approval would have been an agreement by the settlers to accept the protection of the reigning pharaoh. White scholars, therefore, even liberals and very fine epigraphers like Fell, have found themselves caught on the horns of a dilemma. Their Eurocentrism has led them into an intellectual vortex out of which they can find no escape. The only way out is to acknowledge that some of the foremost culture bringers from the Old World to the New in pre-Columbian times were Negro Africans. The colossal stone heads with their unmistakable Negroid features at La Venta, Tres Zapotes, San Lorenzo, and other sites in the Olmec heartland, stand as a constant reproach to those who have been blinded by racist fantasies and an 13. Intellectual myopia for 5 centuries. There are also thousands of artifacts that art historians, archaeologists, and a variety of researchers from other disciplines have been unearthing all over the Americas. The Alexander von Wuthenau Museum in Mexico City has become a mecca for a growing body of scholars interested in an ancient pre-Columbian African presence in the Americas. Tijo Narva, the Afro-Carib scholar, after visiting this unique museum for the first time wrote, "How could we have ignored such overwhelming evidence for so long? Racial and religious prejudice can place blinders over the eyes of the most astute observers, and then both the ideologues of racial bigotry and its victims become afflicted with the same intellectual myopia. The colonizer and the colonized become tied together with a Gordian knot of perverted truths. Standing in the midst of that impressive collection, I couldn't help asking myself, how could we, the victims of racism, have ignored so much important evidence of a proud Amerindian and African pre-Columbian past for so long? And I could not help envying von Wuthenau, an Austrian aristocrat, his genius for having stumbled upon such a significant treasure trove, for recognizing its value and pushing forward against a tide of disbelief decade after decade. Only recently did a small band of black scholars emerge to acknowledge the importance of von Wuthenau's work. With his unique collection surrounding me, I had an eerie feeling that veils obscuring the past had been torn asunder and a whole magical universe resurrected for us, the sacred and secular masks, the finely wrought terracottas, the ceramic marvels, the sculpted pieces from miniature to life-sized, the ceremonial pipes and artifacts, and the realistically carved camels and elephants. Viewing all of this, I told myself repeatedly that the creators of those marvelously evocative works were my ancestors, and somehow, upon leaving the museum, I suddenly felt that I could walk taller for the rest of my days. The question of why Eurocentric scholars have chosen to ignore not only African but all of the other pre-Columbian voyagers and culture bringers from the Old World to the Americas, and why they have continued to cling to their neo-creationist myth, can only be answered by pointing out that both in life and in scholarship there are none so blind as those who will not see. This neo-creationist theology of history has made it easier to sustain racist fantasies about superior Europeans and 14. Euro-Americans and inferior Indians and Africans. In addition, this easy credo of an America born again in 1492, when Columbus sailed the ocean blue, absolves one from probing into America's historical roots in a distant past. The effect of this theory has been seen in the analysis of early Native American languages, which have been classed together as the supposed indigenous products of the New World. The massive Phoenician, Libyan, and other Old World elements to be found in their vocabularies have gone unrecognized. Scripts that have been deciphered and well documented in Europe have, when discovered in the Americas, been dismissed as marks made by plowshares or the actions of roots of trees. The scholars who made these claims have yet to explain how plows and roots could make marks in Egyptian, Libyan, Punic, Iberian, Ogham, and other languages. But Fell's list of representative dates and events in ancient and medieval history based on coins, inscriptions and tree ring analyses, has made an important contribution to pre-Columbian studies. Beginning with visits by Carthaginian traders in 325 BC, he then takes us up to 1524 when Verrazzano found blonde natives in Rhode Island. He also lists the first Norse visits to Northeast America in 1000 AD, the Vinland incursions in 1341 AD, and the 1355 to 1362 Norwegian expedition that had set out to find lost Vinland Norse settlers. His unique chronicle of dates and events spells out that in 1398 the last Norse Celtic voyage to North America took place. But since Fell's vision of the ancient world was one that focused exclusively on light-skinned peoples being the dominant figures in all Old and New World civilizations, it is no wonder that he omitted mention of transatlantic journeys by Negro Africans in his long and detailed list of representative dates. Van Sertima, in They Came Before Columbus, made up for Fell's omissions. After decades of research, he presented us with irrefutable evidence that Negro Africans had traveled to the coast and hinterland of southern Mexico around 700 BC. They had done so, he states, during the reign of Taharqa, the Black Pharaoh of the 25th dynasty. The Negro African pharaohs, who were among the greatest rulers of the ancient world, hailed from Nubia and Ethiopia in the upper regions of the Nile, an organic part of the Negro African heartland. Eurocentric scholars have been trying to ignore or, by using convoluted and spurious arguments, to evade facing up to this fact for centuries. But modern archaeologists who can now apply scientific techniques to their studies that were unheard of 4 or 5 decades ago, are now discovering to their dismay that the cradle of Egyptian civilization was in the upper 15. Nile's Black Heartland and not in the Delta as they had been claiming so stridently for so long. Centuries before, of course, Herodotus had declared that the Egyptians were originally only a colony of the Ethiopians, and Diodorus Siculus having repeated the same thing and aggravated his offense by portraying the Ethiopians in such a way that no mistake was possible, it was of the greatest importance to mount a counterattack. That being granted, and almost all the Western scholars having deliberately set out to tear Egypt away from Africa, even at the risk of no longer being able to explain it. When W.E.B. Du Bois in his The World and Africa had written about this half a century ago, he had been ridiculed and ignored by Eurocentric scholars. The late Cheikh-Anta Diop, a brilliant successor to Du Bois, who was a physicist and Egyptologist, nevertheless proved Du Bois correct in the course of a lifetime of solid scientific research and voluminous writing. Baudelaire, the modern French poet, had once said that the cleverest trick the devil ever played was to pretend that he didn't exist. Eurocentric scholars, unable to refute Diop's scientific data, have continued to play the game of Baudelaire's devil, pretending that neither the author nor his works ever existed. The Journal of African Civilizations, which Van Sertima founded and continues to edit, has consistently presented readers with a formidable array of evidence and has proved that numerous discoverers of the Americas had preceded Columbus by millenniums. The most important of these were African, Afro-Arab traders and Malians. Fell, focusing his research on non-African discoverers, has chosen to concentrate on pre-Columbian voyages made, and settlements established by Celts, Greeks, Iberians, Norsemen and Han Chinese, ignoring the massive evidence of ancient African cultural infusions. The Olmec heartland, which Van Sertima highlighted after a lifetime of careful and meticulous research, fills one with wonder when one first stumbles upon it. He identifies the massive Negro African head sculpted in stone as honoring god-kings, warrior dynasts, healers, traders and revered culture bringers. The realism with which these colossi are sculpted make them seem startlingly alive today, 3 millenniums after they were completed. Although only a fraction of the total number of monuments from that ancient American past have been excavated so far, those brooding African stone heads lie scattered across a vast landscape like pendants from a cosmic necklace. 1-6. As a further testament to that ancient African cultural presence in the Americas, there are important black gods permanently enshrined in the Amerindian pantheon. Islilton, the one with the black face, a medicine god of the Mexicans, and for both Mexicans and Mayans there was Exua, the black god of traveling merchants. The clues about the profound cultural linkages between Africans and Amerindians begin to multiply when we examine comparative structures in the languages of the two peoples, the similarities in their mythology where their mythopoetic dreams have fused, and their ontological systems where intricate patterns have been forged upon a common New World cultural matrix. Their material cultures, too, have in common the practice of mound building, agricultural technologies, pyramids and astronomical sites. It has also been proven by botanists that strains of African cotton were introduced into the Americas as early as 5,000 years ago. Van Sertima makes a very good case indeed when he presents us with an array of facts and eminently logical deductions to substantiate his claims. After his thorough and meticulous investigations, he concluded that the African sea rovers, traders, and settlers who first came to Merida and then went into the Olmec hinterland, had, in fact, voyaged with Phoenicians, when those famed mariners of the Middle East were vassals of Taharqa, the Black Pharaoh of the 25th dynasty. Van Sertima has not only brought formidable scholarly evidence to support his theories about the ancient African presence in Middle America, he has also dealt with later pre-Columbian voyages and in particular the expedition led by the Malayan emperor, Abubakar II. In 1311, this renowned ruler had sailed for the Americas with 400 ships and never returned. And it is now considered very likely that the fierce, warlike Ethiopians, whom the Indians around Darien had described for Balboa, could very well have been descendants of the Malayans who had crossed the Atlantic as members of the Abubakar expedition. Peter Martyr, the first historian of America, wrote that The Spaniards found Negroes in this province. They only live 1 day's march from Querqua and they are fierce. It is thought that Negro pirates from Ethiopia established themselves after the wreck of their ships in these mountains. Another encounter was described by Fray Gregorio Garcia, a priest of the Dominican order who spent 9 years in Peru. In a book that had been silenced by the Spanish Inquisition, he wrote, "Here were found slaves of 17. The Lord Negroes who were the first our people saw in the Indies. Van Sertima's They Came Before Columbus and Fells America BC were by sheer coincidence published around the same time and reviewed in the New York Times Sunday Book Review by Professor Glenn Daniel, a Cambridge University Don. The learned Cambridge Don was at least democratic in this respect. He heaped equal amounts of contumely upon both authors' heads, and he treated those two trailblazing and very important books somewhat cavalierly and with a conspicuous lack of objectivity. But, a decade has passed since that disgraceful review was published and the two books are still in great demand, while Daniel has vanished into the oblivion that was waiting impatiently for him. The late Samuel Morrison and scholars of his ilk, who were researching the early Columbian era, seem to have had a vested interest in perpetuating the neo-creationist myth that Columbus, having sailed the ocean blue, discovered America in 1492. Wittingly or unwittingly, they have supported the Daniel penchant for dismissing out of hand any suggestion that there were any links at all between the Old World and the Americas in pre-Columbian times. But with more and more evidence being brought to the fore by Van Sertima, von Wuthina and other eminent scholars, the claims of those doubting Thomases are beginning to sound increasingly strident and hollow. Columbus, in his most troubled moments, must frequently have sensed that he was balanced in an uneasy equipoise between the superstitious dread of the unknown that was a heritage of the Middle Ages and the new ideas of the Renaissance. The former was stultifying while the latter brought with it an ineluctable sense of freedom from an intellectual miasma. Louis Hanka, in his study All Mankind is One, stated that, the period of the Renaissance and the Reformation, in which Las Casas lived, has usually been considered an age in which the horizons of men were widened. And, then he quotes Myers, who had written in 1910, new vistas of the world were being opened by the voyagers, new types of men, of modes of life, of societies and states, were being discovered and described. And new questions, which were nevertheless as old as the hills, made eddies and rapids in the swift current of thought, and cried out for an answer. Myers was another uncritical psalm singer for the Renaissance. For centuries, we have been fed on an intellectual diet of the glories of that period, while its crimes, its monstrous medieval cruelties, its racism, and the genocidal holocausts it unleashed have been ignored. If we had paid more attention to the dark underside of the Renaissance, then perhaps 18. Hitler would never have arisen. For some, the Renaissance was the best of times, while for others, it was the worst of times. Columbus was an archetypal figure in that age, and in retrospect we can now see that he epitomized all of its strengths and weaknesses, its magnificent humanistic declarations on the one hand, and its unbridled greed and inhumanity on the other. After a relatively short and tumultuous lifetime, the Genos of humble birth, who had risen to a pinnacle of fame, passed away, impoverished, dishonored and cast aside by the Spanish sovereigns he had served so well. If there was some duplicity in his dealings with them, one can point out that Ferdinand, who trusted no one and who was forever reneging on his promises when it suited him, far outstripped Columbus in low cunning and Machiavellian guile. Duff said of him, "He was a cold-blooded man, whose character was written on an impassive countenance. He was always calm and calculating, and he estimated men by their possible value to him. His friendships were based upon purely material considerations. When a friend was no longer useful he would be cast aside with the same detachment that he would cast away a worn-out coat." Isabella was his direct counterpart. She was in every sense a woman of great magnanimity and without a trace of meanness of spirit. She could not tolerate perfidy and Machiavellism. This grim character sketch leaves one wondering how Isabella could have tolerated her husband for even a day, since Ferdinand would have represented all the qualities she abhorred. Duff did not attempt to resolve this contradiction, therefore one can only conclude that the compulsion to share power can bring saints and sinners together on the same nuptial bed in a mysterious way. Columbus, in spite of his single-minded zeal, had a certain naivete about him. He died without ever once realizing the extent to which he, a dreamer, visionary, and a gambler in the kingdom of chance, had with the success of his enterprise of the Indies, provided a new and enduring opportunity for resurrecting the buried pre-Columbian links between Europe, Africa, Asia, and the Americas. During his relatively short lifetime, he had been too preoccupied with the business of inventing a reality about his origins, his life, his accomplishments, the new lands upon which he stumbled and the strange and exotic peoples he had encountered, to worry about issues of truth and honesty. In dealing with Columbus and the European rediscovery of America, one is forced to paraphrase Santayana and to 19. Declare that those who ignore the past will of necessity be forced to invent a past, present and future for themselves. Columbus succeeded in doing just this, admirably. Once the past had been erased, the present and the future of the Americas fitted easily into the neo-creationist myth with which we have been encumbered for 5 centuries. Racism took root and has flourished at the heart of that myth. At the beginning of the Columbian era, 2 important historical events conspired to provide fertile soil in which the seeds of racism could germinate and sprout. The first was the fall of Granada on January 2, 1492, and the second was the burning of thousands of priceless manuscripts by the Spanish conquerors of the Moors immediately after that final victory. The fall of Granada marked the end of 700 years of African power and influence in Europe which, at its zenith, extended from the Atlantic coast of Portugal to the Rhone Valley of France. Evidence of Africa's civilizing mission in Europe has been left strewn all over the Iberian Peninsula, but this evidence is now being presented to us with new and whitewashed labels. The Moors, we are told repeatedly by Eurocentric scholars, were not African. True enough, these scholars assure us, the majority of Moors had lived on the African continent for countless millenniums, but they were, nonetheless, a race of hybrid Semites. Using the same perverted logic, one could declare with equal justification that the Italians are not descendants of the Romans, nor the Scandinavians descendants of the Vikings. Racism begins with the need of one people to exploit another and the development of an ideology to justify this exploitation. And, when logic and truth stand in the way of even the most spurious racist dogma, they are simply brushed aside. Columbus invariably interspersed his racist and mendacious declarations with pious avowals in the name of the Holy Church. On Friday, October 13, 1492, his second day in the Americas, he had written in his journal, with the absolute confidence of one who knows not and knows not that he knows not, that the Lucios came down to the shore, shouting to us and giving thanks to God. Others cried with loud voices, both men and women, come and see the men who have come from heaven. Bring them food and drink. On the basis of this inspired piece of fiction, one is asked to believe that in a single day, Columbus had mastered the complex Arawakian tongue, or that the Lucios had mastered the intricacies of the Spanish language and religion. If, as Columbus had claimed on October 13, a host of native peoples gathered to welcome him were giving praise to an Almighty whom Spaniard and Indian alike both worshipped, it becomes all the more remarkable that 2 weeks later, on November 1, he could write in his journal that, the Indians had no religion. These others were the Lucios of Guanahani, with whom he had established an extraordinarily tenuous linguistic link earlier during the few days he had spent with them. This did not stop Columbus from compounding one fatuous claim with another. For 5 centuries, we have been conditioned to see the Native Americans who discovered Columbus on their beaches through his eyes and never to see him through theirs. These distorted images have become fixed as the northern star in a constellation of millions of minds. There are those who proffer the excuse that Columbus was merely a creature of his age with half of his mind anchored in the Middle Ages and the other half wrestling with the new ideas of the Renaissance, and that, in fact, he was far more enlightened than most of his peers. This might very well be true, but his peers did not initiate the Atlantic slave trade. He, Columbus, did. his peers did not set in motion the ethnocide that left over 40 islands in the Caribbean completely depopulated in less than 4 decades, he did, nor did any of his peers claim that they were the architects of an institutionalized racism that began to take shape the first day he landed on Guanahani. Less than a year before his fateful first voyage, Columbus had been an annoyingly persistent and penniless petitioner, a Genos nobody trying to sell what many people thought was a questionable scheme, grandiloquently described by him as the enterprise of the Indies to the shrewd sovereigns of Castile. King John of Portugal, on the advice of his learned counselors, had turned down the very proposal and sent the disillusioned Columbus packing. Genos were not liked in either Spain or Portugal. They were considered to be too pushy and ambitious. Columbus had only entered the ranks of the Spanish nobility on the morning he set foot on the beach at Guanahani. The terms of his contract drawn up with Ferdinand and Isabella had spelled out quite clearly that if he did not find land to the west, he would simply return to the anonymity that was waiting for him. But that accomplished sailor of fortune, Cristobal Colon, had won out in the face of 1,001 things that might have gone wrong before and after his 3 caravels had crossed the bar at Salts on August 2, 1492. Columbus was very much the lower middle-class parvenu assuming aristocratic airs. 21. And deliberately distancing himself from those who were constant and irritating reminders of his own humble origins. He was, in fact, a scion of the Genos working class. As such, he was closer to both the ordinary sailors serving under him and the Native Americans who had the misfortune to fall prey to his empire-building fantasies. But he would not have acknowledged this on pain of death. Those Spanish aristocrats whose ranks he aspired to join, however, never forgave him the glory he had won on the one hand and his lowly origins on the other. In his account to the Spanish sovereigns about his first voyage, Columbus could not help taking a dig at his aristocratic enemies at court when he declared that the Lord had guided him to the lands he had discovered and that of this voyage, it has been wonderfully shown to be so, as may be seen from this account and the many notable miracles performed throughout, as well as the fortune which has attended myself who remained so long a time at the court of your highnesses with the opposition and contrary opinion of so many of the principal members of your household, who were all against me and regarded my project as a joke. His enemies continued to intrigue relentlessly against him at court, from the moment he had returned in triumph from that first voyage, right up to the time of his death. The original vignettes from Columbus' journal, which Las Casas, in his zeal to edit that prolix document, spared for our scrutiny, are very revealing. Reading them, we come closer to understanding Columbus, the man, a parvenu from Genoa seeking fame and fortune in the courts of 15th-century European kings and queens. The other Columbus, the mythical discoverer of a new world, is never as real as the one we catch glimpses of when we read his own, unedited writings. These give us insights into the admiral's penchant for sycophancy and his shrewd understanding of the psychology of his royal sponsors. In order to catch Queen Isabella's attention and to win her sympathy, he wrote, "They are a very loving race and without covetousness and suitable to any use, and I declare to your highnesses that there is not a better country nor a better people in the world. They love their neighbors as they do themselves, and their speech is the softest in the world, being always accompanied by smiles." 22. Isabella, it was said, slept with a portrait of Christ clutched to her bosom, while her husband, Ferdinand, slept with a copy of Bernardo Machiavelli's The Prince under his pillow. For Ferdinand's benefit, on December 22, the admiral added, "Our Lord in his piety, guide me that I may find the gold, I mean their mine, as I have many here who profess to know it." This declaration with its cunningly disguised racism and lust for gold was most definitely meant for Ferdinand's eyes, because, as far as that ruthlessly pragmatic royal sponsor was concerned, tales about distant lands inhabited by angelic souls made good reading for pious evangelists, but Columbus understood him well enough to know that he would have brushed aside the pious sentiments and asked bluntly, "What about gold and spices? After all, that is what we sent you there to discover and to bring back, and to fill our depleted royal coffers to overflowing." Columbus, newly elevated to the ranks of the Spanish aristocracy, having overnight become a viceroy and an admiral of the ocean sea, had barely settled down to enjoy his new and heady roles when he spelled out his colonial policy with its profoundly racist and genocidal undertones. In a letter to Louis de Saint-Agel, the influential Jewish businessman who had backed his enterprise of the Indies from the beginning, he had stated that, "On my arrival in the Indies, I took by force in the first island I found, some of these natives that they might learn our language and give me information about what there was in those parts." Thus a psychological mutation which began when Columbus left Genoa as a callow, illiterate, and ambitious youth, ended its inexorable cycle of change in the Antilles, where he finally fulfilled his lifelong dream of finding land to the west. The erstwhile wool carder's son was transformed into an instant Prospero, and with every new horizon he crossed, he began to see visions of Calibans waiting to be enslaved and exploited. As Cassius had said of Caesar, when he doth attain the highest rung, he then unto the ladder turns his back, scorning the base degrees by which he did ascend. With Columbus' journey to the Americas, the new ethic evolved into full flower. The ideology of the Church, with its theoretical postulate that all true believers were equal in the sight of God, gave way to the ideology of capitalism, which turned human beings, particularly those whose labor was in demand in newly discovered lands, into commodities, chattels, and so many faceless ciphers in a juggernaut of production and 23. Profit. Usury, a practice excoriated by the medieval church for centuries, was transformed, expanded, and legitimized, as feudalism, wilting at its roots, lost ground to an ineluctable and predatory capitalism. This new and seemingly invincible system was sustained by a hitherto unsurpassed greed for gold and a passion for discovery, empire building, slavery, and profit-making. With the Renaissance came great scientific advances, changing patterns of production and a plethora of new ideas which were systematically dispelling the more blatant myths, superstitions, and bigotries left over from the Middle Ages. They were also creating new and insidious myths through a theology of racism, sexism, and national chauvinism. A few of these myths, and by no means the most savory of them, influenced the half-educated Columbus profoundly. Nowhere were these insidious influences more evident than in his attitude towards European and Indian women, both of whom he treated as peripheral entities always secondary to the great enterprises on which he had set his heart. His marriage to Philippa Moniz, according to records Las Casas kept, was one of convenience. He had met her at Mass in the convent of All Souls in Lisbon. Charles Duff, writing about her, says that she was the granddaughter of a man who had been secretary to a close friend of King John I of Portugal, and whose uncle had been governor of Porto Santo in the Azores. This uncle is said to have possessed a considerable collection of books dealing with navigation and geography, and it has been assumed that Columbus by his marriage gained access to this collection. Was the marriage, if it took place at all, a cynical act by the man of one idea to gain access to further knowledge in support of his theories? The sole reference to this lady in all that survives of his journals and other writings is in his will, in which he merely mentions a wife. She also bore him a son named Diego. This marriage opened up new opportunities for him in Portugal, and he was able, as will be detailed later, to captain a ship in Admiral Azumabega's venture to the Ghana coast. Columbus wrote about his sons in his journals, diaries, and letters, but one searches in vain for a word about their mothers. He mentions kings and queens, with a devotion bordering more often than not on sycophancy, but only in passing does he pen a few offhand remarks about ordinary women. On November 12, he wrote in his journal, "Yesterday a canoe came to the ship with 6 young men, whom I ordered to be kept. Afterwards I sent ashore to one of the houses, 24, and took 7 head of women small and large, and 3 children. This evening the husband of one of the women came on board, father of the 3 children. This man besought me to let him accompany them. He is a man of about 45 years of age. 7 head of women and 3 children." The admiral was equating human beings with livestock or domestic animals. A month later, on December 1 too, he gave us a further revealing insight into his attitude towards women when he wrote, The sailors captured a female, very beautiful and young. They brought her to the ship where the admiral spoke to her through his own Indians. The fifth kingdom was called Higi. Its queen was an aged woman, Higuanama by name, and her the Spaniard also hanged, while an infinite number of her people were tormented and put to death. Some were burned alive, some had their legs cut off that they could not walk, and others their arms that they could not work or gather food. Such as were reserved as beasts of burden or to work in the mines were fed for the most part on herbs, and seldom had food which nourished them, so that the milk dried in the breasts of the women and the strength of the men faded away forever. So Columbus had set the precedent whereby native women of color would henceforth be accorded even less in the way of human rights than their male counterparts, and Ojeda, the admiral's military commander, Bobadilla and Ovando, governors of Hispaniola, and a host of others who followed in their footsteps, outdid him in their sexist, racist and ethnocidal practices. But if native women were treated as if they were mindless sexual playthings, breeders of slaves, household and field laborers and beasts of burden, women in Spain hardly fared much better. Spanish writers, and in particular those of the golden age of Spanish literature, showed an obsessive concern with women as glorified chattels and property. The theme of wife murder threaded its way through an infinite number of stories and plays. Males, who, by law had the right to punish a wife for her real or imagined infidelities by killing her, were portrayed as aggrieved gentlemen of honor redeeming their family names. The fact that women in Spain were victimized to the point where their husbands had the power of life and death over them, made the lot of conquered women in the Americas and slave women from Africa all the more terrible, and the need to resist all the more urgent. And the women did resist, although the story of their resistance has seldom been recorded. When Columbus set foot on the beach at Guanahani and found the Luquios to be gentle, hospitable, and unarmed, he immediately decided to enslave them. Thus, he managed to create an inadvertent alliance between the conquered, the enslaved, the colonized, and women of all races, colors and creeds who were sexual objects, chattels, or idealized creatures like the Arawaks. 26. Whom he had described in his journal on December 16 as the best and gentlest people in the world. But, because Queen Anacaena represented all that was noble, upright, civilized, honorable, and compassionate, she had to be disgraced and subjected to a vile and ignominious death to prevent her from becoming a symbol of resistance for all women. The legends still live, however, of how Anacaena died shouting defiance at her executioners and condemning Ovando's treachery. In the legends about her that have been preserved through an oral tradition, there are tales about how all those who took part in her betrayal and execution met untimely deaths and their descendants were cursed. Shakespeare, who was the ultimate symbol of the creative spirit of his age, the same age in which he wrote his plays and poetry, and in which Anacaena was betrayed and hanged as a practical man running a successful theater, and as a writer of genius, understood intuitively that once a nascent racism and capitalism became bedfellows, the glorious Renaissance could produce a brood of deformed progeny, who, side by side with the release of an ineluctable creative spirit, would also send horsemen of the apocalypse on a grisly rampage. The Renaissance glorified the achievements of white European males and pushed the achievements of women, Jews, and all peoples of color into a limbo of anonymity. The Jew was falsely upheld as the archetypal symbol of the usurer. Jewishness became the ultimate racist metaphor for greed, cunning, superhuman sexual prowess, and the malevolent Christ killer who was forever damned by a God of wrath. After visiting Brazil and other countries of the Americas, Vespucci, writing about his voyages, borrowed from the Venemaus pool of Jewish stereotypes and attached to these borrowed groats queries new racist configurations of the savage, the infidel, the cannibal, the Indian male endowed with an enormous phallus and unbridled sexual energies, and the Indian female, a mindless, sexual object and a sensuous plaything exciting the basest of men's orgiastic passions. These distorted images, which had formerly been used to portray Jews and conquered Moors in Spain and Portugal, and assorted infidels, were deftly readjusted to include Indians, and, immediately afterwards, Africans. Once one group of people had been successfully demonized, it became easier to demonize others. In Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice, Shylock, the Jew, is more of a caricature than a believable character. But Shylock, quite inadvertently, was also an archetypal symbol of the outsider, the marginal being inhabiting a limbo world. By insisting on his pound of flesh, he was boldly affirming the ethic of a new and ruthless era in which profits and not a sentimental preoccupation with the quality of mercy would be the 27. Central concern. The only significance of Shylock's Jewishness was that as a pariah in Christendom, he had been freed from many of the lingering superstitions and constraints of the Middle Ages. He could, therefore, articulate unabashedly for the new Venetian merchant prophets and bankers the new doctrine of an ascendant capitalism. Once the era of discovery, colonial expansion, and slavery had begun, an ideological justification for the exploitation of millions of people of color had to be created. Slavery, forced labor, and the destruction of non-European cultures and civilizations were subsequently described as the inevitable consequence of a civilizing mission. At the heart of this concept was a Manichaistic philosophy, in which all colonizers, no matter how atrocious their deeds, were portrayed as culture bringers and the divine instruments of a Christian God. At the same time, the colonized were depicted as infidels, pagans, savages, and what Kipling termed lesser breeds beyond the law. Therefore, all colonizers were superior while all of the colonized were inferior. Implicit in this ideology of racial superiority, too, was the conviction of the colonizer that the only valid partnership he could have with the colonized was that of a horse and rider. Tolstoy described the relationship between colonizer and colonized, oppressor and oppressed, Prospero and Caliban very wittily when he said that he could sit on a person's back and persuade himself that he was willing to do everything possible to alleviate his victim's condition, everything, that is, except get off his back. Aimé Césaire, the doyen of modern poets from the Antilles, points out that in order to deal objectively with what colonialism is, it is necessary to agree on what it is not, neither evangelization, nor a philanthropic enterprise, nor a desire to push back the frontiers of ignorance, disease, and tyranny, nor a project undertaken for the greater glory of God, nor an attempt to extend the rule of law. To admit once and for all without flinching at the consequences, that the decisive actors here are the adventurer and the pirate, the wholesale grocer and the ship owner, the gold digger and the merchant, appetite and force, and behind them, the baleful shadow of a form of civilization which, at a certain point in its history, finds itself obliged, for internal reasons, to extend to a world scale the competition of its antagonistic economies. I find that hypocrisy is of recent date, that neither Cortés discovering Mexico from the top of the Great Teocalli, nor Pizarro from Cuzco, claims that he is the harbinger of a superior order, that they kill, that they plunder, that they have helmets, lances. 28. Cupidities, that the slavering apologists came later, that the chief culprit in this domain is Christian pedantry, which laid down the dishonest equations Christianity equals civilization, paganism equals savagery, from which there could not but ensue abominable colonialist and racist consequences, whose victims were to be the Indians, the yellow peoples, and the Negroes. Césaire then argues further that cultural cross-fertilization is a good thing, that a civilization that withdraws into itself atrophies, that for civilizations, exchange is oxygen, that the great good fortune of Europe is to have been a crossroads, and that because it was the receptacle of all philosophies, the meeting place of all sentiments, it was the best center for the redistribution of energy. Modern colonialism, which began with the European rediscovery of the Americas, decivilized vast areas of the world. It began with a Holocaust against Native Americans, 12 million of whom died in the first 40 years of the Columbian era, continued against Africans, 200 million of whom were estimated to have died in the Atlantic slave trade, and then there were countless deaths of Asian peoples as colonialism gained momentum. The debate between Bartolomé de las Casas and Juan Ginés de Sepúlveda in 1550 on the intellectual and religious capacity of the American Indians, took place at Valladolid, in the immediate wake of the Holocaust against the Indians that Columbus initiated and other Spanish colonizers continued. Ridemar, as was stated before, described that Holocaust as one of the worst instances of ethnocide in recorded history. To view that officially sponsored debate at Valladolid objectively, one could say that it was analogous to a learned Council of 14 being convened 10 years after the end of World War II to debate the pros and cons of whether the millions who had been exterminated by Hitler had, in fact, been endowed by the Almighty with the intellectual and spiritual capacity to be considered human. But this after-the-fact debate did take place, and one is yet to come across a work by a European historian in which the macabre and grisly background to that debate was fully researched, analyzed, explored, acknowledged, and then put into the correct perspective, a humanistic and honorable one. If those responsible for that grisly and unconscionable act of ethnocide had first been tried for crimes against humanity, then the debate would have been far more meaningful. But those genocidal gentlemen had, in fact, been honored with aristocratic titles, estates, and the right to own slaves. Thus, ethnocide was rewarded in the name of conquest, plunder, 29, and self-aggrandizement. If Hitler had been victorious in World War II, we certainly would have been treated to a replay of that cruel farce, the only difference being that some elements from the European perpetrators of genocide against the colonial peoples had, perhaps for the first time, because of Hitler's racist delusions about a pure Teutonic master race, also become its victims. It was ironical that Columbus should have died on May 20, 1506, in that very city of Valladolid in which the debate between a defender of racism and an advocate of equal rights for all peoples was to take place some 44 years later. He, the initiator of the racist policies that made the debate necessary, had died, carping and aggrieved that his royal sponsors had cheated him out of the fortune that should have been his because of his discovery, and cast him aside. But that was the cold-blooded Ferdinand's style. Emperor Charles V, with whom Las Casas had pleaded the Indian cause very persuasively, had convoked a council of 14 eminent theologians and sent his son and heir to represent him at that historic debate. With the most famous Latin scholar in Spain on one side and an ordinary monk whose life had nearly all been spent in the wild regions of the New World, who lacked all the graces of the polished courtier. Some discreet friend might have whispered the great Sepulveda to beware of this antagonist. Was dealing with his favorite theme. He knew it by heart. He had heard the moans and dying cries of hundreds of Indians. He has sworn to enter any field, to meet any knight, to accept any condition of mutual combat for the sake of the great cause to which his soul was anchored. The learned Sepulveda, the official biographer of Charles V, had written, prior to the debate, that Indians were born to obey and to serve others like beasts and fierce animals whom they resemble. Pontificating from his academic ivory tower, and blind to the consequences of his racist theories, Sepulveda reiterated in his Democrat's altar what he had said in the debate, that there were 4 reasons why it was lawful to make war upon the natives of the New World. 1. For the gravity of the sins which the Indians had committed, especially their idolatries and their sins against nature. 30. 2. On account of the rudeness of their natures, which brought upon them the necessity of serving persons of a more refined nature, such as that which the Spaniards possessed. 3. In order to spread the faith which would be more readily accomplished by the prior subjugation of the natives. 4. To protect the weak amongst the natives themselves duly. Considering the cruelties which the natives exercised upon one another, slaying numbers in sacrifice to false gods and practicing cannibalism. Las Casas, reading every word of his lengthy treatise entitled, Defense against the Persecutors and Slanderers of the Peoples of the New World Discovered Across the Seas, for 5 days, tore Sepulveda's specious arguments to shreds. He had described his defense as a rebuttal which flung back Sepulveda's poisoned darts, and, indeed that was what it was. Sepulveda was a classical example of one of Caesar's slavering apologists who emerged in the wake of the conquistadores. He fawned on the emperor, and shot his Latinized poison darts at the colonized to placate the bankers, the merchants, the adventurers, and the pirates. Having seen an exhibition in Brussels of works by Aztec, Mexica, Olmec, Toltec, and other Indian artists and craftsmen and craftswomen, Albrecht Dürer, one of the great painters of his age, wrote, "I saw the things which were brought to the king from the new golden land, a sun entirely of gold, a whole fathom broad, likewise, a moon, entirely of silver, just as big, likewise sundry curiosities from their weapons, armor, and missiles, very odd clothing, bedding, and all sorts of strange articles for human use, all of which is fairer to see than marvels. These things were all so precious. I have never seen in all my days what so rejoiced my heart, as these things. For I saw among them amazing artistic objects, and I marveled over the subtle ingenuity of the men in these distant lands. Indeed, I cannot say enough about the things that were brought before me." These were the words of a great artist, but when Las Casas testified at Valladolid about the creative gifts of the Indians, the learned 31. Sepulveda declared that insects also created great works of art. So away with Rembrandt, Michelangelo, and the great Chinese, Japanese, African, Amerindian masters, let us abandon art to insects, while we glorify ethnocide and slavery in the name of prophets and religion. Many centuries later, Frobenius, writing about the creators of the West African art he had discovered, seemed to echo what Dürer had said of the Indians of Mexico, that they were civilized to the marrow of their bones. The idea of the barbaric Negro is a European invention. After that historic debate, the son and heir of Charles V, forbade by a royal order made at Valladolid in 1550, the circulation in Mexico or the New World of the work of Sepulveda and its pernicious doctrines on his father's behalf. But these pernicious doctrines were subsequently published in Rome and circulated in many parts of Europe, and the chances of copies having been smuggled into different regions of the far-flung Spanish Empire were very good. Las Casas died 16 years after the debate had taken place, and his defense, his History of the Indies and other works were suppressed for 311 years. Thus Sepulveda and his mentor Oviedo were able to set the tone for a racist theology for which Columbus and Vespucci's writings and deeds had provided the seminal material, and their racist ideology lodged itself at the heart of colonialism like a cancer that has yet to be cured. Chekhov, in one of his bitingly satirical moods, had once declared that it is often easier to unite mankind under banners of hatred, malice, deceit, and greed, than under those of love, compassion, and kindness. Sepulveda, appearing on the scene almost 5 centuries before Chekhov, had dedicated his life and scholarship to validating that theory. One of the iniquities of dishonest scholarship that is used to further the cause of racism, is that it tells us very little about the resistance of the victims of that pernicious blight. But inevitably, there was resistance. Columbus, and others coming after him, vilified the Caribs because they fought with an epic heroism against European intrusions into their homeland. Columbus' initial encounters with the Caribs filled him with dread. At a time when he knew that his enemies at court were poisoning the minds of his sovereigns against him, the indomitable fighting spirit of those men and women of the Caribbean saga left him heavy with forebodings. On his first voyage the Caribs had attacked him on the way to what was eventually to become the site of La Navidad, the first European settlement in the Columbian era. His caravels were greeted with a storm of arrows when they had sailed too close to the shores of the Golfo de las Flechas, Gulf of Arrows. Those Carib arrows marked 32. The first armed encounter between Prospero and Caliban in the Americas, and it took place in the narrow straits that separate Cuba from Haiti. Columbus had built a fort at La Navidad, and left 39 of his officers and crew to man it. Charles Duff said of that initial European bridgehead, that the first step the colonists took was to torment and maltreat the inoffensive natives from whom they took gold ornaments and other valuables. Then they set about seducing their wives and daughters. Gold and women soon caused bickerings and jealousies which developed into bloody quarrels. But Duff would have us excuse those intemperate intruders because they were ex-convicts, rascals, and lawless fellows, most of them. Columbus' diary dated January 2, 1493, tells us, however, He left on the island of Hispaniola a fortress and 39 men whom he said were great friends of King Guacanagari, and over these he placed Diego de Arana, a native of Cordova, Pedro Gutierrez, butler to the king's household, and Rodrigo de Escobedo, a native of Segovia and a nephew of Fray Rodrigo Porres. He left them also seed for sowing, his officers, secretary and alguacil among them, a ship carpenter, caulker, a good gunner who understood engineering, a cooper, a physician, and a tailor, all being men of the sea. Contrary to what Duff had claimed, a significant number of the 39 were respectable servants of the Spanish court, hidalgos with administrative training and highly trained technicians and craftsmen. Therefore, had these elite elements been so inclined, they could easily have disciplined the wrongdoers and brought them to heel, but they obviously had sanctioned the excesses against their Indian hosts and most likely had taken part in them. Indeed, Duff should have known that the Spanish hidalgos or any of their European peers, suddenly released from the checks and balances at home, and armed to the teeth, would have become afflicted with a surfeit of freedom, and their conduct towards unarmed Indians and Africans would be no less abominable than that of felons, rascals, and lawless fellows. 33. The peaceful Arawaks who had welcomed Columbus and his men, goaded to breaking point by their lascivious and brutal guests, sent messengers to Catanabo, ruler of the kingdom of Maguana, the richest of the 5 kingdoms on the island of Hispaniola, asking for help. Catanabo, Las Casas tells us, surpassed all other rulers on that island in power, wealth, and courage. After the messengers were dispatched, the squabbles among the Spanish settlers escalated to the point where one of them was killed, and a dissident group left for the Golden Mountains of Cibao. This was the first mention of European adventurers in the Columbian era setting out to chase a mirage of El Dorado. An important factor to bear in mind is that this myth was passed on to white settlers by Indians who had every reason to want to see them vanish from the face of the earth. The Baraima Caribs of Guyana, those indomitable remnants of great sea rovers and wanderers, 1,000 miles south of Hispaniola, still tell in their oral histories of how they used the El Dorado myth to send European explorers to their death. It was Catanabo who sent word through Guacanagari's messengers that rumors should be spread that there were riverbeds strewn with gold in the mountains of Cibao. In describing the fate of the unruly adventurers, Duff wrote, "The cacique or chief who rules over the territory in which these mountains were situated was the fierce Catanabo, a man who had risen by courage and cunning from the status of a simple adventurer to that of a chief whose influence was paramount over the whole of Hispaniola. He was of Carib origin. He regarded with jealousy and distrust the arrival of the Spaniards, and even his otherwise unsqueamish feelings must have been turned into a bitter hatred of them as accounts reached him of the cruelties and tyranny practiced upon the peaceful coast Indians by the handful of rascals whom Columbus had left at the fort. Into the territories of this fearsome chief, Gutierrez and Escobedo and their followers had ventured to intrude. They were all immediately put to 34. Death, and Jamaica. 30 islands in the neighborhood of San Juan were entirely depopulated. On the side of the continent, kingdom after kingdom was desolate, tribe after tribe exterminated. 12 millions of Indians on those continental lands perished under the barbarous handling of the Spaniards. Their property was no more secure than their lives. For greed of gold, ornaments were torn from neck and ear, and as the masked burglar threatens his victim until he reveals the hiding place of this store, the Indians were subjected to the most cruel tortures to compel the disclosure of mines which never existed and the location of gold in streams and fields in which the Almighty has never planted it. Obedience secured no better treatment than sullenness, faithful service no better reward than 40. That which followed treachery. The meanest Spaniard might violate the family of the most exalted chief, and home had no sanctity in the bestial eyes of the soldier. The courtiers rode proudly through the streets of Isabella Vecchia and in those of the New Isabella, their horses terrifying the poor Indians while their riders shook their plumed heads and waved their glistening swords. As they rode along, their lances were passed into women and children, and no greater pastime was practiced by them than wagering as to a cavalier's ability to completely cleave a man with one dexterous blow of his sword. A score would fall before one would drop in the divided parts essential to winning the wager. No card or dice afforded equal sport. Another knight from Spain must sever his victim's head from the shoulder at the first sweep of his sword. Fortunes were lost on the ability of a swordsman to run an Indian through the body at a designated spot. Children were snatched from their mothers' arms and dashed against the rocks as they passed. Other children they threw into the water that the mothers might witness their drowning struggles. Babes were snatched from their mothers' breasts, and a brave Spaniard's strength was tested by his ability to tear an infant into two pieces by pulling apart its tiny legs. And the pieces of the babe were then given to the hounds that in their hunting they might be the more eager to catch their prey. The pedigree of a Spanish bloodhound had nothing prouder in its record than the credit of 1,000 dead or mangled Indians. Some natives they hung on gibbets, and it was their reverential custom to gather at a time sufficient victims to hang 13 in a row, and thus piously to commemorate Christ and the 12 apostles. Moloch must have been in the skies. I have been an eyewitness of all these cruelties, and an infinite number of others which I pass over in silence. Charles Duff, in his The Truth About Columbus, added a short postscript to Las Casas' description. Under these conditions the race of Indians dissolved. Even before 12 years had elapsed after the discovery of Hispaniola, several 100,000 of its original inhabitants had perished, victims of the cruelty of the white man. Its population, estimated in 1492 at 3 million, had dwindled to about 300. Of the 600,000 people in Puerto Rico and Jamaica, scarcely 200 remained half a century later. The same tragedy is to be recorded of Cuba and other islands. It is estimated that in this 41 terrible episode of human history about 12 million Indians disappeared forever from the face of the earth. It was in the wake of this cataclysmic erasure of the Indian presence that the African slave made his appearance in the Americas of the Columbian era by the hundreds of thousands to fill the vacancies left by the depleted and sometimes completely annihilated Indian labor force. Columbus never produced a shred of valid evidence to support this vilification of the Caribs as cannibals. On his second voyage he had visited Dominica, Guadeloupe, and other islands in the eastern Caribbean, and on Guadeloupe he had come across Carib settlements where his men found human bones and skulls hanging about in the huts. These relics of ancestor worship were cited by Columbus as evidence of Carib anthropophagism. It was as fatuous to come to this conclusion as it would have been for Caribs to have visited the catacombs of Rome and, finding piles of human bones that certain Catholic orders keep as sacred relics, concluded that the Pope and his followers were cannibals. The other basis for Columbus' racist slander was even more flimsy and unconvincing. He claimed that the Arawakians had told him repeatedly that when the Caribs captured their people those unfortunate captives never returned. They, therefore, concluded that Caribs ate their captives. But Africans and Indians felt the same way about European slave catchers. Since these violent white strangers captured so many of their kith and kin who never returned home, they were convinced that Europeans were cannibals. By the time the slaves from Africa began arriving in the Americas, the European colonizers' appetite for untrammeled cruelty, individual and collective sadism and an unbridled greed for gold had already been titillated by the extermination of 12 million Indians. The practice of racism, and its moral justification had already evolved to the point where the two could be synchronized to convince millions of people about the efficacy of enslaving all those who are not us. Slavery was essentially a business enterprise. Columbus understood this very well when he suggested sending Carib slaves to Spain. The admiral, having introduced it, died in his early 50s, having left it as a heritage to others. His son, Ferdinand, wrote his biography while living on the proceeds from his estates in Hispaniola, where 600 slaves toiled under the whip. The Sepulveda Las Casas debate in 1550, therefore, was in a very real sense an academic one. The protector of the Indians did his best to bring that debate down to earth, to tear it away from its ivory tower, but he really did not succeed. Slavery lasted as long as it was profitable. When it became unprofitable it was abolished. Perhaps, Las Casas knew that this would be 42. The case, and that is why he asked that his works should not be published for a century after his death. But independent of Columbus and the other European players in the drama of colonization, conquest, ethnocide, and slavery, there were cultural interrelationships between Africans and Indians that were of great significance. These were far more profound than scholars studying the Columbian era have deigned to acknowledge. Columbus had learned his lessons in race relations in Spain and on the Guinea coast before sailing to the New World. In the decades he had spent in Spain and Portugal after leaving his native Genoa, he had met both Jews and Africans. The Jews balanced precariously between the corridors of power and a wilderness of the persecuted, and the Africans, both slaves and freemen, faring rather badly after the fall of Granada on January 2, 1492. It was Sant'Angelo, a Marano, a learned man and one of great wealth and influence, who had helped to convince Isabella that the enterprise of the Indies which Columbus had invited her to sponsor was one that should be taken seriously. And at court, Queen Isabella's secretaries, confessors, and privy councillors, some of whose acquaintances Columbus had studiously cultivated, were all either Jews or Marranos. The most trusted of her confessors, Hernando de Talavera, the grandson of a Jewess, was a friend of Columbus' mentors at the La Rabida monastery. Columbus, penniless and hungry, after leaving Portugal secretly with his young son, Diego, to escape his creditors, had rung the convent bell at the Franciscan monastery of Santa Maria de la Rabida to ask for a crust of bread and a drink of water for his little boy. It was a cold night in January in the year 1485. The monks gave him shelter, and there he met the remarkable Fray Antioni de Marchena, a man reputed to have great knowledge of cosmography and astronomy, and who took a keen interest in all matters of discovery and navigation. It was a stroke of luck for Columbus to have met this extraordinarily intelligent, compassionate, and influential man who introduced him to Queen Isabella a year later. A tragic postscript to Columbus' relationships with his Jewish mentors was that for his second voyage to the Indies there was no question of a shortage of money. Jewish property from one end of Spain to the other had been efficiently pillaged, and the royal coffers were full. It was also ironic that when Columbus' fleet of 17 ships was sailing out of the Bay of Cadiz on September 25, 1493, they sailed past vessels crowded with 43 destitute Jews bound for the Guinea coast. It was the practice of holy inquisitors to sentence these unfortunates to seizure of their property and banishment to inhospitable stretches of the African west coast. The admiral's first encounters with people of color had been in Spain and Portugal, and this had included both free persons and slaves. The historian Peter Martyr wrote that the Pinzon brothers were known everywhere in the Mediterranean world as the Negro Pinzones. But this did not bother Columbus when he had to plead with Martin Alonso Pinzon to join his enterprise of the Indies, for in this instance questions of class, enlightened self-interest, and expediency overrode those of skin color and race. This same enlightened self-interest seemed to render him momentarily color-blind when Columbus had, in 1481, commanded a ship in the expedition which the Portuguese government had sent to the Guinea coast under Admiral Azumabaga. The expedition was to establish trade, and every effort was made by the Portuguese to do so. They established contact with the Negro king and exchanged presents with him. Furthermore, they negotiated a treaty which gave the Portuguese exclusive right to exchange their goods for gold. At Elmina the Portuguese built a fort as a stronghold for their merchandise. It survives to this day under the name of Fort St. George. The voyage was in every way successful. When gold was involved and the Negro African king had armed followers, Columbus had treated him with the greatest deference in glaring contrast to his treatment of unarmed Indians in the New World. He had, in addition, met ordinary black and brown seamen, beggars, toughs, sailors of fortune, merchants, visiting dignitaries, and the other polyglot types frequenting Mediterranean seaports in that age of adventure. Ortiz de Zuniga, a historian from Seville, writing in 1474, said that many black people from the African west coast had entered Spain during the 14th and 15th centuries. Since the time of King Don Enrique III, the blacks were treated with kindness. They were allowed to gather for parties and dances on their holidays, and this made them more inclined to work and more tolerant of their slavery. Some among them were outstanding in their ability and were consequently given the title of overseer, which meant that they would watch over the others together with their masters, and with the representatives of the law. 44. To settle the quarrels. This was recorded in very old documents and was endorsed by a royal decree issued at Duena on November 8, 1474, the year which the title of Portero de Camara was given to Juan de Valladolid. This is one of those romantic and racist statements disguised as liberal and enlightened scholarship. It implies that blacks took to slavery like birds take to the air. On the other hand, perhaps Don Enrique III was considered kind in an age that was notable for the aristocracy's mindless brutality towards serfs and slaves. Michelet, the 19th-century French historian, tells us that up to the time of the French Revolution, there were still medieval laws in the statute books giving a nobleman the right to disembowel 2 serfs after a hunt in the winter, so that such a civilized Christian gentleman could warm his cold hands and feet in the hot entrails of the unfortunate victims. The apologists for slavery and ethnocide created their own perverted myths and trumpeted the lies, one of which was that Africans made better slaves than Indians, since they were hardier. Contrary to this notion, the Indians of the Caribbean were, in fact, the healthiest people who have ever inhabited the island archipelago. Living in harmony with nature, afflictions like the common cold, measles, chicken pox, syphilis, malnutrition, and obesity were unknown to them. Thus, they had no antibodies to combat the diseases the Europeans brought with them, and hence, were easy prey to those diseases. In addition, slavery and ethnocide were hardly designed to improve a people's health and well-being. Another myth that Ortiz de Zuniga among others unabashedly embraced was that Africans, by keeping essences of their culture alive through music, dance, and song, were thereby providing proof that they were happy in their slavery. The third and most insidious myth was that slaves could be civilized by whips, chains, forced labor and racism. The victims of the European zeal for colonization and conquest in the Caribbean and the rest of the Americas have very little to celebrate 5 centuries after Columbus made his doomsday entrance into this hemisphere. Columbus' voyages gave the European the symbols he needed to define a vast pool of labor that happened to be predominantly brown or black. The concept of the white man came into being simultaneously with that of the black man. Both were part of an ideological accommodation that the Columbian era made necessary when the central focus was on Europeans exploiting Indians, Africans, and Asians. That 45. Concept of white or black, with its clarity and oversimplification, redefined the role of master and slave, colonizer and colonized, Prospero and Caliban, white overlords and black subjects. Ironically, the white beings in Indian legends were invariably portrayed as devil apparitions the color of snow or of tiger orchids. White was never conceived of by them, or by any other third world peoples, as the skin color of human beings. After 5 centuries of struggle, we can at last resurrect true images of ourselves. For us, the Carib is no longer the demonized cannibal/Caliban creature, but an archetypal freedom fighter who takes his rightful place with Cainabo, Puramacani, Anacoana, Caracas, Kairouane, Higi, Nani, Boni, Toussaint, Zamzam, Acabaria, Bolivar, Barcala, and a host of others who resisted Prospero's bid to enslave and dehumanize millions of people of color in the Americas. Marx had said that no social system departs from the arena of history before exhausting its creative potentialities, and those of the Indians and Africans in the Americas, after 5 centuries of cataclysmic encounters with Euro-American civilization, still possess a limitless potential for creativity, humanism, and life. Gilberto Freire, whose work, Masters and Slaves, romanticized slavery in Brazil, glorified Indian, and to a lesser extent African sensuality, and left us with the implicit suggestion that in exchange for the surfeit of the sensual, Indians and peoples of African descent could not also aspire to have a European-type intelligence. Therefore, his inverted racism hides behind a smokescreen of romantic clichés. If people are sensual, it is because they are fully alive and their senses are attuned to appreciating all of the positive experiences in the human and natural world. Intelligence and sensuality are, therefore, organic parts of the human personality, and no race of people has a monopoly on one or the other. The significance of Freire's work is that despite its romantic wanderings, it nevertheless acknowledges very clearly that Brazilian civilization was built upon foundations of Indian and African cultures. He told us that the peculiar predisposition of the Portuguese to a hybrid and slave culture in their tropical colonies is partly explained by their own ethnic past and even more by their cultural past as an undefined people oscillating between Europe and Africa. They belong definitely to neither one nor the other but exist through both. The African influence that boils underneath the European gives mordant ardor to his sexual life, his cuisine, and his religion, the black or Moorish blood that runs through sections of its partly white. 46. Population is sometimes predominant in regions that are even today inhabited by dark-skinned people. The warm and oleous air of Africa softens the Germanic harshness of the institutions and culture, undermines the rigidity of the morals and the doctrines of Christianity, feudalism, Gothic architecture, canonic discipline, Visigothic law, Latin, and even the character of the people. It was Europe that governed, by Africa that ruled. George Lamming, a gifted Barbadian poet and novelist, in describing Columbus' arrival in the Americas and the events that followed, also gives eloquent testimony to the mixing of bloods of all the races in the Caribbean melting pot when he wrote, "First Columbus, coaxing and bullying his crew to find India by a western route, choosing that name from his mistake and a legend of his time, for that land, known as Antigua or that Antilles, which ancient charts show in the region of Azores, next the full European descent, urged both by adventure and greed, Spain, France, England, Holland as well as the Danes and Swedes, and a tiny, almost forgotten rock pool of Germans. All arrived in this Caribbean sea like an epidemic ignorant of its specific target, human heroes and victims of an imagination and a quest shot through with gold. And all have remained in the complexions of their descendants who now inhabit these lands. The indigenous Carib and Arawak Indians, living by their own lights long before the European adventure, gradually disappear, in a blind wild forest of blood. That mischievous gift, the sugar cane, is introduced, and a fantastic human migration moves to the new world of the Caribbean, deported crooks and criminals, defeated soldiers and royalist gentlemen fleeing from Europe, slaves from the west coast of Africa, East Indians, Chinese Corsicans, and Portuguese. The list is always incomplete, but they all move and meet on an unfamiliar soil, in a violent rhythm of race and religion. These two marvelously evocative pieces by Freire and Lamming, however, need an explanatory postscript. The mixing of races does not by itself alter the economics of exploitation or class structures. Therefore, with the vast majority of offspring of powerful white masters and impoverished slaves and servants, although their skin color might have changed, they were simply cast adrift in a sea of the poor with darker complexions. The handful who escaped this fate were the exceptions to 47. The rule. Freire, actually, is propounding a pan-miscegenation theory, and if the dark victims of capitalist exploitation embrace this theory uncritically, they are liable to become afflicted with the following irreconcilable contradiction: love and glorification of the colonizer and hatred of self. José Martí, in redefining what we are as a people in this hemisphere, does not bob and weave down paths of pan-miscegenation. Instead he asks boldly, do we not see how the same blow that paralyzes the Indian paralyzes America? And then he affirms that not until the Indian is made to walk tall, will America. The Indian, through his folk myths, his song poems, rituals, and histories recited from generation to generation by the shamans, rememberers, and storytellers, believed that the human world was one surrounded by auras of stillness that were often invaded by violent rhythms of death and resurrection. They were convinced that time emptied itself from a gigantic cosmic container in cycles of 41 years. The Aztec priests believed that the European explorers of the Columbian era made their violent appearance into their midst during a period of stasis when the cosmic container had been emptied and was about to be refilled. The Indian shamans say that the 500-year cycle of violence and terror which the Columbian era brought into play, will end when all of the oppressed peoples of the Americas rise up and defeat their tormentors. Marty challenged us to make a choice between our America or theirs, the America of the usurper or that of the freedom fighter resisting the usurpation of his land, the destruction of his culture and the slow death that servitude imposes. He underlines the fact that he had chosen to stand shoulder with the victims of oppression rather than with the oppressor when he wrote, "One comes from fathers of Valencia and mothers of the Canaries and one feels the burning blood of Tamanaco and Paramaconi running through one's veins, and one sees as our own blood that which the heroic and naked Caracas spilt over the craggy hills of Calvary, breast to breast with the Gonzalos of iron armor." Marty also posed this question of choices very explicitly when he declared, "With Guaycapuro, Paramaconi with Anacoana, with Hachua we should be, and not with the flames that burnt them, nor the ropes that bound them." In this hemisphere we cannot just claim that by mingling our blood with that of the destroyer of the Indian, the enslaver of the African and the exploiter of peoples of a rainbow array of races, colors, and creeds, we do not have to acknowledge the roots of our existence in the human world. For us, the sons and daughters of the New World diaspora, our 48 ancestors are those who struggled most valiantly, paid the highest price in blood and suffering and who generation after generation pick up the fallen standards from those who fought for freedom before them. This does not isolate Africans, the people of the African diaspora and Indians in some exclusive racial club. We have had enough of racist humbug, but it defines for us what we are in a very concrete fashion and leaves for all others the option of fighting shoulder to shoulder with us to ensure that in our America there will no longer remain a single vestige of racism. We could then declare as Melville had done that we are the heirs of all time and with all peoples we share our inheritance. Bibliography. Berkhofer, Robert F., Jr. The White Man's Indian, Alfred A. Knopf, New York, 1978. Cesar, Aim. Discourse on Colonialism, Monthly Review Press, New York, 1972. Duff, Charles. The Truth About Columbus, Random House, New York, 1936. Fell, Barry. America B.C., Pocket Books, New York, 1976. Franco, Jose Luciano. The Black Presence in the New World, Translo. SUNY Paz, Casa de las Americas, No. 7, Havana, 1978. Frere, Gilberto. Masters and Slaves, Alfred A. Knopf, New York, 1956. Hanka, Louis. All Mankind is One, Northern Illinois University Press, DeKalb. 1972. Lamming, George. Pleasures of Exile, Michael Joseph Publishers, London, 1960. Moore, Richard. Caribs, Cannibals and Human Relations, Pathway Press, New York. 1972. Narva, Tijo. Rape of the Sun People, Essay, unpublished, c. 1970. Redamar, Fernando. Caliban, Essay, unpublished, c. 1970. Thatcher, John Boyd. Christopher Columbus, Volume I, G.P. Putnam's Sons, New York. 1903. Van Sertima, Yvonne. They Came Before Columbus, Random House, New York, 1976. Estevan, an African soldier of fortune in the early Columbian era. He claimed that Africans south of the Sahara have no history. M has become an incantation offered by high priests of Euro/M American scholarship for centuries, and very dutifully, the responses by a host of white historians and a number of misguided black ones have echoed this spurious and fantastic racist slander. Two modern English historians, who are part of the clique of academic high priests, and who have erased black peoples from the pages of their voluminous historical tomes, are the late Arnold Toynbee, and Lord Roper. The latter, still alive and well, continues to trumpet his racist fictions, while hiding behind the accolade of being an Oxford University don. The contention that Africans south of the Sahara have no history has always been inadvertently negated by the fact that the same dubious claimants invariably accord to Africans north of the Sahara certain romantic and exotic rights to have a history. In order to justify this Orwellian doublethink, Euro-American historians simply remove vast areas of northern Africa from the continent as a whole, and claim that the peoples inhabiting these areas are not really African. We are then presented with the fiction that Egypt is not a part of Africa, nor is Nubia, Libya, Carthage, or Morocco, etc. And further, that the polyglot peoples clinging to the littoral of northern and northeastern Africa are indeed a Euro-Mediterranean people, or else they are Hamites who have only had peripheral contacts with the masses of peoples in Black Africa. Although the facts of ancient African history make nonsense of this claim, and the complexions and features of even the relatively recent arrivals to the North African littoral, like the Arabs for example, tend to 49. 50. Refute it even more emphatically, it is nevertheless touted as gospel by Eurocentric historians who seem bent on proving that there are none so blind as those who will not see. There are even more far-fetched and spurious theories which seek to affirm that Egyptians, Nubians, Ethiopians, Libyans, Libyan Nubians, Carthaginians, Moors, Berbers, and the creators of the Zimbabwe civilization are peoples with mysterious ancestors, some of whom might actually have come from outer space. Racism inspires laughable fantasies. But, once these are peddled by Eurocentric scholars, they are not greeted with the derision they deserve. On the contrary, they are taken as serious scholarly theories. Christopher Columbus, and many of the European explorers who followed in his wake, often boasted in their diaries that benighted native peoples thought that they were men from heaven. It now appears that descendants of those freebooters and diarists are anxious to hand over their rights to heaven to black people so that they might concentrate more zealously on monopolizing and exploiting the earth's riches. In short, heaven could wait. But asserting that black Africans have no history, as so many Eurocentric historians have done with impunity for centuries, is tantamount to suggesting that black people do not really exist. If, on the other hand, some grudgingly acknowledge that they do exist, but live in a historyless state, the implicit suggestion is that black people are not entirely human. So these folk with their midnight complexions, having been robbed of both their history and essential human qualities by racist ideologues, are relegated to the status of twilight beings, ghostly facsimiles of Homo sapiens that are neither entirely Homo nor sapiens. However, since it has been established beyond a reasonable doubt that the human race had its origins in Africa, one might well ask, if black Africans do not exist, then who on earth does? Are we all, in fact, despite differences of race, color, and creed, an invisible mutant strain of creatures inhabiting a limbo world of make-believe? Faced with the daunting challenge of rewriting this distorted Eurocentric history of the world, some pioneering and trailblazing black historians have tended to take the "we too were there" approach. Heroes, villains, saints, sinners, sadistic dictators, rulers and leaders of every description, eminent men and women of letters and of the arts have been thrown together willy-nilly in what are more books of lists than history. J.A. Rogers, an outstanding self-taught black historian, was often guilty of indulging in this potpourri syndrome. But his sound and encyclopedic research provided invaluable primary material for younger black historians like Professor Edward Scobie, who followed in his wake. Professor Scobie took some of Rogers' raw material, and with his profound insight into the Estevan, an African soldier of fortune in the early Columbian era, 51 essences of black history, separated the important material from the bathos. When one reads Black Britannia, Scobie's major work, one is able to understand very clearly that black individuals, in the face of seemingly impossible odds, were able to function with distinction in alien societies like that of Elizabethan Britain because they had brought their African civilization with them and kept its finest essences alive through epic struggles. The story of Estevan, or Estevanico, is not a pretty one. But he was essentially a man of his age. He arrived in Florida as a slave, and miraculously survived a trying 8-year-long journey on foot from the Atlantic to the Pacific coast. His final venture as a mercenary of the Viceroy of Mexico was a profoundly ignoble one. The Zuni Indians put paid to his ambitions when, quite justifiably, they killed him in self-defense. Yet when one takes into account all of Esteban's activities, good and bad, one cannot but help admitting that he was an extraordinarily gifted man. The rest of this essay speaks for itself. The history of the African presence in the New World during the first 5 decades of the Columbian era is, at best, sketchy and fragmented. It is, indeed, more notable for its omissions than for the truths it reveals to us or the facts it unfolds. When one talks about the African presence during this initial period of European discovery and colonization, it is important that one first explains that this would include Afro-Hispanic, Afro-Portuguese and Moorish African elements, in addition to slaves from Africa and those who had come via Spain. The first Africans who came to the Americas during this era did so by way of Spain, a fact that should hardly surprise us, since the Moors had conquered and ruled Spain for 7 centuries, and Granada, the last Moorish stronghold, only fell on January 2, 1492, 8 months before Columbus set sail for the New World. Moorish Africans, therefore, would have been occupying positions ranging from slaves to members of the ruling elite in both Morocco and its overseas territories. The Tuaregs, a black, Saharan people, who were relatively new converts to Islam, were very well represented in the ranks of the military, the top administration, and were among the most prominent leaders of the faithful. For as new converts, they were the most ardent believers. The black presence in the Americas in the Columbian era began with the August 3, 1492 voyage of Columbus. Peter Martyr, the first major historian of the Americas, and a reasonably reliable source considering that he never set foot in the Indies or the mainland territories, mentions in passing that the Pinzon brothers, of whom Martin Alonso was 52. Columbus' chief pilot and one of his principal partners in his enterprise of the Indies, were known everywhere as Negro Pinzones. These brothers, as both their Spanish names and their reputations as renowned seamen indicates, were Afro-Spanish and middle class. They were also much better off financially than Columbus, since they could afford to make a substantial monetary investment in his first voyage. Charles Duff wrote in The Truth About Columbus, a historical work that is notable for its extensive use of primary research material. In a lawsuit which took place many years after his death, evidence was submitted by fellow pilots and by sailors who had navigated with him that he, in addition to the 3 Pinzon brothers, another of Columbus' pilots, Pedro Alonso Nino, was recorded as having been a man of color. After the first voyage, the chronicle of the black presence takes on new dimensions. In 1513, 30 Negroes helped Balboa hack his way through the tropical undergrowth to reach the Pacific Ocean. There were black soldiers with Ponce de Leon, when he set out to find the Fountain of Youth, and inadvertently landed on the Florida coast. Langston Hughes, in his famous Negro Heroes of America, wrote, "When Hernando Cortés invaded Mexico in 1519, one of the Negroes in his army of 700 found in his ration of rice one day some grains of wheat. These he planted, and is so credited with introducing the first wheat onto the mainland of the New World. And by 1523 there were so many Negroes in Mexico that it was decided to limit their entrance, since it was thought they might try to seize the ruling powers from the Spaniards, as indeed some in 1537 were accused of plotting to do." 2. Esteban, an African soldier of fortune in the early Columbian era. 53. Brundage, the American historian, tells us that one of the collectors of Atahualpa's ransom was a black soldier of fortune, evidently a trusted comrade in arms of Pizarro, and that this soldier, whose name was not mentioned, along with 2 Spaniards, was sent over the Great Road to Cuzco, the capital. The Negro was dropped off in Juaja to organize the gold collection in that city. 3. This ransom, a roomful of gold, was perhaps the most astronomical amount ever exacted in recorded history. It was a strange relationship in what was at the time distant Peru, a nameless African mercenary, and Pizarro, a former swineherd from Spain turned conquistador. Hughes tells us further of how black soldiers of fortune carried the body of Pizarro, founder of the city of Lima, into the cathedral after he was killed in 1541. Richard Robert Wright, writing in The American Anthropologist of 1902, stated, in an essay entitled, Negro Companions of the Spanish Explorers, that, during this interesting period, certain Negroes connected with the Spanish explorers rendered conspicuous service on various expeditions. Mr. George Parker Winship mentions in his Coronado expedition that a Negro slave of Hernando de Alarcon, in the expedition of 1540, was the only one who would undertake to carry a message from the Rio Colorado across the country to the Zuñas in New Mexico when Alarcon wished to open communication with Coronado. 4. This was an act of heroism bordering on foolhardiness, for crossing those arid lands was in itself a formidable task. But, doing so surrounded by Indians who were justifiably hostile to the idea of Spanish incursions into their territories, meant that this nameless Negro assumed somewhat erroneously that the local inhabitants, even if they were not friendly, would, at least, not harm him. Estevan made the same false assumption and it cost him his life. Herrera, who like Martyr, was one of the first historians of the Americas, left us with interesting and very perceptive accounts of the beginnings of the Columbian era. Despite a certain Spanish chauvinism and a distaste for people of color, his writings make it possible for us to glimpse otherwise unrecorded facts about both Africans and Indians. And, unlike Martyr, Herrera had actually lived and traveled extensively in the New World. Here is his chronicle of events that took place between 1531 and 1548. 1,531 Negroes born in America were found to be better laborers than those brought from Guinea. 1,532 The king had sent the force of 2 ships to make war on the Caribs. It was the general opinion that the troubles on this island were caused by Negro slaves, Wolofs, and Berberisci, and so the king was asked not to send any more. 1,533 The Wolofs of San Juan were declared to be haughty, disobedient, rebellious, and incorrigible, and could not be taken to any part of the Indies without express permission. 1,540 In Quivira, Mexico, there was a Negro who had taken holy ecclesiastic orders. 1,542 There was established at Cuamanga, 3 brotherhoods of the true cross of Spaniards, one for the Indians, and one of Negroes. 1,548 An uprising of Negroes took place in San Pedro of Honduras. 5. The Wolofs and Berberisci, about whom Herrera writes, were African Muslims who had come to the New World via Spain. Columbus had sailed in his 4 voyages inside a great circle of the Caribbean archipelago, the Mosquito Coast and the northern littoral of the South American continent. It was as though, having crossed the Atlantic, he proceeded to lock himself inside this great arc. Although his ships had touched on the mainland off the Gulf of Paria, an attack of arthritis had prevented him from actually setting foot on South American soil. Subsequently, patterns of exploration and settlement tended to move in concentric circles around the curve Columbus had first traced. Florida, Mexico, the Isthmus of Panama and the Pearl Coast of Venezuela were all part of the second circle. Afterwards, the circle became elliptical, and stretched out to encompass all of South America. The Florida Peninsula was like an arm thrusting itself between the first and second circles. At the end of the arm was a folded fist with a forefinger pointing towards thousands of Ks, and the Caribbean. Estevan, an African soldier of fortune in the early Columbian era 55. Florida became a pivotal area for the establishment of a unique black presence in North America. Because of fierce and implacable Indian resistance, the Spanish were unable to colonize Florida for over 100 years. Perhaps, at this point, one should explain how Florida got its name. Poma de Ayala, the half-Inca, half-Spanish historian, tells us that Juan Ponce de Leon, in his futile search for the fountain which converts old men into youths, 6 was driven by a storm to a coast north of Cuba, which he named Florida, because it was Easter Day 7 and Easter was celebrated that year on the 27th of March. This day was sometimes called the Pascua Florida, the Feast of Flowers. Herrera says that Ponce de Leon called the land La Florida partly because of its wealth of flowers and partly because of the church festival. A succession of European histories have continued to portray Ponce de Leon as a romantic who had become obsessed with the Indian legend of a fountain of youth. But the reality of de Leon's second and final incursion into Florida is far from romantic, and curiously, we are never told about his atrocious deeds against the Indians or his ignominious end. In 1515, with a commission from King Ferdinand to conquer and colonize Florida, de Leon set about despoiling the Indian lands and slaughtering the Indians, but de Ayala tells us that the Indians fought back valiantly and defeated him, slaying almost all who had accompanied him. He himself escaped with only 6 of his companions, and together they sailed for Cuba, where all died of the wounds they had received. 8. In the ensuing decades, a number of other Spanish ventures into Florida were to meet an equally grim fate. In 1518, Miruelo, master of a caravel, had touched unexpectedly on the coast of Chicoria. The Indians had received him well, sending the elated captain back to Santo Domingo with gifts of silver and gold. Hearing Miruelo's story, a group of wealthy patrons, including Lucas Vázquez de Illán, a judge and a member of a special royal tribunal, the Audiencia, armed 2 ships and sent them on a slaving enterprise. The main purpose of this venture was to capture and bring back as many Indians as possible as slaves. Ironically, one of the principal roles of the Audiencia was to ensure that justice was done to the Indians. 2 ships were armed and fitted out for this slaving venture. Miruelo, for reasons unknown, had failed to chart his course to and from Chicoria. 56. And foul weather forced the ships to land in Florida at a cape which they called Santa Elena. And, Poma de Ayala tells us, afterward they came to a river called Jordan in memory of the sailor who first saw it. Here they landed, and the Indians were amazed at the sight of bearded men who wore clothing. Nevertheless, each treated the other in a friendly manner. The Indians offered the Spaniards some very fine and fragrant marten furs, some seed pearls and small quantities of silver, whereas the latter in turn presented them with articles brought for barter. When the ships were loaded with supplies of wood, water, and provisions, the Spaniards embraced their new friends and invited them to come on board to examine their vessels and the cargo carried in their holds. More than 130 natives entered the ships. Then when the Spaniards saw such a good haul below deck, they weighed anchor and set sail for Santo Domingo. On the voyage, one of the 2 vessels was lost, and even though the other arrived safely, all the Indians had perished of sorrow and starvation, for being angry at the deception done them under the guise of friendship, they had refused to eat. 9. Luca Vázquez de Illán, the judge and member of the Audiencia, cheered by the results of this monstrous deception, had hurried to Spain, where he won for himself a charter to conquer and govern Chicoria. He also received a knighthood in the Order of Santiago. In 1524, this august juror, with Miruelo as his navigator, set out with 3 large, well-armed and well-equipped vessels to seize the heritage which the royal charter had entitled him to. Poma de Ayala recounts the rest of the story, and one can almost hear the Inca part of him chuckling. At the river Jordan, the licentiate Illán lost his flagship, but with his 2 remaining vessels, he sailed towards the east and landed on the coast of a peaceful and delightful region near Chicoria, where the natives received him with much festivity and praise. Believing that all now was in his power, he commanded 200 Spaniards to disembark and inspect a village 3 leagues inland. The Indians directed these men to that place, but one night, after they had feasted them for 3 or 4 days and given assurances of loyalty, they slew them all. Then at dawn they made a sudden attack on the few who had remained at the coast to guard the ships, and when they had killed and wounded the Esteban, an African soldier of fortune in the early Columbian era 57. Majority, they forced the others, including the judge, to embark and return, broken and defeated, to Santo Domingo. 10. Tijo Narva, an Afro-Carib writer, in his essay Rape of the Sun People wrote, "The conquest and colonization of Florida was perhaps the costliest in men and equipment that the Spanish were to experience in the first 2 centuries of the Columbian era. But since it is more popular for colonial historians to record success as the elimination of native peoples and their cultures than it is for them to leave us chronicles of failure, the early history of that troubled peninsula is noted for its omissions." 11. The Africans, coming either by way of Spain or directly from their homeland, to Florida either as slaves or as freemen, entered an arena of heroic Native American resistance from the very beginning. Those unwilling newcomers, the slaves from Africa, were to be provided with a strategic sanctuary once they were willing to join forces with their equally imperiled Indian hosts. The profound cultural accommodation which took place between Afro-Americans and Indians in Florida, from the very earliest period of European colonization, made it possible for the 2 groups to continue their joint resistance right up to the second half of the 19th century. Narva throws new light on this subject when he states that, "In the beginning, when Spaniards and Indians encountered one another in Florida, it was not so much a meeting of strangers as it was a confrontation. Spanish ruthlessness and greed, pitted against implacable Indian resistance. The African and the Indian, on the other hand, met as human beings, both of whom were threatened with slavery, subjugation and possible extinction. The African had not come to the Americas to dispossess the Indian of his land and to destroy his culture, he was brought forcibly as a slave. But in the cosmologies of both the Indian and the African it was implicit, and binding, that when you entered the land of strangers with whom you were not at war, first you learned the stranger's language, then setting your own culture aside, you studied that of your hosts and took part in its cultural activities. Eventually, when you were invited to do so, you told your hosts about the history of your people, explained your worldview, and using song, poems, chants, dance, narrative, and magic you revealed how your culture related to the material and spiritual basis of life, to the mysteries of birth and 58. Death, and the endless harmonies and disharmonies of change and evolution. In these encounters, infinite patience and understanding is needed in order to create an enduring foundation for future friendly relationships. 12. It is against this background of a history of cultural accommodation that one must see Esteban or Estevanico, the most important African explorer to emerge in the early period of Spanish conquest and colonization. Writing about Esteban, Wright states that, in 1527, some time prior to Coronado's expedition to New Mexico and the Buffalo Plains, we are introduced to another Negro who was, perhaps, the most conspicuous of those who took part with the Spaniards in the early expeditions and discoveries on this continent. 13. This celebrated African explorer was one of the 4 survivors of the ill-fated expedition to the New World made by Pamfilo de Narvaez, who sailed from Spain, June 17, 1527, having received from Emperor Charles V a commission as governor of Florida, Rio de las Palmas and Espiritu Santo. The tall, red, bearded, one-eyed de Narvaez had set out from San Lucas de Barrameda with 506 men. Storms, fierce and persistent attacks by the Indians in Florida, and along the Gulf Coast, disease, desertions, and incompetent leadership took a devastating toll. Cabeza de Vaca, treasurer of the expedition, is the survivor about whom we know the most, both from his own writings and those of others. His name, which means head of cow, dated back to the time when a distant peasant ancestor was ennobled after he led the royal forces to a Moorish stronghold by a secret trail, at the entrance to which, he had, by agreement, placed the skull of a cow. The other survivors were, Castillo de Maldonado, Donates de Carranza, and the latter's slave, Esteban or Estevanico. It is one of those curious ironies of history, that Esteban should have started out as a slave, but after surviving an 8-year-long epic journey across the North American continent from Florida to Mexico, and after master and slave were in turn enslaved by the Indians, he ended up by being far more celebrated than his erstwhile owner. For Esteban, tall, well-built, midnight black with full and generously proportioned lips, and a commanding presence, was to survive the Narvaez expedition, and subsequently to be commissioned by the Viceroy of Mexico, Antonio de Mendoza, to lead another into New Mexico and Arizona. There is no continuous narrative about Esteban's early life, but from the scraps of information left us by several historians, among whom were Cabeza de Vaca, a companion in travail during their long and epic trek. Esteban, an African soldier of fortune in the early Columbian era 59. And Poma de Ayala, the famous half-Inca, half-Spanish writer, we are certain that he was born in Azamur, one of the principal cities of Morocco. How he became the slave of de Carranza no one knows, but what we know is that Esteban was 28 to 30 years of age when he joined the Narvaez expedition. He had been trained as a medicine man in Africa before he made his appearance in Spain. This became a crucial factor in his survival and that of his three companions. The Narvaez expedition had come in the wake of other Spanish incursions into Florida which had left the Indians who had long memories ruminating over a short but troubled history of bloody encounters, treachery and broken promises. The Spaniards, using horses, crossbows, cannon, swords, guns and armor tried again and again by sheer brute force to subdue the Indians. But the Florida terrain, with its swamps, forests, lakes and its network of rivers and creeks, neutralized the Spanish superiority in weapons, their firepower, and the mobility of their cavalry, and added to this, the stormy weather along the sea coast played havoc with their supply vessels. Having reconnoitered the coast north of Tampa Bay, Narvaez and his men headed inland. But after 3 months of weariness, hunger, and attacks by Indians, they found nothing, whereupon they returned to the coast. 15. Narvaez then decided to build 5 vessels, and the way in which this was done revealed a quality of resourcefulness that was unique. In the very persuasive narrative of Cabeza de Vaca, this redoubtable cavalier seemingly went out of his way to highlight his own role, while ignoring or minimizing that of his companions. He mentioned Esteban only when he could not avoid doing so. But to give de Vaca his due, the occasions on which the Moor did appear in the narrative, were written about with a certain detachment wherein resourceful person that he was, had played an important role in the construction of the first ocean-going vessels of European design in what was eventually to become the United States of America. De Vaca tells us that bellows were made with deer skins, water bottles from horsehide, and nails, saws, axes and other tools from stirrups, spurs, crossbows and other iron objects. Tool making and leather work were skills that Moroccans had developed to a fine art. Esteban, a nameless carpenter, and a Greek named Don Theodoro had helped in this desperate but novel shipbuilding venture. Theodoro used resin from pine trees and palm fiber for caulking, the tails and manes of horses slaughtered for food were plaited. 60. Into ropes for rigging, and the men's shirts were sewn together to make sails. The vessels, loaded so that not over a span of the gunwales, remained above water set sail, first to Apalachicola Bay, and then toward the Texas coast, traversing the mouth of the Mississippi at least 14 years before its reputed discoverer, De Soto. Caught soon afterwards in a storm, they were cast ashore. 16. In fact, it was the scattered and half-drowned remnants who survived the mountainous surf and finally reached shore, and amongst them, miraculously, was Esteban, who, de Vaca revealed, could not swim. The 4 survivors of the original 600 men who had set out from Spain, continued their epic journey. What saved them from slavery, ill treatment, and possibly death, was luck, fortitude, and Esteban's skill as a medicine man. De Vaca's own account tells us of how he and his 3 companions treated thousands of Indian patients over a period of several years. But he implies that it was he, de Vaca, and not Esteban, who was responsible for their becoming healers, because, he states, the Indians held him in such high esteem, that they forced this role upon him. If this was the case, why did the Indians enslave them all for years, often leaving them naked as they were born and subjecting them to unbelievable hardships, drudgery, and hunger? It is evident that once Esteban had proved his skills as a healer, the whole basis of the relationship between the Indians and the interlopers changed. It was perhaps, at this point, that the Moor began to train the 3 Spaniards in how to suck poison from a wound and to cauterize it with fire, how to breathe upon the sick, to exorcise evil spirits, and to use herbs and various nostrums to cure a variety of real and imagined ailments. Esteban's insignia of his profession, which his companions also adopted, was a rattle gourd decorated with 2 feathers, the one red and the other white. The Spaniards would have had to learn about his from either an Indian or an African medicine man, and since they were slaves, which Indian medicine man would have deigned to teach them the skills of his highly respected profession? Wright, one of the few objective commentators on Esteban's achievements, wrote, "It is evident that the Negro manifested fully as much tact and ability as the white men for self-maintenance and for exploration. Each of these unfortunate wanderers labored as a slave, and finally became medicine men of distinction. They are reported to have become so expert in healing the sick that the savages came from great distances to be cured, and crowds followed them from." Esteban, an African soldier of fortune in the early Columbian era, 61. Place to place. The black explorer became familiar with the Indian dialects and characteristics, and the experience gained in these 8 years of wandering afterward proved valuable to him. 17. The 4 were separated for a long time, but eventually, when by accident and good fortune they were reunited, they escaped together from their Indian captors. Moving westward across the Mississippi Basin, they traversed the Buffalo Plains, and arrived at a Spanish slaving outpost on the California coast. After the grueling journey of 2,500 miles from Tampa Bay to the Pacific, the 4 stragglers, who had long ago been given up for dead, were conducted in triumph to Mexico City, where their appearance, J.A. Rogers tells us, created a sensation. The welcome was all the warmer when they talked about the 7 golden cities of Cibola, the existence of which they had abundant confirmation from the local inhabitants. From their accounts, these cities were reputed to have possessed riches compared to which those taken from Mexico and Peru were paltry. Esteban, who had started out from Spain as a slave of Donates de Carranza, had arrived in Mexico City 8 years later as a free man and a famous explorer. Cabeza de Vaca, Maldonado, and de Carranza left for Spain. The former was later appointed governor of La Plata, where, after a mutiny, he returned home in chains, while the other 2 settled down to raise large families. The Moor became a favorite of Antonio de Mendoza, Viceroy of Mexico, since this cavalier was profoundly interested in extending Spanish rule north of the Rio Grande. Therefore, it was not long before Esteban was selected to lead an expedition to the 7 golden cities of Cibola. The myth of the 7 golden cities of Cibola was part of the chimera of an El Dorado that Europeans, slyly encouraged by Indians who were always relieved to see these violent interlopers vanish in some wilderness, were to chase in vain for centuries. But in this case, the myth did have some basis in reality, for at sunrise and sunset, the high cliff dwellings of the Hoiku Indians of New Mexico, were bathed in golden light, and from a distance they appear, to this day, to be gigantic edifices of solid gold. Esteban had set out from Culiacan, on the Gulf of California, in March, 1539 at the head of a party of 300. The majority were Indian soldiers and carriers, but according to Indian accounts of the expedition, there were also several black Mexicans in the group. In addition, 62 priests, Fray Marcos de Niza, and Fray Honorado, accompanied him as official recorders. Prior to the Esteban de Niza expedition into the arid wilderness of New Mexico, Hernando Cortés, conqueror of Mexico, had, Wright disclosed, vainly spent nearly 12 years trying to push an expedition into the northern country. Following Esteban's discovery, there was a wild desire on the part of explorers to find the now famous 7 cities. Coronado longed to be the discoverer. Bandelier. asserts that this journey was of the greatest value to Christendom, and to Spain in particular was such that we can only rightfully accord to Estevan an important place among the early explorers of America. 18. Estevan's march across the Indian country of New Mexico and southwest Arizona began triumphantly. Herbert E. Bolton in the Chronicles of America says, Estevanico, this African, was one of the earliest explorers of North America and had wandered over a greater part of its wilderness than any man before him or than many long after him. The Arab was one of a fearless race, loving freedom. Lifted out of the thrall of slavery. After this great journey from Florida, and given 300 men to discover the cities of argent traceries and turquoise doors, he made his tour like an oriental chieftain or like a Moorish prince. Gifts were brought to him. His tall dusky body soon flaunted robes dyed with the colors of the rainbow. Tufts of brilliant feathers and strings of bells dangled from his arms. He carried a magic gourd decorated with bells and with one white and scarlet feather. Flutes of reed, shell fifes and fish-skin drums played his march across the sunlit mesa. And an ever-increasing harem of gaily bedecked young women swelled the parade of Estevanico, the black Berber chief. 19. The Estevan expedition crossed deserts, and came across Native Americans who had heard of neither Spaniards nor Africans invading the lands far to the south. He and his companion Deniza parted on Passion Sunday after dinner, 20, and according to Casanado, the historian of the Coronado expedition, which followed a year after Estevan's. Estevan, an African soldier of fortune in the early Columbian era 63. It seems that the Negro did not get along well with the friars, because he took the women that were given him. Besides, the Indians in those places got along with the Negro better, because they had seen him before. 21. Unarmed, and sometimes naked, Estevan had survived the long march from Florida with nothing to protect him but his reputation as a medicine man, his cunning, his phenomenal physical prowess, his charismatic presence and an invincible good nature. But in New Mexico, he came as a surrogate conquistador, posing as a medicine man. At least, that was how he would have been perceived by the Indians of Carew. He did, on his journey, meet Indians who knew nothing about Spaniards, but Spanish slave-catching bands had been roaming far and wide along the Pacific coast and territories inland, depopulating large areas, and the Carew might well have heard news of this awesome threat to the survival of all Indians. So when Estevan, having reached the outer walls of Cibola, sent messengers with the announcement that their lord had come to make peace and to cure the sick, the Indians became enraged and ordered the interlopers out of the country on pain of death. Estevan, disdaining fear, went on. Just outside the walls of Cibola, he was seized. The sun was about a lance high when the men of Carew suddenly launched upon his followers. Some of those, who, fleeing looked back, thought they had seen Estevan fall beneath a thick hail of darts. 22. Rogers tells us that, the legends of the Zuni Indians confirm the visit of Estevanico and call him the precursor of the white men. They speak of him as being bold and cheerful, and in their poetic oral accounts state that it is to be believed that a long time ago when the roofs lay over the walls of Kiakimi, when smoke hung over the housetops, and the ladder rounds were still unbroken, then the black Mexicans came from their abodes in everlasting Summerland. Then and thus was killed by an ancient rite where the stone now stands down by the arroyo of Kiakimi, one of the black Mexicans, a large man with chilly lips. Then the rest ran away, chased by our grandfathers, and went back towards their country in the land of everlasting summer. 23. 64. Sir Clements R. Markham, the noted historian, added his testimony to Estevan's epic achievements as an explorer, and his tragic death. This is an instance of a Negro having taken an important part in the exploration of the continent. Estevan was the discoverer of Cibola, the territory of New Mexico. 24. Deniza fled back to Mexico, where he was to claim for himself the credit Estevan so richly deserved, but Cortés, noted for his sarcasm, and his contempt for cowards, called the priest a common impostor 25 and declared further, that he had tried to lay claim to the discovery of countries he had never seen. Wright, in conclusion, wrote, "Why is it that this Negro's name has remained practically in obscurity for more than 3.5 centuries? The answer is not difficult. Until recently historians were not careful to note with any degree of accuracy and with due credit the useful and noble deeds of the Negro companions of Spanish conquerors, because masters were supposed to be entitled to the credit for whatever those of accomplished." 26. Wright was a liberal white scholar who was anxious to hand out what he considered to be well-deserved accolades to Estevan and other African soldiers of fortune of the early Columbian era. He was initiating what J. A. Rogers was to do much more extensively later on in the 20th century, and that is to write forgotten Africans back onto the pages of history and to depict them playing a role other than that of the dumb slave or the voiceless servitor. But buried under the surface there were conflicting conscious and unconscious motives. Black historians of the Rogers genre sought to appeal to black pride and black nationalism, while white liberal historians like Wright were implying that master and slave, Africans and Europeans alike were guilty of atrocities against the Indian. It is therefore necessary for black people to distance themselves from this brotherhood and sisterhood of the damned. For African soldiers of fortune, explorers, and sea rovers were in fact a handful of collaborators and mercenaries who somewhat misguidedly believed that by taking part in the robbery, the genocide and the enslavement of Indians, they could win freedom for themselves and their own mercilessly exploited peoples. They were forerunners of the Buffalo Soldier's star. Black veterans of the American Civil War who were recruited to hound down and destroy the heroic Apaches and other Plains Indians. And while they were doing this, a plague of lynchings was being unleashed against their kith and kin in the South who had just begun to stand up and stretch limbs stiff from too much kneeling. The numerous instances throughout the Columbian era, in which Africans and Indians united to resist slavery, the ruthless exploitation of their labor and the destruction of their age-old cultures are all too seldom mentioned by either black or white historians. When side by side with the history of voiceless millions of Africans and Indians who fought and resisted and died in the struggle against colonial plunder, slavery, and racism, there are also stories of African and Indian collaborators, quislings, and misguided soldiers of fortune. Then and only then will the history of the Columbian era achieve the objectivity that has heretofore been conspicuously absent. Part 2. Landscapes within. The fusion of African and Amerindian folk myths. My formal studies of the fusion of African and Amerindian folk myths began when I recreated 6 folk tales I had heard in my childhood for a British Broadcasting Corporation program. I wrote the 6 folk stories in dialect and broadcast them on the BBC Third program. They were entitled, The Legend of Nameless Mountain, Anansi and Tiger, The Coming of Amalivika, The Legend of Kayatuk, The Children of the Sun, and Kai and Ichilabar. I wrote the stories in dialect because they belong to an oral tradition. And I was convinced that writing them in literary English for a broadcast would rob them of a pristine eloquence and clarity. The dialect of Agricola, my village, was close to singing. In their original form, the stories had to be acted, danced, sung, impregnated with hypnotic cadences and a tonal magic as the storyteller spun them out for his audience. A good storyteller had to be an actor, a dancer, a bard, a magician with words. Great storytellers, on the other hand, became legendary figures, archetypes looming large between men and gods, the urbane and the demonic, terror and ultimate redemption. They created enduring images in the minds of those who came under their spell. Agricola, pressed between a wall of rainforest and the muddy east bank of the Demerara River, was a village of 1,200 when I was a child. In its small circumference lived the descendants of African slaves, Indian indentured laborers, native Amerindians, Portuguese from Madeira, a sprinkling of Chinese, and Creoles who were mixtures of all the polyglot races living in Guyana. Agricola was more than a village, it was a world in microcosm. In the midst of its varied cultures presided over by the official British colonial one, it is remarkable that African and Amerindian folk myths could have fused and survived. There were two extraordinary prophet storytellers who hailed from Agricola: Prophet Wills, an ex-schoolmaster and renegade lay preacher, and Jordan, a shoemaker who was the founder and Christ of the Jordanite sect. Prophet Wills was a wanderer, a nomad. He went from village to village prophesying, denouncing the evil ways of the villagers, making rain in seasons of drought or shouting back floods when the rain gods were too prodigal with their showers. He told his stories obliquely, resurrecting secret gods and devils from a forbidden Afro-Amerindian pantheon. Jordan seldom left Agricola. What he had in common with the prophet was this: he never hesitated to bring biblical characters into his pagan mytho-poetic folk legends. Judas, Amanja, and the Amerindian Kanama were fused into one. Iligan, Legba, master of the crossroads, and Amalivika, the Christ of the Arawaks, became a composite character. Jordan and Prophet Wills, with their wild and untrammeled eloquence, brought legendary figures close enough to the villagers for listeners to feel the breath of characters like Anansi or Pia on their faces as the voices of these two prophet storytellers brought them to life. Jordan spun tales of redemption and escape. His serpent tongue created a promised land which no Elysian fields could rival, no Garden of Eden could match. He was a masterful creator of images. The reality he invented became more palpable, more real than the tawdry reality of Agricola itself, with its poverty and sickness, its collective claustrophobia induced by a vast forbidding forest pressing the village against the narrow, muddy riverbank. The prophet was long-legged, wide-shouldered, a towering figure with red eyes that seemed to be fed perpetually by the burning cinders of his private obsessions. Jordan was small and deceptively quiet. He was forever concealing his power like a coiled snake. His voice was usually as gentle as the flutter of hummingbirds' wings, but there were times when without warning it could thunder like the roll of apinti drums. They were both born storytellers, and the tales they told were like fantastic coats of many colors adorning austere traditional themes. The themes were the eternal ones of the struggle between the forces of good and evil. The two, the wanderer and the one who never strayed far from his village, were troubadours, archetypal messengers, culture bringers, and inspired interpreters who stood between God and the villagers. They 71 were the maestros of the storytelling profession, the spellbinders who attracted crowds of listeners, not only in Agricola but everywhere in Guyana that they chose to go. In the village itself, however, there were many anonymous practitioners of the storyteller's craft, for folk legends were an intrinsic part of the extended family and its culture. In Agricola, with its semi-feudal economy, the extended family was not merely something we had inherited and took for granted, it was a necessary social unit for survival. The family storytellers were invariably older folk grandparents, great-aunts, and uncles or old friends of the family. The children would assemble at bedtime and the tales would be spun out by the old ones. The tales would amuse, instruct, and at times fill the young listeners with a delicious sense of terror, for the family storytellers were like the maestros, educators handing down cultural secrets from one generation to the other, and instructors in the basic moral and ethical canons by which the family was supposed to live. Many of the tales showed how wrongdoing was punished and virtue rewarded. When he was a boy, my grandfather told me, there were older people who were well known as storytellers, and one of them would walk down the main street of the village after sunset calling the children by their family names to come out. All children of 6 years and older would answer the summons and assemble under a silk cotton tree. In my time, this tradition had been discontinued. I heard my stories from my great-aunt, my Douglas nurse, or at forbidden sessions which Jordan or the prophet held in cathedral depths of the forest. It became apparent after I had written the legend of Nameless Mountain that the story had evolved out of a tradition that was neither purely African nor Amerindian, but essentially Guyanese. Therefore, the Guyanization of the African and Amerindian folk legends was a phenomenon that I, an inheritor of the end product, had overlooked until I transposed one story from an oral into a written form and examined its symbols, its structure, and its meaning for the first time. But let us, at this stage, examine some important elements in the mythopoetic traditions of the two parent cultures, the African and the Amerindian, from which the Guyanese folk myth derived. The African survivors of the Atlantic crossing, disoriented by the experiences of violent capture, a forced march to the coastal assembly point, the brutal waiting period in barracoons, and the crowded journey for 2 months or longer in the dark, heaving holds of slave ships, arrived. 72. In the New World, like persons who were born again. The gods they had appealed to had been mute, day and night, light and darkness, time and space had been transformed irrevocably for these dark survivors. The only certainties they knew were that they were still alive after the trauma of being violently uprooted, that sea drums pounding in their brain for months had wiped out every familiar sound that they had ever known. In the New World, the newcomers had to reconstruct the entire fabric of myth and reality for themselves. Fortunately for the uprooted Africans, their folk myths, with very few exceptions, were impregnated with realism, and myth and religion were fruit from the same tree. Their gods, devils, mythological archetypes were in a profound sense organic entities in a human world, and, in the African tradition, they were held accountable at all times to the communities that acknowledged them. This symbiotic relationship between people, gods, and folk archetypes gave to the New World Africans a cultural resilience that made a significant contribution to their survival. Besides, the Africans brought with them, regardless of the mosaic of cultural groups from which they derived, a built-in ethic which bound them first, as strangers in a strange land, to study and respect the host culture before they established elements of their own. This gave to the children of the African diaspora a means of surviving anywhere in the human world, and they did not need guns and superior armaments in order to do this. When the Africans arrived in the New World, they knew that the Europeans who had brought them there were usurpers who had seized the land of the Amerindians, desecrated the graves and the altars of their ancestors, and sent countless of the ones who had welcomed them to the forest of the long night. It was clear to the African slaves that in order to escape the terrible retribution that was certain to overtake their masters, they had to make peace with both the living and the dead in this new land. Their meeting with their Amerindian hosts was, therefore, a matter of profound cultural importance. The Africans had to recreate their vision of themselves in the universe after being violently uprooted and brought to the New World as slaves, and they knew that without the help and active collaboration of the Amerindian, this would be impossible. To use his master's eyes to see himself and the world, and to even appear to be an accomplice in his atrocious deeds, would have left him, the African, with a permanent heritage of self-hatred, distorted self-image, and guilt. In order to reconstruct his ontological system, the African was compelled, by the logic of his own cultural past, to establish relations with his Amerindian host independent of the white man. But it was the white man who created the meeting points. With the coming of the Columbian era, both Amerindians and Africans were enslaved. 73. In 1502, Ovando, the governor of Hispaniola, introduced the first Africans to the domains he ruled. In 1505, Herrera, the New World's first Spanish historian, tells us, there was a major slave rebellion in which Amerindians and Africans joined forces against a common enemy. That this kind of united effort should have taken place after having known each other for only 3 years seems extraordinary, and it certainly baffled Herrera. Ovando, reacting to this and to other rebellions in nearby San Juan de Puerto Rico, wrote home to Spain suggesting that no more Wolofs be sent to the New World, since they walked rebelliously through the land, and no sooner had they set foot in the Indies than they began to disaffect the Indians. Neither Herrera nor Ovando seemed to have been aware of the fact that the African and Amerindian cultures were complementary ones, that for both of these peoples, the land, the fields, the mountains, and valleys could never be the object of private ownership. The life of the people was determined by the life of plants and animals, that is, by the life of the environmental surroundings, which are in turn ruled by the rhythm of seasons. The nature they conceived of was one animated by vital hidden forces, of which man was but a part, abiding by their harmonious order. Chief Joseph of the Nez Perce Indians of North America could have been speaking for Africans and Amerindians everywhere when he said, "The earth was created by the assistance of the sun, and it should be left as it was. The measure of the land and the measure of our bodies is the same. The one who has the right to dispose of land is the one who created it. It was from this united vision of people and their environment that Africans and Amerindians created their profound cultural accommodations. Both Amerindians and Africans saw themselves as part of a human world which existed in stasis, and in the quietude of this state, future time hardly existed at all. If people occasionally erupted out of stasis, they disintegrated only to be reborn into the world balanced in suspense which they left. In the Mayan Popolvuh, one of the most lucid and sophisticated Genesis myths of the Americas, the states of stasis, disintegration, and rebirth are clearly defined. This is the story of how everything was in suspense, everything becalmed, wrapped in silence, everything immobile, silent and empty in the vastness of the sky. 74. This is the first account, the first reasoned utterance. There was neither man, nor animals, nor birds, fishes, crabs, trees, stones, caves, ravines, herbs nor forests, only the sky existed. The surface of the earth had not appeared, there was only the calmness of the sea and the sky stretching into infinity. Nothing made a sound, nothing moved or shifted or made any noise in the sky. There was nothing standing erect, only the water sleeping, the sea, becalmed, solitary and tranquil. Nothing had the gift of existence. There was only immobility and silence in the darkness, in the night. Only the Creator, the Originator, Tipu, Guculmats, the progenitors, were in the water surrounded by an infinite translucency. They were concealed under green and blue feathers, that is why they called Guculmats. It was their nature to be great and wise men, great thinkers. In this way the sky came to be and also the heart of heaven which is the name of God and the way he is called. Then the world came into being. Tipu and Guculmats met in the darkness of the night, and they talked to each other and meditated, they reached an agreement, marshalling their words into thoughts. 3. At this stage, when words were put together to create thoughts, the gods abandoned the silence and their contemplative posture and set revolutionary changes in motion. But they were all creative changes. The Mayan worldview in this Genesis myth is one that conceives of change but not of destruction. The story continues. Then while they meditated, it was clearly manifested to them that at dawn man should appear. So they decided on the creation and the growth of trees and bees and the birth of life and the creation of man. This was resolved in the darkness and in the night by the heart of heaven called hurricane. The first is called Kakula hurricane. The second is Chipkakulha. The third is Ruxakakulha. And the three are the heart of heaven. Tipu and Guculmats then came together, and they conferred about life, and the light of existence. They decided on how daylight and dawn would come to pass and who should produce food and nourishment. 4. The Mayans saw the creation of earth and the creation of man as almost simultaneous events. 75. Let it come to pass. Let the emptiness be filled. Let the water recede and empty the space. Let the earth break forth and settle. Thus they spoke. Let day come. Let the dawn break in the sky and over the earth. There will be no glory or greatness in our creation and formation until the human being exists, until man is formed. Thus they spoke. 5. The Popolvuh continues in measured mythopoetic tones to show how all living creatures came to live on earth. It tells of how man was first made the equal of the creators, the heart of heaven and heart of the earth. But, because this left man knowing and seeing all things, it made him indifferent to the challenge of new creations, of propagation, and the knowledge of change. Therefore, heart of heaven blew his breath in their eyes which misted as when one blows upon the surface of a mirror. Their eyes became blurred and they could only see what was near to them. 6. This then was the first cataclysmic change to overtake man, the first in what was to be an eternal cycle. The Africans, after one examines a great variety of their myths, do not on the whole share the almost universal preoccupation of Amerindians with the creation of the world. but the Populva, nevertheless, is close to African mythopoetic traditions. For African myths are impregnated with realism, and in them, gods and humans are never far apart, and the former are eternally responsible to the people they both rule and serve. The Genesis myth of the Amerindians around Lake Titicaca portrayed the world as beginning when the great serpent stirred under the sea and pushed the earth upwards from murky depths. This makes the whole conceptual framework of creators and creation far more abstract than that of the West African myths, which tell of the creation of people and not of the world. The Maroons of Jamaica, for example, tell of how Damballa, one of the senior West African members of their pantheon of gods, created humans by baking cakes. The burnt cakes were the ancestors of black people, those that were neither well baked nor underdone were the ancestors of brown people, while white people were sired by cakes Damballa neglected to bake at all. This story is also told by Amerindians in Guyana, but in their version they claim that the brown cakes, the most perfect ones, were their ancestors. One suspects that this particular version could well be Carib, since Caribs are obsessed with a persistent fantasy of being a chosen people. It is also likely that the Caribs adopted this West African tale and changed it. 76. The Populva, with its muted abstractions and its mythopoetic images, has the clarity of a message sent by talking drums, and was perhaps one of the first profoundly successful attempts to make the universe coherent and intelligible by the children of an Asian diaspora who had been wanderers in the Americas for so long. Africans coming from a continent in which Homo sapiens first appeared had a longer and more continuous experience of belonging to a homeland than any other peoples. They carried in them mankind's original memories. To have survived the savageries of slavery in the New World, to have retained essential elements of his African culture while at the same time quickly adjusting to and assimilating new ones, Amerindian, European, and in some instances Asian reimagines, a unique and miraculous achievement. The slaves from Africa and their descendants assimilated elements of European culture rapidly enough to ensure not only their own survival in the New World but also that of Amerindians and, later, of the minorities of color like EAST Indians, Chinese, Afro-Portuguese from the Azores, and others like the Indonesians in Suriname as well. The Guyanese legend of the third gift offers profound insights into the role of cultural intermediary and in some cases, culture bringer that the African played in the New World. This legend was brought to the Kenye River district of Guyana by members of the Ajau tribe. The Ajaus, an extraordinarily creative and gifted people, lived mostly in the Niger River basin in what is now Nigeria. They were fishermen, farmers, hunters, and were famous for their skills in making weapons. It was a source of pride that the Ajau could have his weapons for hunting made to order. A stabbing knife, a cutting knife, a spear with the balance and feel of a precision instrument, or bows and arrows shaped like living extensions of the body, the arm, the mind's eye. The third gift really deals with the symbolic and actual transition from a nomadic stage to one of permanent settlement. The legend tells us of a weary, itchy-footed people driven by epochs of drought, hunger, and destitution to a green place at the foot of a high mountain. The prophet who leads them there dies as soon as they begin to settle down. But, before he dies, he tells his people that they must send all the young men up the mountain, and the one who climbs to the highest point and brings back a gift for the people should be made chief. In the young men's first sally up the mountain, the one who climbed the highest brought back a shining stone, a marvel of indented surfaces and colors, and this stone was the symbol of the gift of work, for, with it they could shape and sharpen their tools and create fire. The second gift that a young man 77 brought back was a flower, the symbol of beauty. But, implicit in this legend is the suggestion that between the gifts of work and beauty was language, and language was not a gift but a necessary skill tied to the work act. The spoken word becomes necessary when group activities, like plowing, sowing, harvesting, and the other varied and complex communal tasks have to be coordinated. In the legend, too, beauty and function were synonymous. Girls wore flowers in their hair, the prows of canoes and doors had flowers sculpted on them. But, after having received the gifts of work and beauty, the people were still restless. They were still vulnerable to the primordial impulse to wander that nomads have buried in their beings. So, when the young men set out up the mountain for the third time, they knew that the one who climbed the highest had to bring back a gift that would be the most important of all. The winner of this contest of endurance and skill brought back the gift of fantasy, of imagination, of faith. He breached ramparts of heaven above the clouds and reached the snow-capped peak of the mountain. Once there, he tried to bring back a handful of snow. But, it melted on the way down to the warm plains. So, using words creatively for the first time, he painted a picture of the wonders he had seen. The magic he imparted to the word made it possible for his people to share vicariously in what only gods had had a divine right to experience before the telling of this story. In the legend IKA, the bring of the third gift, tells us, I went up to the clouds and over and above them, and I don't know how long it took because past the clouds was a brightness that blinded my eyes. Then, there came a time when all I felt was a soft carpet under my feet, and when I breathed in the mountain air, it was like drawing knife blades up my nostrils. When my sight came back, I found myself on the mountain top. Lord! You must have seen the whole world from there, IKA. A young man exclaimed. Yes, and while I stood up there, a soft white thing like rain started to fall. And yet it wasn't rain because it fell like leaves when there is no wind. I gathered this downy whiteness in my hand, but the further down the mountainside I ran, the less of it I was holding, so I went back for more and ran down the mountain again. 4 times I did this, and every time I was heading for home bird speed, this magic thing melted in my hand. All I bring with me now is the memory of it, the feel of the sky and the bite of the wind and the fire and ice burning my hand. 78. And the people listening believed, for this quiet young man, when he did speak, could warble like singing birds sweet, and when he spoke, his words would grow inside your head like seeds. IKA became prophet of the Jubas, for he had brought the best gift of all, the gift of fantasy, of imagination, and of faith. So, with the gifts of work and beauty and imagination, the Jubas became poets and bards and creators, and they live at the foot of nameless mountain to this day. 7. Fire and endless movement were eternal realities in the Amerindian cosmology and also constant factors in both the Amerindian myth and actuality. The bringer of fire to man in Amerindian myth, however, is not a cosmic figure like Prometheus, but Wao-Uno, the white crane, a fragile and vulnerable creature. Wao-Uno strikes its beak on flint and sets off a shower of sparks, thus discovering fire for the first time. When we delve into the primordial memories buried deep in the most ancient culture stratum in the Americas, we discover Pia and Makonauma, the children of the sun, at once the most typical and the most universal creations of Amerindian mythology. Paul Radin, commenting on this, writes, The children of the sun. It is clearly recognizable despite many transformations. How, we may indeed ask, did this favorite story of the southwest of the United States, of the Pawnee and Arikara of Nebraska and North Dakota, of the Winnebago of Wisconsin, come here? And by here he meant the Guiana Highlands, and the sacred mountain Roraima of the Red Rock. Perhaps, the answer is that in the millenniums that go back into prehistory, the original inhabitants of both North and South America had discovered how accessible these continents had always been from within, so that the migratory waves that carried the myth with them had woven it into a broad, cohesive, and indestructible cultural matrix which remains miraculously intact to this day. Pia and Makonauma, the legend goes, learned the art of making fire from Crane, having seen him strike his beak against a flint and the friction send off a shower of sparks. So, in the instant of seeing this almost capricious act of Crane's, the children of the sun discovered the gift of fire, and set out to perform gigantic tasks as builders, creators, and culture heroes. The brothers placed huge rocks in all the rivers to detain the fishes, the rocks thus placed caused the great waterfalls. Crane was at first 79. Accustomed to catch his own fish, but finding Pia and Makonauma more successful fishermen after the river had been dammed, kept near to them and took away their fish. 9. Having brought the gift of fire to man, and having tamed the rivers, Pia and Makonauma set out on a long journey with their mother, and when she became tired they took her to the vast and spacious tableland on the summit of Arama, and this became her final home. After leaving his mother on the top of Arama, the legend continues. Then came a change of occupation for Pia. He abandoned the hunt as the sole or principal occupation of his life, and traveled from place to place teaching the Indians many useful and good things. 10. It is at this point that Pia assumes his stature as a culture hero. He evolves from the hunting stage, and having done this, he begins to codify the gains that have been made and to advance toward new achievements. He becomes a teacher, a prophet, a magician. But, in the midst of all these transformations he must remain close to the roots of life. He does this through his Earth Mother. For, although he disappeared finally from men, he first remained a while with his mother on Roraima. And when he was about to depart, he told her that all her wishes for good would come true if she bowed her head and covered her face with her hands while she made her wish. This she does to this day, for, whenever the mother of these two heroes of our race is sorrowful, there arises a storm in the mountain, and it is her tears, that run down in streams from the heights of Roraima. 11. Pia then became the father of all prophet priests in the Americas. He is the ancestor of the PA 12 men. They are his spiritual descendants, the inheritors of his mythopoetic dreams. It is significant that Pia and Makonauma, the original culture heroes of all the Americas, built the culture of this hemisphere on foundations of creative labor. Their first mission as culture bringers was to transform the world for the benefit of all, and in the process to change their own natures. The acts of creative labor which they performed made it impossible to sit idly on the heights of Roraima with their mother. So, they returned to the human world where they would remain forever. They thus established forever indissoluble links between the spiritual and material worlds. Marx, in Volume I of Das Kapital, described labor in a way that would have made the children of the sun qualify as the first heroes of labor in the Americas. He wrote, 80. Labor is in the first place a process in which both man and nature participate, and in which man of his own accord starts, regulates, and controls between himself and nature. He opposes himself to nature as one of her own forces, setting in motion arms, legs, heads, the natural forces of his body in order to appropriate nature's production in a form adapted to his own wants. By thus acting on the external world and changing it, he at the same time changes his own nature. 13. It is against the background of the primordial myth of the children of the sun that the cruel and fantastic reality of the Columbian history of the Americas unfolded itself. And yet this myth, buried under borrowed cosmologies, must be resurrected if a genuine liberation of all classes and races in the hemisphere is to take place. The indigenous peoples of the Americas and the Africans who joined them at a stratum of destitution which pressed down upon them both like an incubus, shared at a psychic level a respect for the sun which bordered on terror. In the cosmologies of both peoples, the sun was cruel and the darkness kind. The symbols of the two peoples, black and white, darkness and light, were the opposite to what they had become in the European cosmology. White was for Africans and Amerindians alike, the color of devils or of nemesis. On the other hand, it was in the cool darkness of the womb, the forests of the long night, the rivers of night that men and gods found peace and sustenance. In the plethora of Amerindian tales about the children of the sun, neither Pia and Makonauma nor their mother are acknowledged by father-son as kith and kin. Mother and sons live in the human world while sun lives in the wide indifference of the sky. But, although sun remains aloof from his sons and their mother in the myth, his organic links with man and his endless seasons of creative labor remain a constant. For sun, even though he is distant, remains a pivotal and living cultural element, the embodiment of movement and fire and a fantastic reality in the endless cycle of seasons. The Amerindian worldview is shaped by a dominant cultural impulse to merge with all living things around him. His art and crafts, his religion and ritual are collective enterprises that link him to a world within a cosmos. It is in this context that his links with sun are established. Sun journeys daily across the sky. Sun, says the Guyanese poet A.J. Seymour, is a burning fire turning on air, and then the poet adds, "Sun's in my blood today." Seymour is, in his poem To the Sun, echoing the Akan belief that the original life cell is a divine element, a created thing which God has made for man, and which he gave him as a gift. They believe that God, whom 81. They sometimes call Nyanko Pan, shoots a particle of the sun's fire into the bloodstream of the child, thus bringing the blood to life. 14. Sun is, therefore, a dialectical entity in Amerindian and African beliefs. It is distant and yet it's in the blood. It is a godlike being, and yet has anthropomorphic links with the human world, and with the Amerindians. Its most fundamental links are created through its eternal cycles of movement and its offspring, Pia and Makonauma. The legend tells us, too, that the godlike remote sun sweats, and that gold is the sun's sweat. Gold, for the Amerindian, was not in itself a sacred metal, rather it was a soft and plastic metal which could be used to sculpt sacred objects. The value of the gold lay in its being transformed through man's genius and his reverence for the sun into objects of worship. The conquistadors melted down the sacred sculpture of the Amerindians with such greedy haste, that the spiritual heirs of Pia and Makonauma, the priests and the magicians, accused them of raping the sun. It is interesting that one of the principal settings of the legend of El Dorado, the Golden City, was the Guiana Highlands, which extend to all points of the compass from Roraima. Roraima of their Drak, the ever-fertile source of streams, is how the Amerindians address the sacred mountain in their poem hymns. From the summit of Roraima, it is as if all the vast spaces of the South American continent are willing to reveal their secrets to you. One sees the limitless vistas of the heartland, the Llanos, the Pacaraima, Conacu, Rupununi, and Acare Sierras, and the forests like a petrified green ocean leading to the secret junction of the Orinoco and Amazon rivers. This region, the Amerindians say, devours men and their dreams when the dreams are out of tune with the spaces around them. It was in this region that Pia and Makonauma came to the parting of the ways. Pia became the prophet of hope, the purveyor of all things positive, the spiritual ancestor of Kanama. Kanama is, in the Amerindian cosmology, the ultimate embodiment of evil, a symbol of terror, Nemesis the spiritual ancestor of Kanama. Kanama is in the Amerindian cosmology the ultimate embodiment of evil, a symbol of terror, Nemesis stalking human beings in cool forests of the night. He can transform himself into an animal, a reptile, a bird, or a ball of fire. This dialectical situation of the good Pia opposing the evil Makonauma is common to the foremost mythological archetypes of both the African and the Amerindian. The African equivalent to Pia and Makonauma is Bra Anansi, the Spider-Man. He is the embodiment of both good and 82. Evil, for in African religion and philosophy good and evil are in the eyes of the beholder and not necessarily in separate persons, objects, or things where one is juxtaposed against the other. But Anansi as a trickster, the other side of Anansi, the godlike figure, the rainmaker, the lightning god, the thunder axe, the guardian of the rainbow, is more benign than Kanama, and it was as a benign and supremely clever trickster that he was brought by West Africans to the New World. For the uprooted slave, the hard-pressed post-emancipation black peasant, and those Amerindians whose destinies had become inextricably bound up with the black peoples, the black Caribs of Rotan, the Seminoles, the Caribs of Dominica, and those Afro-Amerindian communities on the vast littoral from Peru on the Pacific to southern Brazil on the Atlantic. Anansi, with his agile brain and his invincible instinct for survival, became the foremost symbol of wish fulfillment. For Anansi the trickster, no matter how impossible the odds against him seemed to be or how mighty his opponents, inevitably came out on top, winning for himself food, women, land, respect, and liberty without performing the cruel tasks that those vicariously escaping with him were compelled to perform for such trifling rewards. Bra Anansi, the Spider-Man, god, or trickster, is an African archetype who finally linked man to all things in the universe. The choice of the spider as an archetype fits perfectly into the cosmological visions of the African peoples. The spider is shaped like the sun or like a wheel. The sun is a giver of life whilst the wheel is the most important of man's inventions. Thus the spider is a symbol of man's link with time, space, the mysteries of nature and man's creative labor. Wiener writes, in Africa the spider is connected with an enormous number of tails. And among the houses, the rainbow is called bacon gizo, literally the spider's bow, which indicates the relation which the divinities that came down from heaven bear to the spider. Indeed, since the spider is the king of cunning and craftiness, all fables are told in his name. An important point to note about Anansi is that his bow, the rainbow, is called Gajimare, god of rain and storms, which has the shape of a snake and is double-gendered, the male part being red, the female blue. It lives in the storm clouds but is supposed to come out at night and is also said to inhabit all watering places, so a pot is kept full in every house. 15. Anansi, the trickster or god, was an omnipotent figure of myth, and hence a mythological archetype that could be transplanted in spite of the 83 most daunting challenges. Anansi, the king of all cunning, linked as he was with all things human and divine, could stretch his bow, the rainbow serpent, across the Atlantic, and find there new watering places. Anansi's rainbow serpent had the same symbolic and mystical meaning for the Hausas, the Mandingos, or the Bambara peoples of West Africa that Quetzalcoatl, the shining serpent, had for the Toltecs or the Mexicas of Mexico. The snake, a symbol of fertility, strength, mystery, or terror, threads its way through the myths of Africa and the Americas. The Amerindians around Lake Titicaca, as was mentioned earlier, believed that the world was created when the snake god, stirring in the murky depths of the ocean, raised the earth on his back. In parts of the Guianas and the Caribbean islands, Anansi, the godlike figure, merged into the Amerindian Piaman, the Pahamuna blow man and sorcerer, or else he fused with West African gods, like Legba, master of the crossroads, Shango, Dambala, or Obimael. For the sons and daughters of the African diaspora, there was no single figure like Kanama embodying the ultimate in evil, but there was Obeah, an aberrant cult of evil whose practitioners were regarded as pariahs and outcasts in Guyana and the Eastern Caribbean, although the original West African god Obi was a symbol of both evil and good. The Mile cult in Jamaica is the more positive side in the Obi-Mile religion, which was transplanted in a sundered form in the Eastern Caribbean and Guyana. Anansi the trickster became the most popular folk hero for black peoples everywhere south of the United States. The Afro-American adopted Brer Rabbit and Brer Tortoise, mythological archetypes from East Africa. There is even a folk tale in the American South in which Brer Rabbit wins out in a contest with Anansi, as if to mark symbolically the boundary beyond which the king of tricksters could not trespass. Language played an important part in forging the powerful links that were to bind the Amerindian and black peoples together. The African, creating functional oral languages out of the sophisticated and class-oriented European ones, was able to give to the Amerindian enough of the colonizer's language to ensure his survival. The Caribs of Dominica, the only survivors of this courageous people in the Caribbean archipelago, no longer speak their own language. Only the older people have retained some words and phrases, but they all speak a French patois, taught them, not by the French or the English, but by the black peoples of Dominica and the neighboring islands with whom the Caribs have been in continuous contact for more than 4 centuries. Caliban, in Shakespeare's The Tempest, accused Miranda, "You taught me language," and indeed he could well have explained that the 84 initial teacher of a language is in a position to make it an inheritance for bondage or for liberty. And Prospero the cunning, the cruel, the eloquent colonizer and his daughter Miranda were interested in a monopoly of liberty for themselves at Caliban's expense. The Calibans of the Americas made of Prospero's language an inheritance for liberty, not only for themselves but for Amerindians and all the oppressed races and classes that were to settle in this hemisphere. For the African slaves in the New World, myths became heightened, more palpably real, more necessary to their survival. Somewhere in their psyches was an eternal dream of eventually returning home and rejoining the spirits of their ancestors, and because of this their mythological archetypes were transformed to meet the new challenges. Breyer rabbit and tortoise were important folk archetypes from East and Central Africa which took root in North America. Breyer rabbit was in his African homeland Sungura the hare. It is interesting that a millennium earlier Aesop, an African slave who had won his freedom because of his wit and his agile brain, had immortalized the hare and the tortoise in one of his fables. Aesop's original name was Luqman. He was a famous creator of fables in the Arab world, and is mentioned with respect by Muhammad in the 31st chapter of the Quran. Luqman was said to have been an Ethiopian. His stories were passed on to Greece where he became known as Aethiops. Aesop is the end product of the false assumption that Luqman's name and country of origin were the same. The mythological archetypes which took root in the Americas, Breyer rabbit and tortoise in North America and Bra Anansi in the Caribbean archipelago and parts of South and Central America, were symbols of cunning and invincibility in the face of terrible odds. A vivid symbol of this invincibility can be found in the tar baby, a famous character in the Uncle Remus stories of the Afro-American. Tar baby is an archetypal symbol of the oppressed black and indestructible, endowed with the strength and powers of resistance of both the male and the female. Its tormentors were themselves worn out, raining blows upon its head, and in the end the aggressor becomes the victim. Tar is black, plastic, capable of being poured into any mold. The harder it becomes, the more vulnerable it is, the more easily it can be pounded into dust. Its strength lies in appearing to be soft and yielding. Finally, after it is pounded into dust, it can be melted down and returned to a pristine plastic form. The tar baby, we have often been told, is of Amerindian origin, but it is one of those tales that has prototypes in both African and Amerindian folklore. The Africans brought to the New World as their particular prototype a wax girl. Professor Van Sertima tells of how the Tem of 85 West Africa believe that Anansi, the Spider-Man, owes his grotesque shape to an encounter with the wax girl. He became stuck to her and had to be forcibly detached. The wax girl and the tar baby fused into one and the same symbol for both Amerindian and African in the face of the colonizers' depredations. For slaves anxious to conceal their persistent longing for freedom, the animal story was a perfect vehicle. To those unschooled in the subtleties of an oral tradition in which speech inflections, facial expression, gesture, and the infinite variety of feelings that weave themselves in and out of the storyteller's narrative, animal stories could easily be dismissed as infantile, but because of this, political, historical and cultural messages could be more safely woven into a seemingly amusing or innocuous story. The storyteller could also implant in every tale the idea of the moral right of the weak to struggle against the mighty by any means necessary. For the slave, the rabbit was a communal creature, swift, fragile, cunning, its habit of procreation legendary. It had survived down the ages when stronger and more ferocious enemies had in their pride rushed into extinction. The rabbit, too, was gentle, loyal, loving. Although each warren was a fortress unto itself, it lived and survived in groups. Its fear was so terrible that it could cause its death. On the other hand, this habit of fear made it acutely sensitive to all vibrations in air and land and sky. And whenever it conquered its fear and fought back, its rage was so sudden, so unexpected that predators with 10 times its strength would pull back and in that instant of hesitation give it a final chance to escape. And finally, it could adapt to any conditions of the climate or geography and become an organic part of the rhythms of life, procreation, and death in any environment in which it found itself. The most important feature about the tortoise is its hard protective shell into which it can retreat and hide from most of its enemies. It is slow but has phenomenal endurance on land or in water. It is most vulnerable when it is uprooted. The eagle, its most formidable enemy, must carry it aloft and dash it to pieces on the rocks. It is a plodding, secretive creature, slow to anger, and deliberately acting the part of a buffoon so that its enemies leave it alone or underestimate its strength and cunning. The only time that it is swift and graceful is when it is swimming underwater. But on land it is a creature of the Antaeus legend, strongest when its feet are planted firmly on the earth. Sometimes its whole bearing gives one the impression that it is immeasurably sad, as though it was burdened with the griefs of all other living creatures. The folk archetypes etched on the palimpsest of my mind were the creations of gifted storytellers, the maestros and the family practitioners of the craft, and these stories form an important part of the spectrum 86 through which I view the modern world. When I took my swift journey from Agricola into the 20th century, one that spanned a distance in time of 3 centuries, these stories helped me to survive the awesome psychological and social pressures that beset me. Today, the extended family in Agricola is dissolving, and smaller, disconnected and impersonal family units are taking its place. In this changing situation, the traditional storyteller is becoming an endangered species. There are still a few old people who remember the stories, but the youth, preoccupied with other concerns, no longer listen to them. Yvonne Forrester, a poet, painter, musician, and storyteller, is probably the last great exponent of the dying art. He is past middle age, and, in the tradition of Prophet Wills, who died decades ago, wanders restlessly up and down the country, but in a very real sense he is a prophet without honor in his own country, and after him it is unlikely that there will be other storytellers of the same genre. The Amerindians, who until recently functioned from isolated and often nomadic communities in the Guyana hinterland, are now having their forest sanctuaries violated. Their journey into the 20th century, a longer one in time and distance than the people of Agricola had to take, is equally precipitate, and as far as the survival of their folk myths is concerned, disastrous. The extended family, which was also a built-in fact of life in their communities, one made up traditionally of families, clans, and tribes, is also dissolving, and what is crystallizing is an aberrant social growth. The fusion of Afro-Amerindian folk myths, a matter of enormous cultural significance in the New World, offers us an opportunity to view the entire Columbian era through a spectrum of the human world. The storyteller and the story were synonymous when the oral tradition was the one through which the indigenous culture was handed down from generation to generation. The stories now have to be transposed into a written form, not just as dull ethnographical material for scholars but as living artistic creations. Exile. November was a dreaming month when the monotonies of wide blue skies brought to each day an insane ease. The sunwheel danced around Isla's sunflowers, yellow daisies, flambeaux with stamens like parched tongues, purple anemones, and bumblebees leaching pollen from chalked flowers. November was the month when sea drums echoed in my blood again. A letter from Clarkie announced, "Dear Jan, Canada's cold, my friend, and lonely sometimes like canaries serenading jumbles in hell, but there's bread. And high priests of Movaeus long can't reach you here." It was the season when curlews thronged southern skies, winging their clamorous way to ripening corn and harvest time on the golden pampas. So I replied, "Dear Clarkie, as I write the sun weaves dallying over saffron swamps on my Berbitian coast, marching crabs jewel the mud, firebirds like lanterns of the gods hang from the listening trees, and herons hurl themselves like flaming arrowheads at the approaching night. Why must I leave the sun for timeless miseries of winter fog?" And Clarkie wrote again, "You can't eat sun, or drink the lazy tides rimming your moon-burnished mud, besides venom tentacles of the poor claw at your soul when hard times knocking at the door, their malice is much harder to endure than silent furies of Ontario snows. The people, yes, the people are all right, but trapped in dreaming torpors of slow time. Awaken them or leave, my friend." I replied, "Awaken the people? Our awakening will come when a maelstrom of pain drives us outside the crumbling bastions of our crippled selves, when the new day arrives with morning flashing like sheet lightning from our eyes, together, side by side we'll burst asunder pale ramparts of heaven with bare hands and bare feet and pluck white orchids of ultimate release." Carew, 1976. The Caribbean Writer and Exile. /F here was a traditional format in the classical Akan theatre around which all drama, comedy, tragedy, farce evolved. The important features of this drama were these: there was an archetypal middleman, and on either side of him were powerful spirits opposing one another. The figure in the middle often stood between malevolent and benign spirits of the ancestral dead, and a host of other spirits that were urbane or demonic, creative or destructive, compassionate or cruel, surrogates of the living or the dead, ethereal or earthy, part saint, part trickster. These spirits were involved in eternal conflicts which could only be resolved if the human being periodically renewed contact with communal wellsprings of rhythm, creation, and life. The Caribbean writer today is a creature balanced between limbo and nothingness, exile abroad and homelessness at home, between the people on the one hand and the colonizer on the other. Exile can be voluntary or it can be imposed by stress of circumstances, it can be a punishment or a pleasure. The exile can leave home for a short time or he can be expelled forever. The colonizing zeal of the European made indigenous peoples exiles in their own countries. Prospero made Caliban an exile in his. The Caribbean writer, by going abroad, is in fact searching for an end to exile. This, at first, appears to be a contradiction until one lays bare some of the truths of Caribbean life. The Caribbean person is subjected to successive waves of cultural alienation from birth, a process that has its origins embedded in a mosaic of cultural fragments: Amerindian, African, European, Asian. The European fragment is brought into 91, 92. Sharper focus than the others, but it remains a fragment. Hiding behind the screen of this European cultural fragment, the Caribbean writer oscillates in and out of sunlight and shadows, exile abroad and homelessness at home. At home, he is what C.L.R. James described very aptly as a 20th century man living in a 17th century economy, while abroad he is a performer in a circus of civilization. There are times when he claims that he is a nomad, but this is one of his clever evasions. The irony of it all is that he can only become a nomad when his place in the sun, the speck on the globe that is his home, is freed from the economic, psychological, and political clutches of usurpers who had seized it since the beginning of the Columbian era. The spaces that the nomad's imagination encompass exist within a circumference of seasons, and national borders have no meaning for him. For the Caribbean writer, therefore, to become a true nomad, his feet must traverse a territory that his imagination encompasses without let or hindrance. In his country, however, the land, the airspace, the water, the minerals under the earth are owned from abroad and administered by local surrogates. The rites of passage are overtly or covertly restricted. Every new trespass, therefore, is a kind of reckless lurch into a wider indifference. The term Caribbean in this essay describes the island archipelago, the countries on the Caribbean littoral, and Guyana, Suriname, and Cayenne. Cuba is the exception that proves the rule. Cuba belongs to the Cubans. In Cuba, the northeastern sheet anchor of the Caribbean archipelago, the pre-revolutionary economic relationship between expatriate owners, local surrogates, and the majority of people, no longer exists. Cuba is, therefore, a point of reference for us, a living example of how in less than 2 decades, age-old problems of economic and cultural alienation, race and color, caste, class and identity, can be looked at afresh and in many instances successfully dealt with. In order to deal with our heritage of exile today, one must return to the beginnings of the Columbian era. Marx had said that history always repeats itself, the first time is tragedy and the next time farce. In the Caribbean we often appear to be like sleepwalkers, reliving the history and repeating the farce. The early accounts written by European colonizers, about their apocalyptic intrusion into the Amerindian domains, are characterized, with few exceptions, by romantic evasions of truth and voluminous omissions. Have we ever really examined the images that these historical fictions have created of us? If we do so empirically, then we can begin to 93. Understand this question of the writer's exile abroad and homelessness at home. After Columbus and his sailors were discovered by the Arawakian Lukios on their beaches in 1492, the Americas of the colonizer came into being as part of both a literary exercise and one of the most appalling acts of ethnocide in recorded history. First, there were Columbus' diaries, which told us more about the man Himmelf than about the islands he had stumbled upon, and the man revealed to us was a schizoid being, a Janus astride two worlds, one medieval, the other of the Renaissance. These diaries are a blend of fantasies fed by writings from the Middle Ages, obsessive ramblings about a new crusade to recapture Jerusalem from the infidel Turks, special pleadings to the sovereigns of Castile, a precise sailor's log and useful observations about the flora, fauna, and topography of the Caribbean island he had touched upon through good luck, fanatical persistence and blind faith in his enterprise of the Indies. This instinctive interest in plants, animals, and landscapes inadvertently betrayed his village artisan farmer-fisherman origins, which he tried to deny with a studied mendacity for most of his life. He had left the countryside around Genoa in his early youth, and the land had etched images on the palimpsest of his mind that no amount of self-deception could erase. On the other hand, accounts of the native peoples he encountered are contradictory, inaccurate, and biased, and in the midst of pious declarations about converting natives to Christianity, sprinkled with the sides of racial arrogance and a lust for gold. Columbus led an early life that was very similar to the one that Caribbean artists, vagabonds, sailors, writers, and immigrants would lead centuries later. In his journey from the land to a nameless street in Genoa, and then his quantum leap to the Portuguese and Spanish courts and everlasting fame, he had to cross not only distances in land and seascapes, but centuries in time. Son of a wool carder, he began his trespass into the 15th and 16th centuries with little more than great expectations. His whole life, indeed, would become a journey to new illusions. He had to cross not only distances in time and space, but the almost immeasurable gulf between the peasant artisan and the nobility. Having made this impossible leap, he carried with him a multitude of insecurities and a persistent fear of looking back and acknowledging his lowly beginnings. On his first journey across the Atlantic, Columbus became prey to the medieval fantasies nurtured like fungus on his narrow Genoa street, with its gloomy doorways yawning like entrances to minotaur caves, its 94 shuttered windows and its persistent odors of decay which the sea breezes even now do not seem to dispel completely. As he became more and more convinced that he would survive the Atlantic crossing, his mind was filled with dreams of golden-roofed palaces on the one hand, and on the other, a bestiary inhabited by griffins and by other fabulous creatures, some of which ate human flesh, had human bodies and the snouts of dogs. When he did not find the monsters that medieval writers had dreamed up, Columbus invented a monstrous racial slander. He declared that the Caribs were cannibals. What we can prove about the Caribs is that they fought with surpassing courage and skill against the European intruders, and that this became the basis for a new kind of ideological arrangement. Those who welcomed the colonizers were praised, enslaved, and exterminated, and those who resisted were damned. The contumely heaped upon the heads of the Caribs by Columbus led to interesting lexical and literary aberrations. From Carib derived the word cannibal, and from cannibal Shakespeare gave us Caliban. The institutionalization of racism and colonialism begins with the Carib cannibal Caliban slander, which has persisted for 5 centuries. In the Caribbean, school children are still being taught from texts, some of which have ostensibly been written by eminent Caribbean historians, that the Caribs ate human flesh. Richard Moore, the Barbadian historian, refuted this calumny in a brilliant booklet, and a very well-researched one entitled Caribs, Cannibals, and Human Relations. The Carib cannibal, the African and other third-world species are fruit from the same tree of racism. Every time a Caribbean child reads about the ancestral cannibal, it becomes an unconscious act of psychological self-mutilation. Do we not know, José Martí had written, that the same blow that paralyzes the Indian, cripples us? But our children neither read the works of Martí nor know who he is. They are still taught to idolize the colonizer, and in so doing hate themselves. On his second voyage, Columbus found human bones, relics of ancestor worship, in Carib huts in Dominica. He used this as evidence to prove his racial slander. Had a group of Caribs discovered Rome and visited the catacombs, they too would have found certain Catholic orders preserving human bones, and by the same curious logic that Columbus used, could have assumed that the Pope and his followers were cannibals. If the Admiral of the Ocean Sea had remained in Genoa, he would most likely have been a part-time sailor and a worker in wool. His family had for generations been cloth makers. They took sheep's wool, spun it into 95 thread and wove the thread into cloth, which they finally sold. Since ancient times, the Genoese youth, particularly those who were artisan apprentices, fishermen or small traders, had gone to sea in search of fame and fortune. For, if they were ambitious, it would be clear as bells of the Angelus that for them their society was one of many dogs and few bones. So the urge to seasons of adventure was not entirely a romantic one. During the Renaissance, the challenge of conquering the seemingly infinite spaces of the Atlantic beyond the Pillars of Hercules began to excite the imaginations of those young Genoese as it had never done before. Many of them migrated to Portugal, the unrivaled center of the nautical sciences in 15th century Europe. There were so many Genoese in Portugal in 1481 that the Cortes petitioned the king to exclude them from his dominions. Columbus arrived in Portugal when he was about 30 years old. He is a man with whom we should be well acquainted, for he had heaped so much suffering upon our ancestors that we would be betraying their dreams of freedom for all mankind, if we did not mark him well. We should know not only the mythical Columbus, but also the real one. And, since knowing is not just an abstract concept for us, we would be able to divine clearly what he looked like. His son Ferdinand said of him, "The admiral was a well-built man of more than medium structure, long-visaged with cheeks somewhat high, but neither fat nor thin. He had an aquiline nose and his eyes were light in color, his complexion too was light, but kindling to a vivid red. In youth his hair was blonde, but when he came to his 30th year it all turned white." Bartolomé de las Casas, the Dominican monk, amplifies this description, telling us that he was more than middling tall, face long and giving an air of authority, aquiline nose, blue eyes, complexion light and tending to bright red, beard and hair bright red when young but very soon turned grey from his labors. While Ferdinand, the admiral's son, was writing his father's biography, he was receiving the revenue from 600 African slaves in Hispaniola. It would be interesting to discover how many generations of the Columbus family subsequently rode on the backs of sweating and anonymous Africans. But, let us return to the impoverished Columbus setting himself up in Portugal. He did not remain in penury for long, because he soon married. 96. A noble, wealthy, and well-connected lady, Beatriz Enriquez de Harana, and he was eventually able to plead for royal sponsorship of what he himself described as La Empresa de las Indies, the enterprise of the Indies. The King of Portugal turned him down, but 9 years later Ferdinand and Isabella, the rulers of Castile, became his patrons. Certain that he could sail to India and China via the western seas, he surprised the Indians on their island beaches in the Bahamas, though he believed for a while that these islands were in the Bay of Bengal. Alberigo Vespucci, a Florentine dilettante and rascal, corrected Columbus' error, if error it really was, because Columbus and Vespucci remained on very close and friendly terms until the former's death in 1506. Vespucci, having sailed to the American mainland, declared that what Columbus had indeed stumbled upon was a new world, a surprising declaration about twin continents which had already been inhabited for over 200 millenniums. Having returned from his travels, Vespucci wrote a number of letters to the Duc de Medici in Paris, using a lively and entertaining prose style, and causing a great stir when these letters were published. Columbus' writings are intense, humorless, turgid, and occasionally poetic. The intensity of his passion seemed to burn through the dense prose and illuminate it for moments, until once again it becomes uneven, repetitive, and dense. The cumulative effect of what is left of his writings is like fists drumming against one's brain. Vespucci, on the other hand, composing his Quechu or Navigations in Portugal, did not write in the white heat of his experiences. He gave us an elegant, retrospective, and very persuasive view, and he was never averse to plagiarism if the accounts of other people's voyages could enhance his own. Vespucci invented a colonizer's America, and the reality that is ours never recovered from this literary assault and the distortions he inflicted upon it. The fiction of a virgin land inhabited by savages, at once a racist one and a contradiction, remains with us to this day. Alberigo was undoubtedly a Florentine dilettante, but he was also an extraordinarily clever one. Why would he otherwise have changed his Christian name after his voyages to the Americas? There is a mountain range in Nicaragua called the Sierra Americi, and a group of Indians called Los Americs. These mountains stretch between Juigalpa and 97. Libertad in the province of Chontales, and they separate Lake Nicaragua from the Mosquito Coast. The Americs had, since pre-Columbian times, always been in contact with the area around Cape Garcia a Dios, and the whole length of the Mosquito Coast. In 1502, Columbus visited this coast at Carew and Carambaru. In 1497, Vespucci landed at Cape Garcia a Dios, and, in 1505, sailed along the Mosquito Coast. Both navigators must certainly have heard the word Americi from the Indians over and over again during those voyages. After the initial greetings and the limping exchange of pleasantries, it was a tradition with explorers like Columbus and Vespucci, to ask the Indians where gold could be found. For, as Cortés confessed, they all suffered from a disease that only gold could cure. The alluvial gravels of the Sierra Americi had yielded gold for the Indians from time immemorial. They used gold, the sun's sweat, to create objects of surpassing beauty. It was a good metal for sculpture. Beyond that, it had little value in itself until it was touched by man's creative genius. By capturing light on the burnished surfaces that metal workers and sculptors created through the use of fire, gold could link people to the sun, moon, and stars, and both the act of creative labor and the object created became touched by magic, mystery and beauty. Sometimes they indented pieces of raw gold, and putting them in a sack full of sand, allowed the sea or a running stream to sculpt and polish them, and so through these processes the objects, man, nature, and the gods could become one. For the colonizer, gold meant money, personal and national aggrandizement and power over others. In their burgeoning capitalist system, gold could buy a place in the very throne room of the kingdom of heaven for the most despicable sinner. And in particular, once the sinner made the right propitiatory noises to the Almighty and gave generously to the Church, he could be assured of absolution from any crime committed against the colonized. "I came for gold, not to till the land," Cortés had declared. He was noted for his occasional outbursts of brutal frankness about himself and his countrymen. Their lust for gold was such that the Indians declared that the colonizer would even rape the sun to rob it of its miraculous sweat. For Columbus and Vespucci, therefore, the words Americi and gold had become synonymous. After his visits to the Mosquito Coast, Vespucci changed his Christian name from Alberigo to Amerigo. In the archives of Toledo, a letter from Vespucci to the cardinal dated December 9, 1508, is signed Amerigo with the 98th double V as in the Indian Americi. And between 1508 and 1512, the year in which Vespucci died, at least 2 other signatures with the Christian name Amerigo were recorded. Robbing peoples and countries of their indigenous names was one of the cruel games that colonizers played with the colonized. Names are like magic markers in the long and labyrinthine streams of racial memory, for racial memories are rivers leading to the sea where the memory of mankind is stored. To rob people or countries of their names is to set in motion a psychic disturbance which can in turn create a permanent crisis of identity. As if to underline this fact, the theft of an important place name from the heartland of the Americas and the claim that it was a dilettante's Christian name robs the original name of its elemental meaning. Dr. A. L. Plongian, a 19th-century scholar from Merida, in a letter to the French professor Jules Marcou dated December 10, 1881, wrote, "The name America or Americi in the Mayan language means, a country of perpetually strong wind, or the land of the wind, and sometimes the suffix -ik Ik and Ika can mean not only wind or air but also a spirit that breathes, life itself. We must, therefore, reclaim the name of our America and give it once again its primordial meaning, land of the wind, the fountainhead of life and movement. In the Mayan Genesis myth, the Popolvuh, wind stands at the center of creation. As the story unfolds, we are told that it was manifested to the gods. That at dawn man should appear. So they decided on the creation and the growth of trees and bees and the birth of life and the creation of man. This was resolved in the darkness and in the night by the heart of heaven called hurricane. On the rocky eastern slopes of the Sierra America the wind pounds like giant fists upon the gates of time demanding to be recognized. M. Asturias's novel Strong Wind resurrects the symbol of the wind in a Guatemalan setting that is near to the Sierra America. In this novel, hurricane, the heart of heaven, the Mayan and Carew god, unleashed its avenging wrath upon the huge banana plantations owned by an overseas concern that was remarkably like the United Fruit Company. Other Caribbean writers, English-speaking ones, had written about hurricanes. There was John Hearne and Edgar Mittelhalzer, but their hurricanes had no roots in America's mythological archetypes. The British did not encourage this kind of thing in their stultified colonial educational systems. Hearne can be excused. The Jamaican indigenous connection was absolutely severed by ethnocide, but Mittelhalzer came from a country where the Amerindian still lives in the forests of the Guyana hinterland and in the forests of our flesh and blood. In Strong Wind, Asturias reunites myth, magic, man, creative labor and the elements. His American characters, with the exception of Stoner, the hero, are slightly unreal. Stoner is real because he became indigenized. He fought with and for the people and in the process became their brother and no longer their master. So, by the time Stoner and his wife were killed, it was a death outside the pale of the Judeo-Christian tradition, rather it was one that the god hurricane demanded so that an act of expiation could be immortalized. Hearne S. and Mittelhalzer S. Hurricanes are depicted with a kind of clinical detachment. Their strong wind seems anglicized when compared to Asturias' Amerindianized one. The similarity between Columbus' life and that of the colonials he ultimately helped to bring into being, ends the moment he himself became a colonizer. The Atlantic crossing created profound psychological changes in those who made it. If all the cultural baggage dumped in the Middle Passage during the 5 centuries of the Columbian era were to be dredged up, it would need a new planet to house it. Having survived the crossing, Columbus and his sailors announced to their Indian hosts that they had come from heaven. It was something of a contradiction, Las Casas remarked cryptically, to have come from heaven and to be so overcome with a lust for gold. As a dying Cuban cacique was to reveal, the colonizer gave heaven a bad name in the eyes of the colonized. In 1509, the self-proclaimed men from heaven had turned their attention to the beautiful island of Cuba. One of the principal caciques there, hearing in advance of their coming, carried out a propitiatory ceremony of drowning all the gold he and his subjects possessed. He was convinced that since gold was the only real god the Spanish worshipped, if this god was thrown away, perhaps he and his people would be spared. The invaders, incensed by this act of sacrilege, had the cacique burnt alive. When he was in the midst of the flames, a Franciscan friar of great piety, holding a cross before him, promised the cacique eternal life if he would embrace the Christian faith and hell and damnation if he didn't. With the fire burning slowly to prolong the torture, the friar, as best as he could, tried to explain some 100 doctrines of the Christian 100 faith. The cacique, in the midst of his discomfort, inquired if heaven was open to all Spaniards. Some who were good can hope to be admitted there, the friar replied. Then, declared the cacique, since I would prefer not to share heaven with such cruel company, if you'd swear that none of your people will go to hell, hell would be the perfect place for me. We are, in fact, re-examining the roots of our Colombian exile because, as an Amerindian proverb says, those who forget the past will relive it again and again. If we neglect this task of re-examination, then the contradictions between our psychological and actual exile, an induced state of intellectual amnesia and a conscious awareness of what was, what is, and what is to be done, is liable to lead us into a labyrinth of metaphysics. For our intention must be not merely to analyze the world, our world, but to change it. Only by changing our world can we inherit it, and only by inheriting it can we end our internal and external exile. The first European settlement in the Americas was established in Marine, one of the 5 kingdoms on the island of Bohio, which the Spaniards renamed Hispaniola. The settlement was called La Navidad. Guacanagari, the ruler of Marine, had treated the Spaniards with great hospitality on their arrival. When the Santa Maria was wrecked on Christmas Day 1492, because Juan de la Costa and a group of Basque shipmates had disobeyed Columbus' orders and tried to save their own skins, the admiral himself wrote that at sunrise on December 26, this same Guacanagari came aboard the Nina, and said that he would give him all that he had, and that he had given the Christians who were ashore 2 very big houses, and would give more if necessary. To such extent, says the admiral, are they loyal and without greed for the property of others, and that king was virtuous above all. Las Casas revealed the fate that befell Guacanagari barely a decade later. The Spaniards pursued this chief with peculiar bitterness and forced him to abandon his kingdom. He died of fatigue and sorrow. Those of his people who were not fortunate enough to be killed suffered countless pains in slavery. 101. After a warm and hospitable reception, Columbus repaid his Amerindian hosts by enslaving them hardly a year later. The Atlantic slave trade began when, under Columbus' sponsorship, a shipload of 500 Indians was dispatched to Spain in 1493. The absence of greed for the property of others is definitely not a quality that has surfaced in the hearts of colonizers during the 5 centuries of the Columbian era. After the 5 kingdoms of Hispaniola and their estimated 3 million inhabitants were erased, the peoples of Jamaica and Puerto Rico were next in line for their journey to oblivion. By 1540, these 2 islands, which between them had a population of 600,000, could boast of having hardly 200 of their original inhabitants alive. The population figures are those of Las Casas and, naturally, apologists for the colonizer have often warned us that his figures should be doubted. But who should be believed, the initiators, sponsors and apologists of ethnocide, or one who fought for its victims for 68 of his 92 years? The silences and the empty spaces which remained in the wake of this early example of a final solution, bore eloquent testimony to the enormity of the crime. Even if the figures are incorrect, we might well ask, where then are the indigenous peoples of the Caribbean today? Why don't they come forward and speak for themselves? I have penetrated into those profound silences which remain in the aftermath of ethnocide, for it is not only a crime of past centuries, it lives on today. In vast areas of the Guiana highlands west of the Pacaraimás and south of the Carew, the Amerindian peoples are still being exterminated and their land is still being violated by usurpers. There are islands of silence in those vast spaces which leave a more terrible impression on the mind than screams of the dying. In those profound silences, the Mayan Populva is no longer a Genesis myth, but a prophecy, for it began like this. This is the story of how everything was in suspense, everything becalmed, wrapped in silence, everything immobile, silent and empty in the vastness of the sky. As one penetrates into those brooding spaces, one feels the pain and suffering of the dead Amerindian hosts, and at that moment one begins to realize that the real dead are the sowers of death, not its victims. At that moment one understands the unwritten histories of the victims intuitively and enters into the heart of their suffering. One feels their anguish in the same way that an amputee feels a persistent ache in the limb he has lost, and at that moment one also becomes the inheritor of the dauntless courage and the humanity of the victims, and at that moment suffering is no longer suffering and death is no longer death. Perhaps it is. 102. At that moment too, that one sees the beginning of the end of exile. But before one deals with the cure, one must diagnose the ailment. The history of our exile is a dismal one of ethnocide, slavery, indentured labor, racism, colonialism, and more recently neocolonialism. Everywhere that we touch the earth in this hemisphere and seek to establish roots, the roots are bound to invade the graves of the innocent dead. For, after the Indian was sent on his journey to oblivion, the colonizer established new colonies of the dead slaves from Africa, indentured labor from India, China, Java, Madeira, and once again Africa, and along with these the permanent human flotsam in capitalism's kingdom of chance, the unemployed, the hungry, the sick who belong to no special race, color, or creed, but are numbers in statistical tables, raw material for academics to pontificate upon. To define this situation today in simplistic clichés about black, brown, or white power is to induce a kind of intellectual euphoria in which the mind becomes anesthetized with half-truths. One has to excavate the answers from the abyss of oneself and one's mutilated society. I had pointed out earlier that the Caribbean writer was poised between limbo and nothingness, like the middleman in Akan classical drama, but we, in fact, Caribbeanized the role and became not so much a figure in the middle of furies and benign spirits, but an honorary marginal person. The writer is, therefore, islanded in the midst of marginal tides of sorrow, despair, hope, whirlpools of anxiety, cataracts of rage. He is the most articulate member of the marginal class, articulate, that is, with the written word. There are others of his class who speak to the mind's ear with music, the calypso, reggae, the folk song, and who speak with immediacy and a sensuous ease to a much vaster audience. The marginal class is a creation of the system in the Caribbean. The system sustained itself for centuries, by ensuring that at all times there would be a large reservoir of cheap labor. Expatriate manipulators, while controlling vast acreages of land, brought only a fraction of what they controlled into productive use. They also exercised absolute controls over all other important means of production, distribution, and exchange by an economic and cosmetic sleight of hand, which makes it appear as if the local surrogates were the real bosses, which they never were, and, under the present system, will never become. The economic base of the marginal classes, therefore, like mud on the Guiana coast. The tides carpet beaches with this mud for a season and then roll it up and move it elsewhere. After centuries in the wilderness, the first law of the marginals is that of survival. To the middle class, which has only recently left the shiftless 103. An insecure world of marginality, the marginal class appears to be truly menacing, a breeding ground for symbols of terror. The middle class, and particularly the most recent recruits to its ranks, haunted by the specter of the marginal class, tries almost in a fury to shut itself behind ramparts of self-deception and iron bars. A regular job, a bicycle, and a collar and tie used to be the symbols of emancipation from the marginals, but now the symbols have become more expensive and they are a shirt jack, a car, and the third symbol, which is optional, is what Andrew Salka described as a wagon wheel afro. When the Black Power gesticulation promised to be safe, social, and definitely not socialist, the most unlikely people began to decorate themselves with its exotic accoutrements. But, as soon as it began to crystallize into a class struggle, the middle class abandoned it and hitched their wagon wheels once more to old tried and true neocolonialist symbols. Naipaul, one of our distinguished literary colleagues, made the profound pontifical declaration that it lacked intellectual content. But the Caribbean writer, whether he likes it or not, is an honorary marginal person, and it is from the constantly shifting islands of marginality that he makes his sallies into the world, into the wider indifference of Britain, the United States, Canada, France, or wherever the rumor-gram noises it abroad, that the pastures are greener. When the colonizer exterminated the indigenous inhabitants in many regions of the Americas, they severed connections with a vast network of secret tributaries that led into the mainstream of the memory of mankind. The total reservoir of memory was seriously impoverished by this loss. The colonizer, reaching into the cultural reserves he believed he had brought with him, discovered that these were soon exhausted, leaving him with psychic voids that could not be filled. The cultural baggage he had dumped in the Middle Passage could not be salvaged. In any event, it was mostly the culturally deprived who immigrated to the Americas, so that from the start they had set out with depleted stocks. Of all the major groups that came to the Americas during the initial 300 years of the Columbian era, the African alone understood the profound need to create a fusion of his culture with that of his Indian host. The African brought with him, regardless of the mosaic of cultural groups from which he derived, a built-in ethic which bound him. First, as a stranger in a strange land, to study and respect the host culture before he established elements of his own. This gave the children of the African diaspora a means of surviving anywhere in /04 the human world, and they did not need guns and superior weapons in order to do this. When the African arrived in the New World, he knew that the colonizer who had brought him there was a usurper who had seized the land of the Indians, desecrated the graves and the altars of their ancestors, and sent countless of the ones who had welcomed them to the forest of the long night. It was clear to the slave from Africa, that in order to escape the terrible retribution that was certain to overtake their masters, they had to make peace with both the living and the dead in this new land. The African had to recreate his vision of himself in the universe, often being violently uprooted, to have seen himself only through his master's eyes, and to have even appeared to be an accomplice in his obnoxious deeds, would have left him with a permanent heritage of self-hatred, distorted self-images and guilt. In order to reconstruct his ontological system, the African was compelled by the logic of his own cultural past, to establish relations with his Indian host independent of the white man. It was fortunate for us all in this hemisphere that the African began once more to make his appearance in the New World from around 1502. It was also a matter of profound cultural significance that Africans had come to the Americas in pre-Columbian times. But within 2 decades of his arrival in the Columbian era, there were rebellions in Hispaniola, Puerto Rico, Cuba, Jamaica, and Mexico, in which Africans and Indians joined forces against a common enemy. Herrera tells us that the Wolofs of San Juan de Puerto Rico walked rebelliously through the land, and that no sooner had they set foot in the Indies, than they began to disaffect the Indians. The Wolofs could, thereafter, only move from one island to another with special permission from the viceroy. The humane and civilized African example of cultural accommodation, which runs counter to the bigotry of the white settler mentality, has largely been ignored by both our historians and the colonizers. And yet, in dealing with questions of cultural roots, alienation, and identity in the Americas, it is an example that cannot be overlooked. At a time when independence, that is, an anthem, a flag and a color on the map, brings into sharper focus questions of national identity and liberation, the Caribbean writer is faced with harsh choices. The end of his marginal status is now in sight. As an honorary member of the marginal class, he has both consciously and unconsciously internalized the mounting chaos that is pushing this class inexorably, not into 105 revolutionary situations, in ear ranks knave deans swelled by unemployed graduates from high schools and universities, by preachers of cults and fads, by crooks, pushers, choke and rob practitioners, political touts and bouncers, by instant prophets and transatlantic gurus. Their dress, their speech, their music, the mumbo-jumbo they invent and discard seasonally are all imaginative forms of protest. They are often unsure of what they are for, but are absolutely certain of what they're against: the corrupt, bullying, pompous, dishonest, cruel, incompetent and often mindless regimes under which they live. Elements from the marginal class have taken to the streets again and again during the past decade. Their most dramatic street scenes were acted out in Trinidad in 1969. The revolution has started, some of the more naive had cried out. These street demonstrations could best be described by 2 lines from a Robert Burns poem: for they were like the borealis race, that flits you can point its place. Yet, one should not dismiss the street demonstrations of the marginals lightly. In every instance they attracted elements from the working class and a minority of the intelligentsia. These elements went back to bear the brunt of the repression that followed, to become more politicized and to move the struggle to a higher level. The Caribbean writer, during this period, played the role of the middleman in the Akan classical theatre to such perfection that scholars researching African survivals would have been delighted. Some went into hiding, others wore gaudy costumes and transformed the slogans into academic canons. If occasionally their denunciations of white imperialism sounded too emotional, they ended by declaring that Marx was irrelevant, long live Fanon. Others played a cunning counter-revolutionary ROE. The honorary marginal is a supreme mimic and in addition to this quality can perform a literary ventriloquism. He can imitate his colonial master so perfectly that the master hears himself speaking through the servant. This servant has a phonal apparatus inside his head that those who behold it marvel at its sensitivity. The colonial intellectual passes through 3 stages. At the first stage, he is an imitator, devoted to the idea of showing the colonizer that he has learned all his cultural catechisms well and is ready to be accepted as an honorary white man. He is a creature who lives as though he were constantly under the scrutiny of a disapproving colonizer's eye. He is even careful about the way in which he talks in his sleep. At the second stage, our colonial has grown bold enough to be disgruntled. He has grown cunning enough to understand that Uncle Toming from the heart is no longer in fashion. He, therefore, assumes postures of protest. The 106. Language that he has come to know better than the colonizer himself is used like a stick to beat the man, but the beating is handed out guardedly. The intention is more to make noise than to inflict pain. It is, in essence, a protest inspired by petulance, a signal to the colonizer, a plea for recognition, a cry from the emptiness of the marginal soul which says, "Accept me as an honorary white man and I will commit new and unspeakable treacheries against my own." The third stage is one of unequivocal adherence to the cause of liberation, one that challenges the Caribbean writer to take sides with the sufferers and not their exploiters, local or expatriate, with the have-nots, not the have-gots, with the scorned, the rejected, not those lapping the fat of the years. Once the writer has made the choice, he is on the road to the end of exile, the road to hope, the Freedawn road, the road to the new day where, with morning bursting like pale lightnings from our eyes, together side by side we'll burst asunder pale ramparts of heaven with bare hands and bare feet to pluck wild orchids of ultimate release. The Caribbean writer is a person from the sun. Sun's in my blood today, Seymour writes in his very fine poem, unconsciously entering into regions of African myth which tell of how Nyanko Pan, the sky god, shoots a particle of the sun's fire into the bloodstream of the child, thus bringing the blood to life. In the Caribbean worldview, the sun is a dialectical entity, it is creative and destructive, it gives life and takes it away. Anansi, the West African folk archetype in whose name all fables were told, is shaped like a Gadwal * a sun wheel, a mathematically perfect calendar. Anansi was also the victim of an encounter with the wax girl. The story goes that Anansi lost his perfect shape after this encounter. Among the houses, the rainbow was called the spider's bow. This shows how close Anansi was to the divinities from heaven. And, his bow, which had the shape of a snake, was called the god of rains and storms. In the Caribbean, Anansi lost his contacts with divinities and is known exclusively as a trickster. The European, settling in the tropical world in the Columbian era, brought medieval fantasies with him, of the equatorial region being a land of fire, and when this turned out to be untrue, he invented the myth that only dark-skinned peoples could do strenuous manual labor in the sun. White workers in Cuba, and those thousands of miles away in tropical Australia, and white peasants in the Caribbean have proved this to be the fiction that it is, but the myth persists, and the myth is now embraced not only by its originators but also by its victims. The Creoles will still declare unblushingly that their constitutions are too delicate for them to attempt strenuous manual labor in the sun, that only blacks or coolies are fit for that kind of thing. Exile from the sun, therefore, begins in the Creole mind. It is the result of a plot hatched by parents who are mesmerized by colonial fantasies of class and color escape. These parents begin telling children as soon as the amniotic fluid is washed from their eyes, that the only hope for them is to go abroad, away from the sun. The sun, in this sick marginal imagination, must always be avoided at all cost. The sun's furious glare darkens the complexion and threatens to hurl this rootless creature back into the ranks of the blacks and coolies which he had only recently abandoned. The title of Sam Selvon's novel A Brighter Sun suggests an unconscious desire to move closer to his peasant origins, not to the distant lands of pale sunlight, but to the regions where it is brightest. Going away from the tropics, one loses one's place in the sun. What follows is a psychic imbalance from which one seldom recovers. But creating distances between oneself and the tropical sun was not only a question of removing one's physical presence from an equatorial to a temperate region, the colonized could also do it as part of a conditioned psychological reflex. The colonial person rooted in the parasitic economic relationships and the schizoid cultural ones he had had with the mother country could, in his imagination, be at home and overseas, in the furnace heat of his brighter sun and in pale winter sunshine at the same time. The arch-colonial still locks himself up in warm, heavy clothing in the equatorial sun and will swear that he feels no discomfort. On certain ceremonial occasions, the neo-colonial ladies and gentlemen even wear gloves. But the marginal, from the beginning of his emergence as a peripheral man in the Columbian era, while seeking to distance himself from the field slave, was always treated with a contemptuous disregard by the master upon whom he fawned. But this did not lessen his zeal to sever his connections with the dark hinterlands under the sun. His real and imagined journeys were forever outward bound ones, towards the superior culture of the colonizer and away from the 108. Inferior one of the colonized. The very communication networks that vein neo-colonial territories are like tracings from the marginal's mind and the psyche of the colonized. All roads lead outwards towards overseas cultural and spiritual meccas. The situation, though, remains a dialectical one at its core. There have always been important, living cultural and spiritual bases outside the ethos of the marginal's facile borrowings and spurious imitations. But an indestructible rock pool of peasants, workers, and committed intellectuals who were rejected by the colonizer and the marginal alike, continued throughout the Columbian era to incorporate rich and enduring cultural survivals into the fabric of their daily lives, transforming these fragments and bequeathing to them a new life and fresh meaning. The Caribbean writer and artist, if he must end his exile, is compelled by the exigencies of history to move back and forth from the heart of those cultural survivals into whatever regions of the 20th century, the island, the continent, or the cosmos, his imagination encompasses, and, in roaming across the ages of man in this blood-stained hemisphere, he must penetrate into the unfathomable silences where a part of the Amerindian past is entombed. He must gnaw at the bones of universal griefs, and the reservoir of compassion in his heart for the dispossessed must be limitless. An Asueo Droger * once told me of the journeys he took in and out of the regions of his mind. The band across his forehead, and the harness strapped under his armpits distributed the 125 pounds he carried in his wearsheaf so that by thrusting his head forward he could walk at a steady, rhythmic shuffle from day clean X to sunset. We were averaging 25 miles a day in the mountainous Potaro district. "How do you manage?" I asked, thinking of the 30 pounds I was carrying and the way it seemed to double itself after every 10 miles. After a long pause he replied, "It's like this, Skipper, most of the time you see me walking here, carrying this big load, I'm not here at all. Is only a shadow here, the substance is back home in Aquaro, hunting a goody or deer or laba, playing with my children, catching a gaff, listening to the old ones speak, talking to the ancestors or to God. You can ask me how come I can be two places at the same time. I will tell you the secret. The pressure of this wearshe on my brain makes it easy for me to send my *a porter in the interior of Guyana. F an Amerindian backpack with a harness around the forehead and shoulders. $, a Caribbean Creole word for dawn. 109. Mind away. At the start I feel like a drunken man, there's a singing inside my head, my body feels heavy and the wearshe feels like a mountain on my back. Then all of a sudden everything gets lighter and lighter until I feel like a silk cotton blossom floating on wind. Once I reach this stage, I can walk from here to the forest of the long night without feeling any weariness. The Aswayodroger had remained for most of his life outside the awful grinding inevitability of linear time that the Columbian era had imposed upon his people. The Amerindian induction into the remorseless cycles of time on the European calendar had been traumatic. In 1493, Columbus ordered that every able-bodied Amerindian in Marine should, within a specified time, pay the Spanish crown a tribute of a hawk's bell, full of gold. Those who failed were enslaved, mutilated, or put to death. This was also the Amerindians' introduction to a cruel system in which forced labor of the colonized would produce wealth for the colonizer. Labor and the colonizer's time clock became the totems heralding a new age for the Amerindian and the African. For both of these peoples, time had been something one felt like a pulse or a heartbeat. Time for them was finite. In their cosmologies, past time went back as far as the genesis of their races. It was a link between the living and their ancestors. Present time merely spanned the seasons of each day, while future time covered the shortest span of all. It was restricted to the inevitable future and little else. This was how it had always been with the black and brown men of Corn. One could live in the midst of infinities of stasis, of no time, and when one chose, one could then generate new time. In order to turn the men of Corn into natives of capitalism, the colonizer committed unspeakable atrocities of ethnocide and the enslavement of millions. He then attempted to remove all traces of his crime. He did it with the same cunning the authorities had used after the massacre of workers in the public square in Marquez's novella 100 Years of Solitude. In the ghoulish silence and the emptiness that came in the wake of the massacre, even the stones could not speak after they were washed clean of the blood stains. Having shattered forever the Afro-Amerindian concepts of time, the colonizer created a new time which he chained inexorably to his own future expectations, and time became money. In order to illuminate the dialectic of pre-Columbian time and time in the Columbian era, a few Caribbean writers had to unlock secrets of lost centuries. They used rivers as the symbol of their journeys into the past. In Black Midas, Aaron Smart had said about his grandparents that they felt time like a river in their blood. 110. An early Wilson Harris poem had described the journey of one of his mythical characters. Down rivers of his night, where he must drown to banish fear. This Orphic journey was reenacted later in The Search for the Palace of the Peacock. In Alejo Carpentier's The Lost Steps, the hero travels into primordial hinterlands up one of the great rivers of South America, traversing millenniums in his profoundly symbolical journey. Carpentier went far afield from his island home to find a setting for his hero's wanderings. He needed a continent. Edouard Glissant chose a river in Martinique as the symbol of his search for roots and a genuine identity in his novel La Lizard. What was interesting about the droger's psychological escape route is that it led inwards. It never occurred to him to move beyond the frontiers of home and the forest. Glissant's river La Lizard, however, takes us inland to its source and from the secret spring where it rises to the sea. For on an island your cosmos of the imagination begins with the sea. In the search for an identity, one of the major themes in Caribbean writing, the impulse is either to move inwards towards some undiscovered heartland, as in Carpentier's The Lost Steps, Glissant's La Lizard, Reed's Nude, Asturias's Hombres de Maze, Harris's Palace of the Peacock, my own Black Midas, or outwards towards the Meccas of the colonizer, as in Lamming's The Emigrants, Natives of My Person, Clark's Survivors of the Crossing, The Meeting Point. These novels are works he have chosen from what has now become an impressive array. They are, therefore, by no means the only ones that illustrate the dichotomy of the inward and the outward vision in Caribbean writing. Salka's Come Home Malcolm Heartland is a novel about a Caribbean exile preparing to return home. Having explored the outward vision to its utmost limits, the hero is escaping the wide indifference of decades abroad to return to a spiritual Sleepy Hollow. The hero of Carpentier's The Lost Steps is a Euro-American musicologist and composer. In his search for an identity he first goes to Europe but does not find the illusory Europe that his father had brought him up to revere. His disillusionment is complete when he realizes that a psychic uprootment had taken place when his ancestors abandoned the old country. but in America as a white settler, he also has to seek out and find the inner sanctuaries of a spiritual heartland that racist. 111. Fantasies, a strident and spurious nationalism, and a spate of colonizers' myths had unconsciously prevented him from exploring. And he is also an artist surrounded by dilettantes and colonial cultists of art with a capital A. After a chance encounter with the curator of a museum, he sets out from New York on an expedition to find the first musical instruments that man created in the Americas. He is delayed for a while in a South American city where, from the relative safety of a tourist hotel, he watches a palace revolt flare up only to be extinguished. His journey continues over mountains as close to heaven as man can hope to be without leaving the earth. A steep descent brings him to tropical lowlands, the main setting of his search for an American and a human identity. In a few weeks he journeys to the upper reaches of the Great River, and, in the millenniums he traverses during this small span of time, his journey becomes one of self-discovery, the discovery of a new American self which was hidden in primordial rainforests, the roots of the Amerindian psyche and the Amerindian person, the inner spiritual sanctum of the men of corn, the point from which they began their migrations outwards. In this remote world where linear time as he knew it had become meaningless, the hero is, he believes at first, reborn. But this was a romantic illusion. He goes back to the world of the 20th century, his spirit refurbished, the scales scraped away from his eyes. When he tries to return to the Eden he thought he had rediscovered, the steps are lost. Yet, he had gathered unto himself an immense creative power in that trespass into prehistory and back. He returned to the Sisyphean tasks of the artist, chastened and reformed, knowing that he had to cross not only past centuries but to venture into future ones. In Glissant's La Lizard the search for an identity follows the course of a river to its source, and the spring from which it rises is enclosed by an old colonial stone house. The river takes us into the heartland of a country. Glissant introduces us to a journey of discovery with a poem. What is this country? He asked, and the answer was, first weigh every word, make the acquaintance of every sorrow. The author's lizard is really a river of life which runs through both a physical and spiritual landscape. As the river makes its way to the sea, one can feel the people stirring, the land awakening, and the people, the land, the river, the sky coming together in a miraculous unity. And during the long season of a people's consciousness ripening, the author poses a question that goes to the heart of the dream to end the feeling of homelessness at home. Can we, he asks, give a name to any parcel of earth before the man and woman who inhabits it has arisen? La Lizard illuminates the psychological landscape it traverses like flashes of lightning. Its symbols are revealed to us like the vast array of different species of flora and fauna secreted away in a rainforest. The river brings clarity to the apparent chaos, it is linked to geological time, it existed before man did, it flows into an expectation of countless seasons. It is like Alegria's the Golden Serpent, a Peruvian river that threads its way through the life of a people and one that becomes a timeless symbol of a people's fight for freedom. The river is a perfect symbol of man's seminal connection with life and being. Similarly, the interior landscapes of Harris's novels are veined with dreaming rivers of life, death, and seasons of eternity. Pia and Makonauma, the children of the sun, are the oldest and most universal culture heroes in this hemisphere. From Patagonia to the edge of the Canadian Barrens, the same story was told by the Amerindians from time immemorial. It is the story of how these twins were born and how their two greatest feats were to bring fire to man, and to tame the rivers by placing gigantic rocks and boulders across them. An Amerindian poem sings about the white sun raping dark rivers, the white sun biting like a vaquero's ship, the white sun singing the songs of the dead, the white sun a burning requiem, but the cool night must come. In this song poem the seminal anthropomorphic symbols, the sun, the dark interior river, the songs of the dead, the night, are united. The river rises in hinterlands of silence and flows to the clamorous sea, and on the way its tributaries reach into the flesh of the land like so many capillaries. The river can be the symbol of the exile journeying outwards or the exile coming home. All men return to the hills finally, the Roger Mays poem declared. His hills, both real and symbolical, were an oasis where the writer and artist went to gather strength, to heal the wounds inflicted by the Philistines at home and racists abroad. From the hills one moves. 113. Outwards, towards the sea. Both the consciousness of the sea and the absence of this consciousness are interesting psychological phenomena in the Caribbean. The dream that emerges in Caribbean writing is one of crossing the sea or of contemplating its moods, never of conquering it. The Caribs and the Europeans were conquerors of the sea, creators of sagas, their imaginations were forever encompassing new horizons of turbulent water. But for the new Caribbean man the sea was a capricious and often dangerous moat between stepping stones of islands and continents. The sea, which Laming describes in great detail in Natives of My Person, is perceived as though from a great distance, it is something, not only separating continents and islands, but suspended between them. It is a weightless, static sea, like the one described in the Mayan Genesis myth, the Populva, rather than a heaving turbulent reality. In an earlier novel, Laming's emigrants cross the Atlantic and are barely aware of this ocean's existence. But in their conversations it is clear that they're carrying enduring memories of the smell of their earth and the dreams of their people with them. The journey by sea is an interlude between home and the Caribbean community's island abroad. Clark's survivors of the crossing also erase the reality of the ocean they crossed from their minds. In his The Meeting Point, the emigrants have moved to air travel and are more at ease. Perhaps, we all carry deep in our unconscious minds the traumatic memory of the ancestral crossing in the Columbian and slave era. In Salka's Come Home Malcolm Hartland, the Caribbean Janus astride two worlds is about to abandon one of the two and return home regardless of the Philistines, the areas of mindlessness that he must invade and conquer, the malice waiting to ambush him and the deep awareness that a part of him had died during the decades abroad in the emptiness, the racial scorn, the endless encounters with real and imagined acts of discrimination he had had to endure. Malcolm Hartland also knows that the home to which he is returning is innocent of many social and political resonances for which he had developed an inner ear. Hartland dies both in a real and symbolical death before he takes the plunge. But there are Heartlands at home who survived both crossings, the one to the Meccas of the colonizer and the other home to the secret heartlands where the waters of the river of life began their flow. Perhaps the finest evocation of this return home to slowly awakening sleepy hollows perched on top of the people's volcanic discontents can be found in Mervyn Morris' poetry. This poetry is uncompromisingly honest, sensitive, and it penetrates the heart of the discontents that centuries of exile and cultural alienation gave birth to. 114. All people have a right to share the waters of the river of life and to drink with their own cups, but our cups have been broken, laments the Carib poem hymn. The writer, artist, musician, is directly involved in the creative process of reshaping the broken cups. But as an Asian writer had said from a republic perched on the roof of the world in the Soviet Far East, art and literature are like lightning, and lightning can never be timid. Therefore, while we shape exquisite new cups, we must side by side with the disinherited millions of the Third World, confront those who would deny us our fair share of the waters of the river of life, for it was at the source of those waters that the exile of the Caribbean writer began and it is there that his exile will end. The Third World, its facade and its landscapes within. Tread softly, for numberless dark ancestors sleep under the earth, and if perchance you press your ear to the ground on moon-bright nights, echoes of long time past sorrows will swirl inside your head, splashes of sunlight and shadows will partner trade winds to spawn whispers and rice birds. Listen well. You'll hear a roll call of heroes, heroines, and hosts of the innocent dead make your footfalls lighter than a jaguar's. For every spot of earth you touch is an unmarked ancestral grave. Song poem of the Shamans. Slash was born in Agricola, Rome, and now more than 60 years later, my village still squats tenaciously on the east bank of the amber-stained Demerara River, part of the vast swampy, evergreen littoral stretching from the delta of the Orinoco to the mighty Amazon. These two great rivers, along with the smaller ones like the Essequibo, the Demerara, the Berbice, the Corentin, and the Caroni. 115. 116. All flow into the Atlantic. In the rainy season, when they are full to bursting, they vomit their waters into the ocean, churning up mud and silt and turning the Atlantic into a yellow, freshwater lake for 100 miles offshore. When Christopher Columbus first saw the Orinoco, big sister river to the Demerara 200 miles to the northwest, he had written in his diary, "I believe that this is a very great continent, until today unknown. And if this be a continent, it is a marvelous thing. Since so great a river flows that it makes a freshwater sea of 48 leagues. Half a century later, Sir Walter Raleigh, in his search for El Dorado, had sailed past the Demerara and declared that he had stumbled upon a veritable Eden, and John Milton, enthralled with the images and poetic evocations in Raleigh's discovery of Guyana, had plagiarized whole passages. The Demerara rises close to the equator, tumbles north down steep escarpments, and in between cataracts of raging white water, meanders serenely through forests and savannas until, finally, heaving to rhythms of rising and falling Atlantic tides, it disgorges its muddy waters into the ocean. It seems as though the river tries to choke itself to death by hastily shedding vast quantities of silt at its mouth and creating an intricate pattern of sandbars. But, at other times, seized by an opposing impulse for survival, it conspires with Atlantic tides and currents from the Orinoco and Amazon to cut secret channels through the sandbars and to keep itself navigable. From the air, one can see clearly where the yellow Demerara and the blue Atlantic meet but never seem to merge. It is as though the dividing line between the two were permanent and unchanging. Yet, under the surface, the two merge and become inseparable. I never discovered who had given Agricola Rome its resounding name. But, planters, proconsuls, and settlers in their cups were liable to abandon themselves to grandiose fantasies in which they saw themselves as reincarnated Roman patricians proudly upholding the traditions of empire and Pax Britannica. Still, Agricola Rome on the Demerara does have much in common with Rome on the Tiber. The legendary Rome on the Tiber is at once a holy city, a martial city, and a pagan one. It is festooned with splendid historic buildings, monuments, and arches of triumph. Its anonymous builders have left a legacy of splendor, of suffering, of unfulfilled longings, and of unrequited dreams. 117. The shifting muddy terrain of the Guiana coast, the hot and oleous equatorial air, torrential rains, and constantly burgeoning and lush vegetation combined are unkind to man-made monuments. They are devoured by termites, humidity, and an irrepressible flora. Agricola Rome's monuments are instead, the landscapes that thousands of anonymous slaves tamed and humanized. The Third World and the First, linked together in a symbiotic relationship, cannot exist without each other. The cities and village of both were created and sustained by an unholy combination of slave, captive, and forced labor. In the plethora of conflicts between rival empire builders and between colonizers and colonized, millions of people from a rainbow array of races, colors, and creeds were scattered across continents and islands. This was true of the British Empire, of which Agricola Rome was a tiny, but by no means an inconsequential, part. If only a small part of the history of those who carried the Roman Empire, and much later, the British Empire, on their backs, were resurrected and recorded, all the libraries in the world together would not have enough space to house the heretofore untold stories of suffering and heroism. Both Romes, though, have been cradles of mystery, magic, and primordial myths. Rome on the Tiber, the heart of institutionalized Christianity, is also the Rome of its mythical founders, Romulus and Remus, who as infants suckled from the teats of a she-wolf. The pagan Rome with unconscious memories reaching beyond pre-Etruscan times lives side by side with the Rome of the Caesars and the Rome of today. Modern Agricola Rome on the Demerara also lives uneasily side by side with specters from a primordial past and its present-day reality of a struggle for survival. The anonymous toilers who created Rome on the Tiber and Rome on the Deme Reres somehow linked them together in a way that the settler founders of Agricola Rome could never have imagined. It is as though Mark Antony unwittingly predicted the emergence of my Rome when he declared, "Let Rome in Tiber melt, and the wide arch of the ranged empire fall. Here is my space. Kingdoms are clay, our dungy earth alike feeds beast as man." But Brecht, with his unusual creative imagination and his use of a dialectical method that had become instinctive, asked. 118. Rome has many arcs of triumph. Who built them? Who built the 7 towers of Thebes? Atlantis of the legend. The evening when the sea came in. Were not the masters bellowing for their slaves? History is more often written about princes and prelates and periwigged charioteers, and not about the scorned, the rejected, the men hemmed in with the spears. But one could well ask, who built the dikes that held back the Atlantic for centuries along the wild Guiana coast? Who impoldered the land that was reclaimed from sea and swamp by digging 36 miles of canals, for every square mile reclaimed? And who shifted 2.5 million tons of earth in every square mile with picks, shovels, and spades while digging those canals? A schoolmate of mine from Agricola fought with the American army that liberated Rome from the fascists in World War II, and one visited Rome many times in the post-war years. Thus, we both established a kind of living link between the two Romes. But, try to measure the centuries across which Agricolans trespass in a lifetime, and you would have to study migrations since human beings left the virgin earth of Africa to troubadour their way across our planet. I left Agricola and Guiana's wild coast when I was 15, and as a gangling youth would with a man's body, and a mind confused by poetry, biography, novels, histories of strange peoples, legends, music, folk tales, and fears, I went to fight a war against a distant tyrant named Hitler. Along with other Agricolans, I had seen films and read about Hitler's atrocities against Jews and other captive peoples in the lands he conquered. One time, while looking at one of those films, the men of Agricola had become so enraged that they had leaped onto the stage and cut the silver screen to ribbons with their cutlasses. But, our village prophet, Jordan, a tall man with snow-white hair capping a shining anthracite face, had declared in his mesmeric voice that Hitler had been sent as a scourge against the white man to punish him for his iniquities against the black, brown, and yellow people. Under wartime regulations, Jordan had been arrested and imprisoned for the duration preaching what was sedition to the British, and heretofore unspoken truths to the villagers of Agricola. My indignation against Hitler and my impulse to escape from Agricola overrode Jordan's admonitions and prophesies, so I lied about my age and ended up joining a Coast Artillery Regiment. 119. Leaving Agricola, I soon began to realize that my village in the sun was an important spectrum through which, for the rest of my life, I would view the world. The more widely I traveled, the more forcibly it struck me that Agricola, with all its mysteries, its deceptive facade of poverty, squalor, and apparent hopelessness, was, in fact, a microcosm of the Third World. Growing up there, I made the acquaintance of secret sorrows and beheld the vision of hidden, stubborn hopes from soul landscapes within. I needed to have true images of myself and a sense of identity clearer than the one I carried in my mind's eye and my mind's ear. All the scattered pieces of my life in Agricola and the complex configurations of my ancestral links had to be shaped into a whole if I was going to live with myself and cope successfully with a complex and challenging world of strangers. Once I was abroad, it slowly dawned on me that I was the product of a bewildering array of races, colors, creeds, and cultures, that my face had been superimposed on an ancestral holography with a blend of many complexions, that I carried in me the blood of masters and slaves, bondsmen and overseers, renegades, rebels, castaways, and convicts. My great-grandmother of 120 years illuminated for me with her ribald and unforgettable stories and her ancient and indestructible African wisdom a past replete with a kaleidoscope of odd ancestors. There was Manaharva and Chantoba, both Carib Caciques from the Kaituma Triangle, Okpata, a Benin chief, whose close relatives had betrayed and sold him into slavery, Mendoza and Selman, Sephardic Jews who had come from Portugal and had ended up in Guyana after short sojourns in Pernambuco and Suriname, and whose Jewish religion had faded from their memory, and the complexions of their descendants ranged from white to ebony, the Hinson brothers, descendants of North German settlers, who had been driven to immigrate to the Guyana savannas during revolutionary upheavals in the German principalities, Charles Allen Percival Carew, scion of a wealthy English family, who had been hastily shipped out to Guyana in the wake of an unsavoury scandal, the Campbell brothers, Scottish rebels, whose forebears had fled from their Highland redoubts after Culloden, and the La Rosas, who were the offspring of an escaped French convict from Devil's Island and a strong-willed Sephardic Jewish Mediza woman. I always thought that my great-grandmother looked like God with her lily-white cotton wool hair, her dark face, and her laughing eyes as she occasionally sat erect and still as a lean and handsome black Buddha, smoking a white clay pipe. We called her Belle, because that is what she commanded everyone to call her. She was over 6 feet tall, and even when 120, she was well past 100, she still carried herself like the African queen she swore she was. She had said to me, when she was 115, and her voice could still echo inside my head like a flute, "Boy, don't you deny this village. Take it with you wherever you go." Listening to her, I thought she not only looked like God, she spoke like the Almighty when she was in one of her serious and brooding aloud moods. But there were other times when she was down to earth and ribald in the midst of being serious, and she'd say, "There are a lot of advantages to old age, but I'm over 100 and I still can't think of a single one. And as for my husbands, neither one of the two I married was really my type." With the lovers, it was different, there never was enough time for them to show all their bad ways. And now they're all safely dead, husbands and lovers, and as the Benin proverb says, dead men are always guilty. You'll meet the same people everywhere, stupid ones and wise ones. Some will help you and some will want to harm you. Everyone's as much as his shadow, as much as his love, as much as the strength of his heart. No more and no less. When you go to some places in the world, they'll try to trap you with their color prejudice foolishness and their racial discrimination nonsense to make you feel that you're less than a man, but remember, black's a lovely color, so's brown and yellow and some shades of pink. It's not the color of the skin that counts, it's the color of the imagination. A mind can light up like a rainbow or just turn into a smudge. Strive to make yours a rainbow, or all the travel that you travel will only take you into a wider indifference. Belle told me stories about Africa and on rare occasions about slavery. But, the subject of slavery was such a painful one, she almost invariably passed over it quickly. I remember her saying once, and she never again uttered a word about this poignant incident, "Good luck spared me some of abominations of bondage. No hellfire could have been worse. But they didn't break my spirit." People have a way of forgetting the ugliest things in their life, but I still remember the crossing the sea drums and the long darkness. There was a young woman 2 coffin spaces away from me, and she had a baby. When they took her on deck to hose her down with the rest of us, she jumped into the sea with her man-child. She didn't want him to grow up as a slave. For a while that woman made me feel ashamed that I wanted to live. I'll never forget that woman's face and her bravery. 121. Belle also told me repeatedly that Africans never liked their sky god to be too far away in the heavens, since he had to be immediately accountable to those who feared and worshipped him, so, the sky god had to come down to earth every day at sunset and inhabit the soul of the village storyteller. Every village in Guyana had its storyteller. The one in Agricola was the most renowned of all. When the sun was about to fall behind the tall trees, the storyteller would walk through the village singing songs that summoned all the children to the village square where there was a huge silk cotton tree. Once the children and their parents had all assembled under the towering tree, the storyteller would chant hymns to the accompaniment of drums, repeating stanzas over and over until his head felt light as air and his body became a house of dreams. Then, the tales would unravel themselves. He would tell intricately woven stories about demons and trickster heroes in the bush of ghosts, about horsemen riding steeds with winged feet, about witches and ogres, and about magicians who could in a trice turn themselves into wild beasts or deer, rabbits, or armadillos. There was one particularly malevolent magician who appeared in many stories, and he soared through the air with tongues of flame for feet. The storytellers had an endless list of evil creatures and trickster heroes in their repertory, and these spirits, creatures, and beings derived from African, Amerindian, and Euro-Asian folk myths. There was the Massacreman, a river spirit who was always hungering for human flesh, the old Heg, who could turn into a ball of fire, the Baku, an African dwarf devil who persecuted adolescent girls, the Fair Maid, a mermaid-like siren who would appear on the seashore and offer you all the world's riches in exchange for your soul, the White Lady, a ghostly transparent demon who could put a terrible spell on you, and only the Christian Bible, a cross, and a Carib shaman's gourd rattle could save you from a cruel death, Anansi, the Spider-Man, who with his agile brain could outwit the most powerful and cunning foes, Kanama, the ultimate Amerindian devil spirit, the epitome of all evil, Hurricane, the Carib god of vengeance who stalked the pastures of heaven seasonally with his lightning eel, his thunder axe, and his strong winds. Then, there was Mantop, death's messenger, who was forever prowling on the edges of your life. These were all creatures drawn from the pantheon of multicultural spirits, gods, trickster heroes, and devils, whilst among the living, there were voodoo priests, prophets of every shade, genre, and description, Hindu Kalamai Puja priests, Chinese devil priests, and Amerindian shamans who could blow evil spirits out of you with their powerful magic breath. In addition, there were numerous self-proclaimed Christs and Redeemers, for Agricola and other villages tolerated madness and accorded to it certain mystical attributes. So, 122. Those who had sought a permanent escape into realms of insanity and prophetic fantasies were housed and clothed and treated with an infinite compassion by so many who could ill afford it. Both of Belle's late husbands, Kurt Hinson and Roderick Campbell, had been educated men who had risked ostracism by their colonial proconsular peers for choosing not to have her as a kept woman in the back streets of their lives, but as a lawfully wedded wife. The rumors circulating at the time, she told me with a twinkle in her eye, were that she had bewitched these eligible bachelors with her African wiles, her dark beauty, and her black magic. Belle had married Kurt Hinson when she was 17 and he 52. The marriage lasted 25 years and she had 3 children by him. Her second marriage, to Roderick Campbell, had been solemnly entered into 6 months after Hinson's death. This, of course, caused scandal that almost made the preachers apoplectic in their pulpits as they called down the wrath of God upon her head. "What's the use of grieving to satisfy a lot of hypocrites," she had declared at the time. "I only have 2 lifetimes to live, so the only cure for the loss of one husband is another." She bore Campbell 1 child when she was in her 40s, and the marriage lasted 20 years. She had inherited not only plantations and money from her late husbands and lovers, but also ideas and books and the chance to travel to England, France, Italy, and Spain. Yet, there was also a dark, brooding, unfulfilled part of Belle. She hated the restrictions a narrow-minded, bigoted, and dictatorial British colonial society imposed upon her life. The English always scoop up the dregs of their society and saddle us with them. We wanted the best, but instead of officials, they sent us offal, she once told me. Traveling abroad was her way of escaping the stultifying colonial atmosphere, although she lived in a semi-feudal redoubt far enough away from the capital to insulate herself from the day-to-day bigotries inflicted on the darker complex Ionid populace by insecure lower-middle-class proconsuls and their local satraps. When she traveled in England and Europe, she always hired a white maid. The English had their black comours to offset their pale complexions, she said, so I needed a white amour to offset my dark beauty. "What did your husbands have to say about your goings-on?" I asked her. "They were indulgent. They had to be." But she also told me with a wry smile creasing the corners of her mouth. 123. I married white man, that's perfectly true, but I was democratic. About my lovers. The thing that must make God himself laugh is that I managed to outlive all the scandal-mongers and all the race-hating, woman-hating bad talkers sewering my name. It never occurred to them, those bad-mouthing bigots, that I was living life in a way that every woman, black, brown or white should have the right to live it. There was much speculation, generations after, about what Belle and her entourage must have looked like on her European tours, she, black and towering above her indulgent, white husband, with a white maid in tow. On occasion, Belle would pluck the strings of an antique mandolin and sing in a slightly hoarse voice so charged with feeling that it never failed to make my young heart quiver. There was something of Cleopatra, of Zola's Nana, of the Kisabanga queens of Simbamweni, of Jezebel in her, and in addition, there was the haughtiness of an aristocrat from the courts of Bashongo kings. Belle, with her restless mind, her instinctively rebellious nature and her gift for telling stories with subtle lessons in the rebellion and survival, managed to impart a profound sense of my own self-worth to me. Her teachings helped me to grow up without being burdened with male chauvinist and sexist fantasies that were the order of the day. She believed all men, regardless of race, color, creed, or nationality, were her inferiors. And yet, she succeeded in making me feel more of a man than I might have done if I had been brought up on the illusion my maleness made me innately superior to all females. Belle also made me understand why it was eminently possible for the lowliest and most despised agricolans to cross centuries in a lifetime and become doctors, lawyers, physicists, internationally renowned jurists, artists, writers, composers, musicians, poets, and professors. Looking back now across the 45 or so years since I left Agricola Rome, it is as though it were a place more of shadow than of substance, a village astride a public road that twists and turns without rhyme or reason across a flat landscape. Perhaps, upon first glimpsing the wide, blue tropical sky, and the below sea level coastland, the British road engineers of the time decided to ignore the theory that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. And so, out of nostalgia for home, they had recreated in Guyana, somewhat incongruously, the winding roads that serpent their way across the rolling English countryside. The public road crosses the eastern section of Agricola, turns sharply to the right and then veers so close to the river that occasionally you can see the burnished mud and sun-silvered water. At the entrance to the village is a gnarled and lofty silk cotton tree with huge, buttressed roots. Year after year, when the rainy season ends, this magical tree drenches the landscape with blossoms that fall as lazily as snow. This tree still faces the village hall and center of local government where village councillors meet and official records are kept. Directly opposite the village hall is a graveyard where brooding saman trees with writhing branches bandaged with bromeliads keep watch over tilting gravestones and old tombs out of which saplings and wild blackberry vines thrust their way. The bromeliads sport red blooms that look like frozen tears of blood suspended over the dead. At the other end of the village are the mansions of the government doctor and the Anglican priest. During my youth, the former spent a great deal of time tending his tall hibiscus and cherry hedges and the wild azaleas in his garden, while the latter, reputed to be a good Hebrew and Latin scholar, seemed more devoted to seducing the young women in his parish than to religion or scholarship. There were wooden houses on tall stilts on both sides of the road between Agricola's two boundaries. The Methodist church and school, standing side by side, were flanked by a mosque and a Hindu temple. Halfway up the road there was a bottom house auto repair shop that spilled rusting shells of cars and trucks onto the verging roadside grass, a tailor's establishment with a gloomy interior, where shadowy figures were bent over foot-propelled sewing machines, and a rum shop, strategically situated between the mosque, the church, and the Hindu temple. The rum shop reeked of stale bushram, and it was not unusual to see a cane cutter with eyes red as flame flowers and swollen lips reeling away from its front entrance in the middle of the day, shouting obscenities at the burning steel blue sky. My grandfather's large, catacombed wooden house nestled in an uneasy equipoise between the road and a bend in the river. You could only see patches of its sun-dappled exterior as you approached from an avenue of royal palms. The house was surrounded by star apple, hog plum, mango, coxcomb, breadfruit, avocado, and golden apple trees interspersed with coconut palms whose fronds turned like green sunwheels in the wind. The house was always tinted with a patina of red dust, for every vehicle careening up and down the road left a red cloud in its wake. In rainy season, the road through Agricola bled like a raw and open wound. Behind the facade of Agricola by the road were undreamed of mysteries and monumental, age-old cruelties. If one penetrated deeply enough into the collective psyches of those existing in Agricola's heartland, 125 caught glimpses of unimaginable terrors, but if one persisted and probed deeper, one was rewarded with the discovery of unsullied splendors and visions of stubborn and invincible hope. The secret Agricola, as distinct from the public one clinging to the roadside, was one of provision farms, forests, swamps, and small pastures where lean cattle and goats and ragged sheep grazed. On occasion, makeshift shelters were built in these pastures when forbidden voodoo, Shango, Shaker, Kalamai, Obeah, and other ritual ceremonies were held. Some of the more remote interior places could only be reached by punting up molasses-colored canals that crisscrossed the backlands of the village. Agricola remained surrounded by sugarcane plantations and private estates. But, the village lands were and still are owned by descendants of slaves who bought it from their former masters. Those thrifty ancestors of today's Agricolans brought their hard-earned pounds, shillings, and pence in wheelbarrows to pay for land that they and their forebears had watered with their sweat for centuries without being paid a penny in wages. They had, in fact, they claimed, paid for that land twice over. This is why, perhaps, Agricolans continue to be so fiercely independent and jealous of their hard-won land and freedom. My maternal grandfather, Stephen Armnews Robertson, was one of the communal landowners of Agricola. Belle was his maternal grandmother. His mother had died in childbirth and Belle had brought him up. He had inherited her intelligence, her arrogance, and her good looks, and there had been fierce and implacable clashes of wills between them from the time he was 6 up to the time of his death. She had wanted him to study law or medicine, but he had chosen to become a schoolmaster instead. He was 6 feet 7 inches tall, broad of shoulder, and remarkably quick and agile on his feet. His long, dark mahogany face and high forehead were capped with wild black curls. First you noticed his towering height, and then when he faced you, you were startled by his luminous gray eyes in their swarthy setting. The villagers said that he had cat's eyes that glowed like a black leopard's in the night. To his face, they called him schoolmaster, but, when they were by themselves, they preferred to use the acronym of his name, SAR. He was the headmaster of the Methodist school and president and founder of the National Teachers Association. My grandfather always declared to whomever would listen that the black leopard should be adopted as the national heraldic symbol of a free Guyana. 126. We need proud symbols of our own, not hand-me-downs from colonial masters, he would declare over and over again. I can't think of any other local symbol as powerful as that of the black leopard, can you? And, before you could reply, he'd continue. It signifies the most powerful instincts for survival: intelligence, strength, cunning, and courage. 2 people have to hunt him at the same time. One follows his tracks on the ground, while the other keeps looking up at the trees because the bugger has a way of cutting back on his tracks and hunting the hunters. The black leopard lures the hunters to a chosen spot, and once he plants his feet there and calls his female mate to his side, they become invincible. He published The Last Word, a literary and current affairs journal. It reached its readers somewhat infrequently, because after every issue, an offended victim of his cruel satirical barbs would sue him for libel. SAR hated the toadies and sycophants who fawned upon the British governor. He often referred to them as colonial lapdogs eager to share the king's kennels, or as Afro-Saxon limpets clinging to royalist posteriors. Belle's money, influence, and her advanced years, for which she was accorded a reverence that bordered on idolatry, saved him from prison for sedition again and again. This made him furious, and he would storm into her house and rant and confront her with an eloquent tirade, accusing her of interfering shamelessly with his life. She would listen to him calmly and then order him out of her house with her own calculated barbs of abuse and matriarchal reprimands. Invariably, they were reconciled by the next day, and she would declare amidst exaggerated moans of anguish, "What manner of human beast have I reared as a grandson? Jesus of Nazareth. There's some kind of bushmaster venom in his veins and poison darts on his tongue. And yet, what's frightening is that we're alike, the same devil's disposition, the same boiling up lava spilling out of our mouths. May the Almighty have mercy on his soul." My grandfather's wife, whose maiden name was Louisa Hinson, had died before I was born, but a full-length portrait of her always faced me when I entered his living room. Tall, slender, with a tightly corseted and wasp-like waist, her large, gentle and inquiring eyes seemed to follow me everywhere I went in the room. 127. A malicious third cousin with the smoky eyes of a rainbow boa exulted in excavating skeletons from the family closet, and she had whispered. The truth is that those two, Stephen Armnews and Louisa, acted out a Desdemona Othello drama every week, only she was the jealous one, and he gave her a lot of reason to be jealous. He couldn't keep his hot and restless hands away from the young women flocking around him like bees to honey. His temper would flare up and die down quickly, like a forest fire snuffed out by the rain, and in the next minute, he would be laughing. But, she matched this with a cold fury, a kind of unyielding rage that would last for weeks at a time and drive him the tip of madness. They, both of them, felt trapped, and they, both of them, died terrible deaths. She from a slow gnawing cancer of the breast, and he from an iodine deficiency that caused a huge goiter to grow at the back of his neck. She was beautiful as the sweet mystery of sleep, and he was handsome enough, and gifted enough to sweep any woman off her feet, but their eyes only had to make four and sparks would begin to fly, and bambalum the conflagration. That relationship that looked so perfect was cursed. Once a week, and in all seasons, Sar stalked across Agricola, beginning at the public road and only turning back where the narrow village lanes ended in trails leading to dense impassable walls of undergrowth. On his weekly walks, he left the sound of traffic, of church bells, Hindu temple bells, the high-pitched wail of one of the faithful, calling worshippers to prayer from the cupola of the Shiite Muslim mosque, and of 6 o'clock bees humming in a chorus like wind in a cluster of high-tension wires, for the sound of drums echoing through Agricola's heartland. As he left the road further and further behind him, the sound of drums took over completely. In the village heartland, there were Shango drums, Afro-Brazilian macumba drums, Shiite Muslim drums increasing their tempo slightly month after month until the sacred day of the Tajah, when a symbolic representation of the coffins of Hussein and Hassan were offered to the river, Hindu drums, Amerindian drums, and the drums of a dozen millenarian cults born of impossible and terrible longings. No wonder throughout the centuries of slavery, drumming had been considered a subversive activity by plantation owners. The heartbeats of agricolans and the songless singing of those drums were forever caroling in the wind in time to rhythms as ancient as the first musical notes ever struck. 128. And the first impulse to create a harmony of fulfillment, ecstasy, and escape. The rainbow array of people whom Spanish, Dutch, French, Portuguese, and British Empire builders had brought to Agricola and the wild Guiana coast from Africa, India, the Azores, China, Malta, Java, the slums and prisons of the British Isles and the forest and savannas of the Amazon-Orinoco basin, were well represented in the features, complexions, and polyglot cultures of my small village. And for agricolans of every hue, race, color, and creed, drums and the wind were archetypal and eternal symbols of life, mystery, hope and freedom. The walk from the public road to the heartland of the villages was an important event in Sar's life, although there were times, he confessed, when it made him feel that he was an axeman trying to cut down a forest of giant dakama trees with a cutlass. He often said that a feeling of utter futility would assail him when he stood outside the mud and wattle huts, in which whole families lived. He could not enter those huts unless he crawled on his hands and knees. He also said that he knew how many people inhabited the small rooms in those huts when he saw what looked to him like a ladder of eyes in the dark entrances: infants, children, youths, and adults. Mantop, Death's emissary, came to these cruel dwellings so often that Tsar said he could sometimes feel his breath on his face as he approached the doorways with their layers of eyes. When he walked away and took a deep breath, the intimate sound of the drum somehow assuaged his anguish. It was the sons and daughters of these folk he was educating. The distances between the stinking, cruel huts and his classroom seemed so great at times that the whole business of educating those young people by following a curriculum prepared in England struck him as not only ludicrous, but obscene. And yet, he told himself, he was part of the impossible challenge and the charade. But, he also knew in his bones that some part of what he was doing was important. In spite of the inanities and the fatuous attempts by missionaries and colonial ideologues to treat the colonized as though they were figments of a colonizer's imagination, being exposed to certain essences of the best in English culture did achieve positive results. After all, there were his own 7 children plus the 7 orphans from the village he and Louisa had adopted. These 14 young people were dealing with the same contradictions and facing the same daunting challenges thanks to him and to Louisa. He was stern, impatient, driving them to the limits of their intellectual capacities. She was gentle, firm, and with her subtle and refined intelligence, managed to spur them on much more effectively than he could ever have done by himself. 129. During those walks, too, it was as though all the secrets that would have forever remained hidden were revealed to him, and knowing those secrets made him feel more trapped than ever, for he was always harboring a secret dream of escape, of visiting the countries about which Bell had filled his imagination from his earliest youth. In our village, he once told Louisa, there are only 2 races, the living and the dead. The British govern, but the dead rule. One of the people he invariably ran into on his weekly walks was a gentleman known as Dead and Live, a lean ageless man with his clothes flapping like a scarecrow's and his face like a cadaver's. During the influenza epidemic that swept across the globe after World War I, a third of the population of Agricola had died and grave diggers were doing a brisk trade burying bodies in mass graves. Alonso alias Dead and Live, was pronounced dead by a government medical officer, but on the way to the cemetery, he had come out of his coma and begun to knock on the lid of his coffin crying he was alive. But, the cartman taking Alonso and a number of corpses to their final resting place, shouted back, "Keep quiet, man, the doctor said you're dead." Passers-by hearing Alonso's cries finally rescued him. Having come back from the forest of the long night, Dead and Live was treated with a profound respect by Agricolans, and he had to tell the tale over and over again of what it was like to walk in and out of the valley of the shadow of death. The average lifespan of an Agricolan was between 35 and 40 years, and death was treated with a medieval intimacy. It was as close to the living as sweat to a pore. Tsar, in his secret heart, knew and acknowledged that Dead and Live was a symbol of the indestructibility of Agricolans. Death was a powerful link with the past and with ancestral spirits. Every time Tsar covered the distances between the public road and the heartland of the village, he understood anew the void that divided the 2 worlds. Crossing this void once a week, he could glimpse a microcosm, a vast universe in which millions were caught up in the same struggle for survival. In the midst of drowning in the despair, he occasionally saw lightning flashes of hope, but these came and vanished as though in a dream. Death in the Agricola heartland was part of a time capsule outside of the Gregorian calendar, and still is. The ancestral dead were part of a living collective memory that stretched into an infinity of timelessness. For Agricolans, past time soared above crystal clouds and across vast blue skies and was endless. But, present time was finite and immediate, easy to conceive of, experience, and forget. Future time, though, had the shortest span of all, since it was more speculation than reality, and uneasy. 130. Journey to a vague expectation, and essentially a succession of voids which had to be negotiated, one day at a time. Therefore, in Agricola, there were two distinct concepts of time: time by the roadside and time in the interior shadows of the heartland. Roadside time was epitomized by vehicles of every vintage and description speeding recklessly to and from the city. These vehicles were the stepchildren of time on the road. They honked and screeched and screamed and jangled the nerves, and often maimed and killed. Every family along that public road had lost a child, a grown-up relative, or a friend to these killer vehicles. Their drivers were chained to demons of future time and forever rushing somewhere to be on time. In Agricola's heartland, time was cradled easily in the seasons of each day, rocking gently between day clean and night, between starlight and the pale moon that lingered in the sky long after the sun was brimming over the treetops. For Agricolans of the heartland, there were also periods of timelessness when new time had to be created. Those chained to time clocks and machines often said that the folks of the heartland were lazy and superstitious, but the heartland folk merely smiled and went about their daily business of survival with perfect equanimity. Sar, after educating generations of children in Agricola, spent his last days crippled and roaring like a wounded black leopard. 3 men would hoist him onto a huge carved chair that had large chunks of red jasper that glowered like malevolent eyes inset in the wood. He would sit there day after day reading and writing, and occasionally bellowing for the servants to attend to his needs. I was afraid of that broken hulk of a man, who was always ordering me to stand up straight, shouting, "You're a direct descendant of African and Carib kings and queens, and never forget that." Bell lived on for another 12 years after he had died, shouting defiance until his last hoarse breath ended in a death rattle. Night after night, she supervised my studies from her hand-carved high-back chair at the head of our dining table, which could seat 40 people. The vacant chairs around this large table somehow bore witness to other youngsters who had been subjected to the same ordeal for over 6 generations. During the last serious talk I remember having with her, her mind would occasionally wander and she would smile to herself and continue. She had asked, "That is a geography book you're reading, it is a geography book, isn't it?" "Yes, it is, grandmother," I confirmed, hiding the Buffalo Bill paperback under my geography textbook. 131. She continued. "Those geography textbooks haven't changed in 100 years. They still show you black, brown and yellow people half naked and bent like clothes hangers, while the white overseers are standing up straight or mounted on horses. I only have the blood of the one supposed to be bending down in my veins, but you have both. They say blood is thicker than rum, but on the whole, our family had luck and pride and gumption. Yes, gumption to stand up for what we believed. Sar, may his soul rest in peace, had plenty of gumption. Perhaps too much. But you must always remember his poem. It's better to dwell in freedom's hall, with a cold damp floor and a mouldering wall, than to bow the head or to bend the knee in a comfortable palace of slavery. I wonder what would happen if they flung us all black, brown, and white into mud huts. Would it take us 4 or 5 generations to fight our way back into the human race? I just don't know. But this I do know, since we had luck and privilege on our side for generations, we owe debts to the less fortunate, and if we don't pay those debts, a terrible retribution will fall upon our heads." Driven by a sudden and unaccountable impulse, I had asked her, "Why are you always mocking God, grandmother?" And she said, "Boy, your questions always fall like stones out of the blue, and this one is no exception. True enough, I married white men, but I never adopted their God. To do that, I would have had to give up my own. No, I held on to my 8 African orishas. To marry white men and to renounce my African gods would have been like dividing up my 7 African souls in half and throwing one half to the wind. I let you and Sar and the others take on the white man's God, but me, I'm going to go to my grave with my Legba, Shango, Ashala, Ogun, and the others. Black gods and a white husband, that somehow balanced things out." When Belle was on her deathbed and an unctuous priest was urging her to renounce her pagan gods, She had said in a strong voice that it was a most unfortunate time to make new and powerful enemies. And pushing. 132. The insistent man of God aside, she added that she preferred to die as she had lived unrepentant and free. Today, Georgetown, the capital city, has spilled over and virtually absorbed Agricola. The heartland and the interior have merged. The mysteries are buried under surfaces of modernity. Preachers telling lies to God and man alike have replaced the storytellers of my time. Transistor radios blare out music and inane chimerical messages. The language that Agricolans once spoke has lost its musical cadences. The polyglot peoples with their bewildering array of languages and cultures have now chained themselves to future time, and conversation is no longer an art but an everyday instrument of necessity. Eloquence has been robbed of its pristine magic and erstwhile vivid imagery replaced with banalities and more often than not a stream of unimaginative obscenities. But buried deep in the unconscious minds of many Agricolans are a plethora of images, a kaleidoscope of memories of magic, music, colorful rituals, gods, devils, folk heroes and heroines that might one day resurrect themselves. Part 3. Suddenly last summer. Poundyen inland was cool in mid-August. It was not really summer. There as my wife and I had expected, it was more of a green FM winter. The drive from the airport was across a glaciated X landscape which a vanished ice age had left with gigantic, stranded boulders, granite hills as smooth as loaves baked in a cosmic oven, and scattered lakes rimmed with reeds that bent double when the wind bore down on them and then darted across surfaces of shining water. The houses were as sturdy as castles. It was as if the architects had fashioned them to match the harsh and austere lines of winter landscapes in Finland. The professor who came to meet us at the airport wore a suit that hung so loosely on his long thin frame that it flapped like a scarecrow's, and his eyes, neutral and pale gray, were the color of a morning sky in winter. He was polite and helpful, and he carried my wife's heavy suitcase with an ease that surprised me. When I folded myself in half to get into his Toyota, a warm glow kindled in his pale eyes, and smiling for the first time, he apologized for the size of his car, saying that he was about to buy a new and more comfortable one. He drove as if furies were chasing him, calmly pointing out places of interest in a correct English bereft of inflections. I avoided my wife's eyes. Since the publication of Ralph Nader's Unsafe at Any Speed, we were both smitten by a vivid awareness of how lethal automobiles could be, and at 75 miles an hour in a well-used Toyota, I had visions of us all taking a shortcut to paradise. To take my mind away from these gruesome possibilities, I thought of Curzio Malaparte's Caput. Malaparte was an Italian count who wrote 135, 136 unforgettably vivid stories about Finland during World War II. In Caput, his sharp, urbane, and cynical Southerners' eye had peered into secret depths of the Finnish soul, captured the psychic meaning of the brooding, poetic melancholy of the Finns, their dreaming forests and lakes, and perhaps, above all, the awesome night and day cycle of their seasons-long winters which trapped them in frozen pools of darkness until spring and the blinding northern lights came to their rescue. Then they'd bask in 20 hours of daylight for a short spell, before the howling autumn heralded the return of long cold nights. For me, Malaparte had created a Finland more real than the country itself, because this inscrutable northern country had exposed its living heart, its hidden essences to his perceptive, all-seeing Italian eyes during an apocalyptic war. The Finns, like the Italians, had started out as allies of the Nazis, and had ended up as their enemies. I asked my host about the war. He was in his late 40s, and during his boyhood, would have experienced both the Russo-Finnish War and World War II. His answer was polite, but non-committal. "We've repaired all the damage, and paid all our indemnities," he said. "You rebuilt the cities," I said, remembering that on my first visit to Finland in the 50s, there was still extensive evidence of war damage. "Yes," he said, cornering at 65 with tires screeching. "You repaired the buildings and filled up the craters," I said, and he smiled sardonically when he caught my meaning, because he knew that new buildings and filled-in craters cannot erase the bruising, brutal, lingering aftermath of two wars, both of which the Finns had fought on the wrong side. For the dead remain dead, the maimed, and the burning hatreds, although time diminishes them, leave livid psychological scars, feelings of guilt, rage, futility, a passion to forget, and, after all, when you touch the earth in the wake of wars that are won or lost, you might be disturbing the graves of the nameless dead. We had a seafood dinner and talked late into the night. My host's wife was a lawyer for the municipality. She gave the impression of being absolutely independent. She had her own opinions, her own career, her own life, and I could sense an underlying tension between husband and wife as she boldly manifested this independence. She was as pale as a bleached sheet, slender, and there was a quality of brooding mystery in her dark blue eyes. We had just come from the Canary Islands and the burning Saharan sun of Lanzarote, Las Palmas, Tenerife, and my wife, with her dark glowing complexion, sitting opposite this pale Finnish woman, looked like a black narcissus facing a lily of the valley. Our hostess, who had one child, a daughter of 7, said that she didn't. Suddenly last summer 137. Intend to have another. She talked about their cottage 160 miles from Helsinki. The family went there on weekends throughout the year. The Finns are fiercely addicted to sport, the outdoors, and to prolonged and melancholy bouts of drinking. It is as though alcohol keeps them in touch with an absent daylight in the gloom of winter, and with the vanished darkness in the summer. I woke up with a heavy head and the taste of ashes in my mouth. I am allergic to feather pillows, and sleeping on one produces the same effects as a hangover. But the morning was sparkling outside my enormous hotel window. Modern structures in Finland are built to capture every last vestige of light, and it is the same in the other Scandinavian countries. A West Indian friend who lives in Sweden told me that the endless daylight in the midsummer is often unbearable, and you find yourself longing for the darkness. Looking outside the tall window of my hotel room, I thought of summers the first had spent in Norway and northern Ontario. At first, I did not mind the interminable white days when linear time no longer had any real meaning for me. The eternal daylight was like an opiate, dulling my brain on the one hand, and on the other, the midnight sun burned inside my skull like a naked electric bulb. Somewhere deep in my psyche, tropical rhythms of night and day had conditioned me to sleep in darkness and to wake up with the sunrise. So no matter how thick the curtains were, the light would sneak into my bedroom, tiny, deadly points of it, thin as blades of razor grass, keeping me wide awake. During those nights of the midnight sun I learned that I didn't really need all that much sleep after all. Outside my hotel window, the nearby lake was silver, and the leaves of aspens and birches in the park seemed to be clapping sun-silvered hands. The sky was a hard buck crab blue. Old people were strolling in the park, and a few fishermen were standing close to the water, looking as though they had grown there like reeds. After breakfast we went for a walk in the park when, in addition to old people and fishermen, young mothers and their children had appeared. We were surrounded by cadences of conversation in Finnish. It seemed to me that this language had the same uninflected tones of the north wind. My wife, who is a linguist, explained that the Finnish language is related to Hungarian, that long ago migrants had moved from Hungary to the Volga region and then trekked north to lose themselves in the forests and lakes of Finland. They had come in the wake of an ice age which had left indelible imprints on the face of the land before it retreated to its Arctic sanctuaries. Armed with a map of Helsinki, and not knowing a word of Finnish, my wife and I traveled by streetcar to the famous waterfront market. The 138 streets are still cobbled in older sections of the city, and the buildings with their green, pink, and yellow facades are exact replicas of those in Leningrad, a reminder that not so long ago, Finland had been a province of Tsarist Russia and was only granted her independence after the October Revolution in 1917. The Lapps hold sway in the waterfront market. They're a mysterious people of the Northlands. Their habitat stretches from northern Norway across Sweden and Finland and into the Soviet Union. In all of these countries with the exception of the Soviet Union, they're the niggers of northernmost Europe. They remain tenaciously, the people of the reindeer, living in a symbiotic relationship with the vast migratory reindeer herds that roam across the Arctic, that wasteland of ice and snow where in the summer, between harsh windswept days, the air boils with black flies and mosquitoes and spells of heat that would make tropical peoples swoon. The Lapps cling fiercely to their culture, their language, their way of life, and refuse to be integrated into what they regard as the arrogant, ethnocentric cultures of their southern neighbors. My first encounter with them had been in New York's Harlem. A small pocket of these blonde, blue-eyed people had lived surrounded on all sides by an ocean of black and brown peoples, right into the late 50s. I used to patronize their restaurants in my impoverished student days because they gave customers inexpensive but substantial meals, and those were days when quantity was far more important than quality to me. At that time, it had seemed peculiar that these whites should have chosen to live in the midst of dark-skinned minorities when the whole USA was open to them, for it was part of a hallowed and well-established tradition that as soon as white immigrants arrived they could affirm their Americanness by hating blacks, Latinos, Asians, and those poor whites whom, along with the other millions of have-nots, capitalist mythology claims, are poor because they've chosen to be poor. But, as I learned more about the Lapps, it dawned on me that with the memory of their own fight against prejudice and bigotry still fresh in their minds, they had, for a moment in an unwritten chapter of history, broken the code of institutionalized American racism. The Helsinki waterfront market seemed orderly, the colors muted and the voices subdued compared to a Caribbean market with its chaos, its riot of color, and the raucous clamor of a multitude of voices. The Lapps wore summer costumes with gaudily embroidered trimmings. Men and women had the rough, capable, and strong hands of skilled workers. Both sexes were big-boned, the men short and thick-shouldered, the women full-breasted, and I could see the blood kindling under their pale skins when they laughed. Their shrewd blue eyes appraised us calmly as they hawked their merchandise: reindeer skins, silver gray and soft as silk. Then there were fur mittens, fur hats, decorative dolls, reindeer knives, and bone sculptures. In the background were ships' bows towering gracefully over concrete piers and looking like the curved beaks of gigantic falcons. I noticed a midnight black sailor approaching slowly with a blonde woman clinging to his arm and leaning against him. Some European women, when they discover black men, treat them with a kind of pristine adoration. It is as though, having tasted of the forbidden fruit, they feel compelled to share their guilt with the whole world. But even without the difference in color, this pair would have been striking. The woman was handsome and 6 feet tall, and her companion was fully 6 inches taller. As they drew closer I could see that the sailor was blue-black and his skin had the velvet sheen of a tropical night. When he smiled, it was as if he had a lighted fluorescent strip instead of teeth. The only things that marred his beauty were his red and inflamed eyes. Everyone in the marketplace was staring unabashedly, and we, the only other blacks in a sea of whites, were no exception. When his eyes made four with mine, he smiled and nodded a greeting. "Do you know him?" my wife asked. No, I confessed, and I had to offer no further explanation, because as an Afro-American who had been a part of the Black consciousness movement of the 60s, she understood the inner meaning of this greeting. It was a gesture of solidarity in a strange land, an affirmation of Black pride and Black brotherhood. "I think he's African," she said. I caught his accent as he was walking by. "Yes, I thought he was African." "Perhaps East African," I said. An American tourist whose back was turned to us hissed, "It's disgusting." Before we could say a word, a Lapp woman who was selling her a pair of fur mittens, snatched them out of her hands and said, "It's just a man and a woman. Why don't you leave them alone?" An uneasy silence fell upon the crowd around us. The other Americans were embarrassed, and they looked everywhere except in our direction. My wife walked up to the woman and her husband and said, "At least here, he's not going to be shot by police, beaten to a pulp or hauled off to jail on trumped-up charges. The white couple turned to face her. They looked as if they had been 140. Cloned in suburbia and were overweight, overdressed and overburdened with cameras. Before the woman spoke, she looked around the crowd trying to gauge how much support she could muster for her racist remark, but her fellow Americans were uneasily neutral and the Laps quietly hostile. Her husband tugged at her arm and one could see that they felt trapped. "Let's go, mother," he said. They walked away, and the crowd parted, as if some unspoken collective decision had been taken to treat them like pariahs. "Can't help feeling sorry for them," my wife said. "In their nice racist suburbs that kind of remark would have gone down well." The market woman who had reproved the American tourist, smiled at us and declared, "I said it was just a man and a woman. Well, I take that back, it was a beautiful black man with a lovely Lap girl, and if I was younger," she added giving me a devilish wink, "I'd go out with the black man myself." She translated what she had said for the others and they laughed until their big bosoms shook. Long after the lovers and the American couple had disappeared, leaving the mid-morning to us, an aftermath of uneasiness continued to linger in their wake. An atmosphere charged with reminders of things that both the Laps and my wife and I wanted to somehow forget, hung over us like an incubus. We had just left the United States, and even though the university insulates us from some of the more naked aspects of racial discrimination, we're always aware that it exists both inside the university and outside it like a malignant tumor at the heart of a complex system surrounding our lives. And the choices are always either to pretend that it doesn't exist or to fight it. And here in Northern Europe, a Lap market woman had extended to us, and to a lone black sailor, a quiet solidarity. She was a white sufferer and we were black ones, and she wasn't prepared to play the game of pretending that racism didn't exist. I noticed the other American tourists in the market avoiding her stall, and I wasn't sure why. Perhaps they wanted to remain neutral. We chatted with the Lap market woman for a while. She invited us to visit her in Lapland on our next visit, and gave us her address. Perhaps, nomad that I am, we'll take her up on that invitation one of these days. Archimedes once said, "Find me the fulcrum and I will move the world." What we need to search for and discover as we rewrite the history of the Caribbean peoples are social, political, economic, historical, and cultural fulcrums of change. For by discovering these, we can more easily bring the past back to life so that it can remain impregnated with the smell of the earth and the primordial dreams of the people. I shall, therefore, deal with two, the one, historical, and the other, cultural. Columbus, after he and his sailors were discovered by the Arawakian Lukios on the beaches of their island of Guanahani on October 12, 1492, was soon to unleash a blind orgy of blood and destruction upon his kind and hospitable hosts. In 1493, when Columbus returned to the island of Hispaniola as Admiral of the Ocean Sea, Captain General, and Viceroy, he dispatched over 500 Indian slaves to Spain in his eagerness to win favor with the sovereigns of Castile, and then he ordered the head of every Indian household to pay him a tribute of a hawk's bell full of gold. Those who failed to pay this tribute were enslaved, mutilated, or killed. It was Columbus, too, who sent Alonso Ojeda, his military commander, on an expedition to pacify the 5 long-established kingdoms in the hinterland of Hispaniola, and Ojeda carried out his mission with an unparalleled savagery. The 50-year Holocaust which Columbus and the Spanish, like agents of Nemesis, set in motion in the Caribbean archipelago and on the mainland, was by no means the result of an overriding bloodlust possessing the Spanish soul, as the imperial rivals of Spain have led us to believe. The myth of 141. 142. Spanish cruelty on the one hand, and a disinterested Anglo-Saxon dedication to justice for Kipling's lesser breeds beyond the law on the other, is one that, in a profound sense, is not supported by any objective historical record. In our Caribbean, descendants of the victims of monumental cruelties of English, French, Dutch and United States of America colonialism, are brought up on a plethora of stories about real and imagined Spanish savageries inflicted upon Native Americans. But in the next breath, colonial historians and their neo-colonial imitators insist that Spanish and Portuguese racism was never as virulent as its Anglo-Saxon counterpart. The truth of the matter is, that in order to justify ethnocide, genocide, the destruction of civilizations and cultures, slavery and colonial oppression, capitalist historians, with few exceptions, resort to mystifications of factual material, exercises in metaphysics and racial chauvinism, and both inadvertent and deliberate omissions. There are times when these omissions are more voluminous than the published texts. The 50-year Holocaust, therefore, which marked the beginning of the Columbian era, was the result of colonialism, the settler mentality, an unresolved question of means and ends in the heart of the colonizer, and the objective conditions that obtained in the society from which the hidalgo, the adventurer, the settler, the conquistador had come. We should look briefly at this society before we return to the question of the disappearance of the Indian from the Caribbean islands. In 1492, there were, in fact, two Spains guided by two powerful undercurrents in the Iberian Peninsula. The one was aristocratic, warlike, martial, impregnated with a lust for riches through plunder, individual heroism, and endless confrontations with enemies. This was epitomized by the warriors of Castile, a martial nobility and its supporting peasantry. The fighters of Castile had coalesced into armies which had constantly honed their fighting skills in the slow but systematic reconquest of the Moorish Southland. The nobility, partly organized into religious orders of monastic warriors, saw in warfare a ready source of self-aggrandizement and looted wealth. The soldier cultivators were recruited from the ranks of the peasantry into the army by promises of freedom from bondage and charters of local self-rule. Through warfare, nobility and peasant alike joined forces in a common cause. Their class differences were papered over, and their essentially divergent goals for a moment in history seemed to become one. The long war against the Moors made it possible for some lucky and outstanding peasants and petty bourgeois adventurers to enter the ranks of the nobility. Cabeza de Vaca, the name means head. 143. Of a cow, a Spanish nobleman had, under royal charter, made one of the early and disastrous bids to conquer the Indians of Florida in the early 16th century. Centuries earlier, one of his peasant ancestors had guided the Spanish armies along a secret mountain trail to attack a Moorish stronghold. He had placed the head of a cow at the entrance to that trail, and for this he had been elevated to the ranks of the nobility. The other Spain, tugged by an opposing undercurrent and creating what would eventually have become an irresistible groundswell for change, was more interested in a steady process of capital accumulation than in warfare. This capital accumulation was made possible by a town-based bourgeoisie who controlled an expanding commerce and industry, and who existed in all peninsular towns. But only in eastern Spain, with Catalonia as the focal center, had this bourgeoisie gained enough power to check the expansionist thrust of the aristocratic soldiery. In this part of Spain a bloody peasant war had destroyed the remnants of a feudal system of the classical European kind. Thus, a free peasantry occupied the countryside, while a prosperous bourgeoisie, long skilled in maritime trade, controlled the towns. The country was undergoing an incipient industrialization, and the cloth, leather, and ironwares so produced were exchanged in the eastern Mediterranean for the drugs, dyes, tufts, and luxury goods from the Orient. By 1492, the two Spains, propelled by these powerful undercurrents, were heading for a seemingly inevitable collision, the impact of which would have resulted in fundamental changes in the social, political, cultural, and economic institutions in the nation-state as a whole. But Columbus' journey to the New World prevented this. The fall of Granada, the last Moorish stronghold, on January 2, 1492, marked the end of the Spanish frontier. Land became scarce, and interests which had run along uneasy parallel lines up to that time, began to clash. The soldier peasant wanted unencumbered land, while the aristocrat wanted open ranges for sheep, cattle, and sharecroppers. The merchant entrepreneur of the cities and towns could have resolved these contradictions through capital investment in industry coupled with the reduction of aristocratic power. At this moment in history, however, a new transatlantic frontier opened with its dream of El Dorado and its reality of gold, pearls, precious stones, spices, islands, and continents with endless reservoirs of cheap labor. The merchant entrepreneur was jostled aside and relegated to an obscure place in the wings, while the conquistador, the knight adventurer, moved onto the center stage of Spanish history. It was this new frontier which determined the fate of Spain. Paradoxic. Ally, Spanish industry was to be swamped in a tide of gold from the 144 Indies, which spelled its ultimate ruin. Paradoxically, also, the new frontier destroyed the class which might have carried such industrialization to a successful conclusion. For in this new world, all men, peasants, merchants, impoverished nobles, merchant princes could dream of becoming lords of land, and of possessing Indians, and slaves from Africa. Men who, in Spain, might have spurred the growth of the middle class were converted into its opponents in the New World. Christopher Columbus, coming from lowly beginnings in Genoa, was, within a few decades of approaching the Spanish court, to become a scion of nobility, and for a brief period, a favorite of Ferdinand and Isabella. The others who followed immediately in his wake: Cortés, an impoverished philanderer; Pizarro, a swineherd; Vespucci, a dilettante liar and poser with consummate skill as a composer of adventure stories, were to achieve even greater wealth and glory than Columbus. They were the most enterprising representatives of a class that, had it remained at home, would have clipped the wings of the aristocracy and eventually supplanted it. Cortés, in addressing the first Mexican aristocrat he was to meet, had spoken half in truth and half in jest when he said, "The Spaniards are troubled with a disease of the heart for which gold is the specific remedy." Eliseo Vivas described this disease as spiritual autarky, which is achieved only when you are able to say to another man, "Ane no me manda nadia," I am Lord because I have land and gold and Indians, and I need not beg any favors. How did the early Spanish entrepreneur compare with his contemporary Anglo-Saxon and Anglo-American rivals, who with their surrogates still control and manipulate our economies? For in both Latin America and the English-speaking Caribbean, we have leftovers of racial and national chauvinism, an unwanted heritage from our former Spanish and Anglo-Saxon colonial masters. The Englishman, Salvador de Madariaga says, with his dividends, socialized his adventures, gain, booty; the Spaniard, with his hospitals, foundations, cathedrals, colleges, and marquiates raised a monument to his own self. The rise of Puritanism in the Anglo-American world, brilliantly analyzed by Max Weber and Richard Tawney, destroyed the contradiction between individual goals and cultural means. For in accepting the Protestant ethic of work and capital accumulation as virtues, the entrepreneur made himself an instrument of production, harnessed himself to the process of capital formation. In Anglo-America, the very fulcrums of change 145 means thus became the ends. In Ibero-America, means and ends remained at war with one another, contradictory, unresolved. The resolution came when the Cuban Revolution gave power to the workers and peasants. With state power in their hands, the Cuban working class inexorably began a process of rationalizing a situation which, in a profound sense, was as old as the conquest. But let us return to the beginnings of the Columbian era, for two distinct tendencies exist in the history of the colonizer and that of the colonized. The one is established when the colonizer sets out to justify the basest of his deeds and to glorify his own achievements at the expense of his silent victims. The other tendency only begins to manifest itself when the voiceless ones, the colonized, begin to speak, for the voiceless, forcibly silenced by their oppressors, have had to resort to a secret code of affirmation to keep the true history of their people alive. In our America and the Caribbean, the most powerful voice raised on behalf of those who were silenced was that of José Martí. He spelled the truth out for us with an unparalleled lucidity when he declared that the same blow that struck the Indian down, fell upon us with equal weight. he redefined for us all the vision of ourselves in the New World in relation to the Indian, the slave, the dispossessed, the master and servant, the haves and the have-nots. Columbus, and the conquistadors, transformed the relationship of man to his world in the Americas. But he, too, had come out of a world in which bewildering changes were transforming the relationships of man to man. It is against this background of change that we can resurrect what so many have obscured. In order to peer through the void that separates us from the vanished Indian, and a past of ethnocide and cultural obliteration, one must look at archaeological and botanical survivals, and a fragmented history of agricultural systems, and through these discern profound affinities between the civilizations that were destroyed and the ones that supplanted them, and realize that slaves from Africa who began arriving before the Holocaust was over, and whose descendants were to survive long after its fury had spent itself, were to play a vital historical role as cultural intermediaries between the vanishing Indian and those who followed in the wake of his disappearance. For the African and the Indian, different in many respects, shared a common worldview about man and his relationship to the land, to a calendar of seasons, to a Genesis myth that worshipped the seed as an endlessly germinating kernel of life. The Indians were hombres de maíz while the Africans were the people of living roots reaching into the dark. 146. Flesh of the earth and sending up shoots to reach for the sun. For both peoples, the ultimate achievement of all cultures was an endless rhythmic harmony between man and nature. In its highest form, theirs was a civilization of farmers and harvesters, where the all-important social cell was the enlarged gene, the people who lived in villages and hamlets. Even when they existed in vast numbers, they liked to maintain a sonic harmony whereby the voice of the drum could speak from one end of a kingdom to the other. The land and fields were a radiating source that could never be the object of private ownership. For here, the instruments of production, including the land, its produce, the creative labor that planted and harvested crops, belonged solely to the gene. The life of the people was determined by the life of plants, that is, by the life of environmental surroundings ruled by a rhythm of seasons. A respect for ancestors and a reverence for nature were central facts of both Indian and African civilizations. Against this background, the Caribbean struggle in the Columbian era, and beyond, has threaded its way through the history of the Americas like lianas in a Guyana rainforest, weaving through sunlight and shadows, time and space and across narthexes of intertwined canopies. Lianas are often invisible, but if you try to cut down one tree in a community of forest trees, thousands of unseen vines and creepers will continue to hold it erect, for, if one forest giant is allowed to fall, it will bring down a whole community with it. The Columbian era began with the destruction of a unique agricultural civilization. Columbus unleashed the 50-year Holocaust, but the destruction of the Indian agricultural systems continued with the French, Dutch, British, and Portuguese contributing their fair share in the islands and on the mainland. During the first 50 years of the Columbian era, 40 islands were depopulated, including Cuba, Hispaniola, Puerto Rico, and Jamaica. On the mainland, even though remnants of the Indians survived, 6/7 of the Indian population of Middle America was wiped out between 1519 and 1650. There were 4 to 6 million Indians living in the Caribbean archipelago in 1492, and 50 years later only a few thousand remained in the Leeward and Windward Islands. What was remarkable about the Indian population in the Caribbean at the time of Columbus' arrival, was that it was well fed, and now, 5 centuries later, with the exception of Cuba, millions of people in this area live on the brink of starvation. Columbus was disappointed when he did not find great cities on the islands he visited, but what he and his followers failed to realize was that they had stumbled upon a unique agricultural civilization, one that 147 threaded its way from island to island and was labor-intensive and highly productive. "I came for gold, not to till the land," Cortés had boasted, blithely unaware of the fact that he was standing in the midst of one of the most productive agricultural systems that mankind had ever developed. And in the islands, Columbus, his predecessor, who was much more sensitive to the green landscapes around him, also failed to discern that more important than gold, pearls, precious stones, and spices were kernels of corn, the leaves and grains of the amaranth plant, a variety of cottons, squash, beans, sweet potatoes and fruits. Several times in his diaries Columbus had referred to fields of maize, ajees, batatas, all of these being names of the same root crop, the convolvulus batatas or the sweet potato. He had described it as looking like a carrot and tasting like chestnuts, a reasonably accurate description when one considers that the sweet potato is yellow like a carrot and, when roasted, it does taste like chestnuts. Columbus had also mentioned that he had seen similar root crops in Guinea. In 1492, the Spaniards had come face to face with a people who were convinced that all cultures in the human world began from the mysterious and magical germ of life contained in a seed. But the newcomers were blind to a great deal around them. When they surveyed the Indian landscape, they could think only of putting the land to the plow, of creating ranges for cattle and sheep, or of prospecting for gold and silver. By the time they had arrived in October, the Indians, whose lives were guided by a calendar of seasons and specific agricultural codes, had harvested their major crops and replanted their fields in time for the late September and early October rains. The surpluses had been stored, and by mid-October they were engaged in trading, fishing and hunting. The hurricane season had ended in September and their ocean-going canoes, some large enough to have a covered section in the middle and 45 rowers on either side, were ready to ply both inter-island and intercontinental trade routes. Columbus had reported seeing one of these vessels in what is now Kingston Harbor. These ocean-going canoes could cross from Grenada to Puerto Rico in a single day, and, as we examine the pre-Columbian past of both Indian and the African, we find that the trade routes had extended even further. Royal assayers in Spain confirmed that spearheads found in Hispaniola by Columbus were identical in all respects with those found in Guinea, that is, in weight, measurement and design. There were also pre-Columbian diploid cottons in the Cape Verde Islands which botanists have now traced to points of origin in the Americas. This cotton was reintroduced into the Americas after 1492. But therein lies another 148th tale. Professor Ivan van Sertima, the Guyanese scholar, has done outstanding work in this field. His brilliantly researched work, They Came Before Columbus, presents us with voluminous and startling evidence of the pre-Columbian African presence in the Americas. The harmonious relationship between the Indian and his environment which numerous adventurers and explorers witnessed for a short span has repeatedly been presented to us in a misleading fashion. We are left believing that the Indian was a Caliban, caught in a dream-time circle of empty days, a noble savage living in a petrified utopia. The reality of what the Spanish and other colonizers who came after them saw but never fully comprehended, was one of a people whom Asturias had described in his novel Hombres de Maíz, as being attuned to seasons of the seed, the kernel, the miracle of germination, growth, ripening, harvest, death and regeneration. The mystification of the Indian relationship with nature and his gods is one of the intellectually dishonest devices that the colonizer has often used to justify and disguise genocide, ethnocide, and the destruction of indigenous cultures. The recent bestseller on the American market Hantayo is a classic example of this. The colonizer uses the same argument that Richard III proffered to vindicate himself of the murder of the husband of the Lady Anne. His perverse contention was that since the good man was so perfect in all respects, paradise was a more fitting place for him than the world of wicked schemers like himself. The pre-Columbian world of the Caribbean was by no means a perfect one, but it was wholesome, reasonably healthy, one of far greater complexity than it is credited with having been, and one whose positive features far outweighed its negative ones. Its greatest achievement, up to the time it was destroyed, was that it had developed a remarkable system of agriculture, one that was specially geared for food production. By using imaginative and well-designed systems of irrigation that were both simple and eminently appropriate, they could ensure an adequate supply of water during the seasons when it was most needed. Their cultivation of crops was labor-intensive and highly productive. They used biological controls of pests, organic fertilizers, plants that trapped nitrogen in the air and enriched the soil, crop rotation, and effective methods of storage. They also supplemented their diet with fruit that was both wild and cultivated, roots, fish, grubs and game. They preserved their forests as a vital natural resource, and treated every living thing in those forests with reverence. We are told by the colonizer with a monotonous repetitiveness, that the Indians died from diseases the settlers brought with them, because 149. They, the Indians, were weak, when indeed, the contrary was true. The Indians succumbed to settler diseases and those imported in the insanitary holds of slave ships from Africa because they had enjoyed good health for so long that they had no antibodies against the plagues heaped upon them. The Indians are also accused of passing syphilis on to the Spaniards, but recent medical research has revealed that several of Columbus' sailors already had syphilis when they set out on their historic journey in 1492, so this could well be another of the dread heritages bequeathed to the unfortunate Indian. A brief comparison between Indian and Spanish agricultural methods at the beginning of the Columbian era provides us with additional insights into the great loss to the Caribbean that the destruction of the Indian agricultural civilization represented. The Indians farmed land with a dibble, while the Spanish introduced a light plow drawn by horses or oxen. This seemingly efficient method upset the balance of Indian life on the land, for the plow is effective only where land is plentiful and labor is scarce. Plow agriculture does not produce as much as hoe cultivation on any given plot of land. In modern Tepoztlan, twice the yield is achieved with hoe cultivation as with plow agriculture. The plow performs the work of hoe cultivation in a third of the time. It is thus a labor-saving instrument. But there was no shortage of labor in the pre-Columbian Caribbean. In Middle America, every unit of land withdrawn from Indian agriculture meant a halving of the food supply produced on that land, and thus a halving also of the population supported by that food supply. And when that land was planted to wheat to feed the Spanish conquerors rather than Indians, the growing imbalance between man and land was intensified. In addition to the land, the colonizer laid hold to the most vital ecological resource of the Indian, water. Thus the Columbian era brought with it, not only the means of physically destroying the Indian in the Caribbean, but the shattering of every thread in the fabric of Indian life and culture. The Indian concept of the seed holding an everlasting germ of life as it was planted in the dark flesh of the earth to germinate and send out shoots to reach for the sun, gave way to one of the plantation. In 1493, a group of Indian caciques in Hispaniola, faced with the threat of enslavement, mutilation, and death to themselves and their followers, suggested to Columbus that instead of paying him a tribute in gold, they could trade some of their food surpluses for tools and commodities the Spaniards had brought with them. One cacique had even pointed out, with an irony characteristic of the Indian, that the new 150 settlers seemed somewhat reluctant to till the soil, and perhaps this was because, as they had kept repeating to the Indians endlessly, they were men from heaven. Columbus turned down the offer of the caciques in a summary fashion, and ordered Ojeda, his military commander, to pacify the 5 kingdoms of Hispaniola. Ojeda is depicted as a hero, a great soldier of fortune, an adventurer in the history books of the colonizers. He had first caught the Queen's eye in Spain when he walked across an abyss on a tightrope. When Caribbean history is rewritten, we must relegate him finally to that abyss he had crossed for his numerous acts of genocide, deceit, and murder, and extol the name of Cainabo, the heroic victim of Ojeda's treachery. After the 50-year Holocaust, we were provided with a fulcrum of change from which we could see the opposing tendencies that were to shape future Caribbean civilization. The disproportionate emphasis on the production of plantation crops for profit as against that of a symbiotic relationship between food production, life, culture, and human fulfillment, has left us with a heritage of dependence, class and race antagonisms and a profound cultural alienation. In the search for the roots of Caribbean culture, therefore, one must re-enter the heartland of that early struggle when the first ruthless attempts were made to metamorphose the men of corn and the people of the roots and to transform them into deracinated, rootless, natives of capitalism. The struggle is epitomized in the lament of an Afro-Carib priestess. All people have a right to share the waters of the river of life, to drink with their own cups, but our cups have been broken. Victory in this struggle, therefore, can only be won when the sources of the waters of the river of life are once again in the hands of the people. For water ensures that the seeds of life will germinate and sprout, so at the heart of our cultural alienation is the fight to gain control of our food supplies. When the Maroon women in Suriname were escaping from Dutch plantations to sanctuaries in the hinterland, they stored grains of rice and seeds in their thick African hair. Their woolly hair became a garner for seeds of life and culture, and when they arrived at their destination of freedom, they shook their heads and consecrated the new land with food crops for their survival. For 5 centuries, the colonizer has sought to control the food supplies of the Caribbean peoples, and through the manipulation of this food supply, to create a culture of dependence, a psychology of servility, and for 5 centuries vanguard elements have resisted these attempts. At a fateful historical nexus, the colonizer destroyed the Indian system of food production, and ensured his own continuous food supply at the 151 expense of the colonized. Valiant, in his well-researched book, The Aztecs of Mexico, tells us that one important result of Columbus' journeys to the Americas was that over 40 vegetables and fruits were transferred to Europe, thus enabling Europe to double its food production in the next 75 years. The new crops included the potato and the tomato. On his day of victory over Moctezuma, Cortés could stand at the top of the great temple of Tenochtitlan and see for miles around him evidence of one of the finest agricultural civilizations ever created by man. And even more remarkable, Tenochtitlan was a city built on a lake, its food supply and rainbow-colored array of flowers flourished on chinampas, gardens created on water. The chinampa was a perfect system of organic farming which had already been in continuous production for 1,500 years. William Sanders, a scholar with a high reputation for accuracy, tells us that Teotihuacan, an ancient theocratic and administrative center similar to Tenochtitlan, had a population of around 120,000 inhabitants, and it was a remarkable achievement of the Indian genius that this kind of concentrated urban population was well-fed and reasonably healthy. In Tenochtitlan, a city on a lake with a population at least 3 times larger, human wastes were collected, treated and recycled as fertilizer without polluting its indispensable canals. Urine was collected separately, broken down, and 2 of its byproducts were paint and sulfate of ammonia. This was all part of a rhythm of recycling that had become as natural as breathing. There were also dikes to control the flow of water during wet or dry seasons, and to keep out salt water. Cortés, standing on the heights of the great temple, could have beheld the delicate greens of the seed beds where plants were grown and transplanted to the chinampa after each harvest, thus making the production of crops continuous. And in the distance, through a purple haze, he could have seen hillsides which had already been terraced and cultivated over 2,000 years before his arrival. In the lowlands, too, he could have discerned golden, plumed fields of maize striping the opulent landscape. But Cortés was obsessed with a lust for gold, and from the towering heights of the temple which his soldiers were desecrating and plundering, he saw only empty spaces he had conquered. And viewing them, he thought only of mines and gold and precious stones. The real, enduring and limitless wealth was before his eyes, but he could not see it. Instead he allowed his fantasies to soar, one moment equating himself with Amadis of Gaul, who was celebrated in medieval books of chivalry, and the next, with Caesar or Pompey. At that moment of his triumph, when 152. The green vistas of the Indian world extended to far horizons on every side of him like petrified breakers, he was incapable of comprehending what he had conquered. Before him was the heartland of the world of the hombres de maíz, but it would take 5 centuries and an acute and growing crisis in world food production for his descendants to begin to appreciate what the Indians had developed, and what he wantonly destroyed. On a largely vegetable diet, the Indians had been able to provide an adequate protein balance. Eric Wolf described the sources of this diet as the trinity of the American Indian, a staple combination of maize, beans, and squash, and when one adds to these amaranth grain and leaves, the sweet potato, the tomato, and the pumpkin, one has an extraordinary array of nutritious foods. At first, only the seeds of the squash and pumpkin were used, since these had higher concentrations of protein than the flesh. Then there were chili peppers, an excellent source of vitamins which also serve as an aid to digestion of foods high in cellulose. Amaranth, the principal grain food of the Indians, which they had domesticated over 4,000 years ago, and which Columbus reported seeing in Cuba side by side with the sweet potato, is now being rediscovered and hailed as a miracle grain, richer in protein than whole milk, and pumpkin and squash seeds are being sold extensively in health stores. Meat eaters and milk drinkers tend to make prejudiced judgments about dietary habits of people in other cultures, and the European colonizers, blinded by racial arrogance and the false assumption that everything non-European had to be inferior, have often taken centuries to rediscover what their bigoted ancestors had overlooked. This lamentable fact has contributed significantly to a global crisis in food production and to a specter of hunger looming over millions in Asia, Africa, Latin America, and the Caribbean. Amaranth could very shortly become the preeminent grain food of the tropical world. While it is possible to plant, harvest and mill it on a large scale, it can also be grown and processed by small farmers. It was regarded with such reverence by the Mayans, Aztecs, Olmecs and other Middle American peoples that it was used in religious ceremonies. A paste made from amaranth flour was dipped in sacrificial blood and offered to worshippers by priests. The Spanish saw this as a devilish form of the Holy Communion and made the production of this invaluable grain food punishable by death. But fortunately for a world on the brink of successive famines, the Indian peasants in remote areas of Mexico continued to grow amaranth, and to use time-honored methods in its production. 153. Vast swampy areas of the world could be brought into productive use, not by draining the swamps but by using the Chinampa method of swamp agriculture which the Indians of Middle America have perfected. The Burmese practice a similar form of swamp agriculture, but their methods have never achieved the sophistication of the Middle Americans. The Chinampa is mistakenly referred to as a floating garden when in fact each plot is firmly anchored by roots of an awiwadi tree, and by posts and vine walls. Mud from canals is piled up on a bed of plaited wattles and vines, and layers of water weeds which serve as compost form the upper section of the plot. This is covered with a layer of fresh mud, which provides a fertile medium for planting. The Chinampa plots are usually surrounded by an intricate network of canals. These canals are stocked with carp and other fish, and a giant salamander called axolotl, which is considered a delicacy. The canals also provide organic fertilizer and mulch in the form of abundant green algae which is skimmed off the water and applied to the plots. Supplements to the largely vegetable diet of the pre-Columbian Indian have, under laboratory analysis, proved to have considerable quantities of protein, vitamins, and minerals in such Middle American foods as Axiocatla highland moth and its eggs, a very elegant caviar, in malva, a wild highland plant which tastes like spinach, in cactus, in sesame and squash seeds, in peanuts and piñon nuts, in the red and white worms that infest the century plant, in the iguana, and its roe, in turtles, snakes, triatomash, and, of course, the leaves of the amaranth plant. Then there is pulque, the fermented and unfiltered juice of the century plant. This drink, which up to the present is consumed in large quantities, in addition to its 3 to 5% alcoholic content, provides significant daily amounts of vitamin C and B, and of minerals. Discoveries of scrapers used to increase the flow of juice from the heart of the century plant have been made at Teotihuacan. The use of pulque is thus at least as old as the theocratic period and might indeed be much older. Through a brilliant process of hybridization, the Indians of Middle America developed maize, beans, squash, tomato, amaranth and other valuable plant varieties. The earliest evidence for cultivated maize comes from Bat Cave in New Mexico, where layers dated as early as 4000 BC yielded a maize with cobs the size of strawberries which united the characteristics of both popcorn and podcorn. It is also clear that maize has existed in Middle America as a wild weed since Pleistocene times. The dissemination of plants, agricultural technologies, methods of 154. Irrigation and storage, is still a subject which lends itself to enormous speculation. Columbus' single reference to seeing amaranth in Cuba is an intriguing tidbit. He wrote about seeing amaranth and the sweet potato. Rodents have a great fondness for the sweet potato, while they leave amaranth alone. Did a hybridized amaranth plant move from the Caribbean to Middle America, or was it the other way round? An experiment in the reintroduction of amaranth to the Caribbean was being carried out in revolutionary Grenada up to the time of the U.S. invasion. However, we must continue doing research into ancient agricultural technologies. This important research could help to solve the problem of hunger in the Caribbean and elsewhere in the Third World, since solutions had already been found centuries before Columbus. Harvesting history in the hills of Bacolod. Song poem. At Bacolod, Sea Moon, and Carib's Leap, there's magic in the air, but you must find it for yourself. Your science can only take root when you can speak to the land, hear it whisper back its reply, and when you make the acquaintance of every sorrow. St. Paul's and Mardi Gras are joined together like Siamese twin towns on the map of Grenada. The two cling to a winding main road that crosses the parish of St. David's, hugging the green hillsides like a hoop around barrels until it plunges steeply towards St. George's, the capital, and circles the wide arc of the harbor. But despite the large twin dots on the map, neither St. Paul's nor Mardi Gras are really urban centers. They are, in fact, hybrids, for small farms and large ones and patches of untidy wasteland are interspersed carelessly between clusters of houses, and these are all part of the twin towns. Besides, the roads that lead away from the main highway, diagonally or at right angles, are either two tracks with grass growing. 155. 156. Between them or rutted lanes that are likely to stop abruptly in the middle of nowhere. In fact, beyond these lanes and tracks are invariably secret trails made by bare feet and leading to the dwellings of the poor, the landless, the dispossessed, the marginal folk of the countryside. Their houses are hidden behind clumps of hedges and trees, but occasionally one stands by itself, ugly and naked and bursting at the seams with children. There was one in particular that I had to pass by every morning, and often I saw different levels of cotton eyes gleaming inside the dark doorway like snow-white anemones in dark seas. On my way back, these children would be strung out along the roadside balancing kerosene drums full of water on their heads, and in the harsh light, one could see their distended bellies, hear their laughter and the lilting cadences of their speech mingling with birdsong, the cooing of doves and the occasional harsh cry of a chicken hawk. Of course there was a fortunate minority of these marginal peasants who had landed regular jobs as domestics, caretakers, gardeners, artisans, and farm workers. Their houses were neat and painted on the outside, and in front of their cottages were anthuriums, fruit trees, fragrant mimosas, and vines that bore brilliant bell-like yellow flowers. It was in the enclaves of marginal peasants that the ex-dictator, Eric Gary, had sought his main support. He had once told them derisively, that they all came from the same nothing. He had been adept at preying upon their poverty, offering them, instead of bread, jobs, and liberty, his satanic rituals and fantasies about unidentified flying objects. In addition, Gary, gauging the extent of their alienation, the depths of their discontent and the cunningly concealed but fathomless resentment they bore against the elites, and their surrogates, who had ruled them for centuries, recruited his bully boys from their ranks to terrorize his political opponents. What is striking about St. Paul's, Mardi Gras, and indeed all of Grenada, is that it is a society of youths. The average age of the population as a whole is under 18. Following trails in the hills of Mardi Gras and beyond, I saw few older people and what appeared to be a host of younger ones. It was the restless discontent, the impatience, the burgeoning expectations of these youths that had sparked off the revolution of March 13, 1979 and given it its qualities of boldness, of idealism, and of reckless courage. The awesome poverty, secreted away in the Grenadian countryside, must, therefore, be seen against a background of pristine energy and the ineluctable forward thrust of this youthful society standing up to stretch limbs that were stiff from too much kneeling. A poet Calypsonian told me while he plucked the strings of his guitar almost absent-mindedly. It wasn't any longer a question of pruning an old and sick tree, my brother, we had to pull it up by the roots. Every time you touch the earth anywhere on this spice island, you're invading the graves of dead ancestors who suffered too much, the Caribs, the Africans in chains, and the wage slaves who followed them, East Indians, Maltese, poor whites, and now, since the new day was born, we've turned over the soil with love and care and planted new and healthy growths. It's never going to be the same again. Following trails in the hills of Mardi Gras when cocks of dawn were crowing and the grass was wet with dew, I tried every morning to reach the peaks of faraway hills to greet the sunrise. Recovering from the painful experience of a slip disc and forced to give up jogging for a while, I had turned to long walks instead. It was early October, 1979, but the Poor immortelles were already flaunting their yellow and russet red blossoms. Against the dark and somber greens of the hillsides they looked like flames illuminating night skies. The Grenadians called them Christmas flowers, and by December, they would stripe the green hillscapes with their red banners and carpet the ground with flaming blossoms. Crossing the green valleys and verdant hills of Mardi Gras, and the villages and estates strewn around it, I became more sharply aware than ever that the history of our Caribbean is still largely an unwritten one. The epic struggle of our ancestors to humanize landscapes through their creative labor remains buried in an oral history whose value we are only now beginning to appreciate. Yet, sometimes with dewdrops bathing my cheeks and with rills, brooks, and rushing streams singing their wild refrains, I felt that I did not need to read the old histories of suffering, of struggle, of despair, and stubborn hope, because I could feel this history and relieve it in the same way that a wounded man feels unbearable agonies in the arm he has lost. Once the Mardi Gras peasants became accustomed to my presence day after day, they shared with me freely what had been passed on to them by the old ones, and what they had gleaned and internalized from their own experience. Through endlessly flowing conversations, they provided me with a spectrum through which I could peer into a buried past and resurrect truths that were miraculous and at the same time illuminating in their simplicity. Perhaps no one down the ages had bothered to listen 158 to them before, and I was providing them with an opportunity they'd been waiting for. The newly formed Grenadian Union of Writers and Artists was concentrating on using this vast reservoir of untapped oral material as the basis for a wide range of both creative and academic endeavors, taking heed of Santayana's warning that those who ignore the past will be forced to relive it. In every large rural community in the Caribbean, one inevitably comes across an unusually eloquent and gifted storyteller, and Mardi Gras was no exception. I met Marco early one morning when he was on his way to milk his cows. He was tall, lean, grizzled, and his dark and ageless face looked like that of a cadaver. His enormous and sad eyes were like those of a swarthy Don Quixote who had never ventured forth to fulfill his impossible dreams. He talked with a hoarse eloquence, and sometimes he punctuated a statement with bitter laughter. Walking ahead of me on the narrow trail with his cutlass swinging in its scabbard at his side, he said, "I can't tell you how long we wrestled with these hills and valleys from breast to death. This land makes you old before your time, gray hairs your life while you're still young. And if it's not one thing it's the other: hurricane, landlords, drought, flood. Farmers are going to have to make a better living or this country will die. This is a country of youths, and yet the age of the average farmer is over 55. Part of it is that before you can buy enough land to make a living you're too old to work it well. But all that is changing." The morning after Gary fell, I heard Brother Bishop say, "This is a revolution for land, for jobs, for liberty," and I felt my old heart jump. But the land part of it is still to be settled, but this time, me, and all the farmers around, those with land and those without, are a part of the settlement. We will take over the land from those who owned it since long time past days, and who used it so badly. Anyway, only he who created the land got a right to own it. Land is for all of we. But it's not man alone that can be cruel to man, it's the strong wind. When Hurricane Janet came and left, it made a carpet out of my banana trees. All I could do was bawl and beat my chest and shout that God is my enemy. Then I left everything to rot so that the earth could nourish its hunger of appetite. My neighbor, Belphone, was worse off than me, though. 2 acres of his land walk down the hill and settle on top of mine. Before harvesting history in the hills of Bacolet 159. The good Lord brought us together in this mysterious fashion. I couldn't stand the sight of Belphone, but the heart of the trouble was that I was farming well and he was doing it badly. He was cutting down trees on our steep hillside to burn charcoal, and not making terraces when he planted. So all of us realized that we either had to work together or the hillside would take a terrible revenge on the good, the bad, and the indifferent. See how that whole hillside is terraced and the trees are springing up plentiful like grass in a pasture. He pointed to his hillside across the valley where sections of it were neatly terraced. In the bright light one could see beds of yams, cassava, corn, patches of pigeon peas, sweet potatoes, runner beans, and varieties of fruit trees. Coconut palms and papayas were everywhere. The farmers, still remembering the last hurricane, had planted few bananas and some of them had substituted sugar cane. Many of the coconut palms on the hillside, however, were turning yellow. They were victims of the yellowing disease which had originated in Florida, and was now sweeping across the entire Caribbean archipelago and into Central and South America. You should have planted the Malaysian dwarf variety, I suggested. We found out about it when it was already too late, he said. You see, the revolution just brought us back into the human race. Before the revolution, small farmers like me were outside of it, and I, for one, mean to stay here on the inside. I'd rather die than go back on the outside. Anyway, the reason we survived was that we can bend like a reed in a hurricane. Big trees fall down and dies in the strong wind, but reeds survive. The Caribs refused to bend, and the white man destroyed them. After a month of walking in the hills gathering material about the history of agriculture in the region, the Caribbean Society for Culture and Science launched its first project in St. Paul's. The CSCS began working on a rural development project in Suriname in 1975, and after a stint in Guyana, moved to Grenada after the 1979 revolution. Its aim was to treat science, technology, and culture as fruit from the same tree, and to hinge all new projects on the idea that agriculture was a culture, a way of life and being, a kaleidoscope of ideas and activities ranging from the metaphysical to the concrete and the objective. There was the added asterisk. Professor Jan Carew and his wife Dr. Joy Carew are founders and co-chairpersons of the CSCS. The organization is a non-profit 160 factor, of course, that at the heart of the struggle for emancipation of the peasant in the tropical world was usually an oppressive political system. I had grown up in a village on the edge of the vast forests of the Amazon basin, and working in Suriname crystallized ideas that had been taking shape in my mind for a lifetime, transforming them into convictions. Marco, the ageless one, was perhaps the most eloquent and articulate of the farmers I spoke to before embarking on the St. Paul/Bacolet project, but there were others who came and spoke freely and at length from time to time. They talked about old-fashioned methods of irrigation, biological control of pests, simple but effective storage techniques, and, of central importance, the use of traditional organic fertilizers, seaweed, animal, chicken, guinea fowl and duck manure, lime from burnt conch shells, interplanting and methods of mulching during long dry spells, using bagasse asterisk from the sugar factories, wild grasses and other organic cuttings. Marco agreed to work for the CSCS, partly out of conviction that what we planned to do was worthwhile, and partly because he was always in need of ready cash. Too much of the energies of small farmers, like Marco, are consumed in a circle of catch-as-catch-can activities, fishing unproductively, hiring themselves out as day labor when the workforce has always been much greater than the jobs available, and engaging in a variety of small artisan enterprises without proper tools, skills, or workshops with even the most rudimentary equipment. Marco said, working side by side with me building terraces on the ravaged and unpromising hillside we had chosen at St. Paul's, there are two kinds of projects. Two kinds? I inquired. There's that United Nations one at Mardi Gras. A big boss drives up in a jeep every now and then, and tells us poor folks what to do, then he drives back to his air-conditioned office and his drinks and social life. When my cousin, B. Elfon, told him that what he was doing wrong, he turned around and said that the UN sent him here to tell us what to do, not to listen to what we had to say. Then there's the other kind where you work shoulder to shoulder. In 1979, 39% of all children between the ages of 1 and 5 suffered from malnutrition or hyponutrition in Grenada. Central to the CSCS project, therefore, was the aim of producing high-protein food crops, using for the most part indigenous resources and readily available, and cheap fertilizers and transportation. The CSCS also concentrated on using, whenever possible, alternatives to expensive fossil fuels, e.g. biogas, wind, solar and mini hydroelectric power. Having done thorough and in-depth research into the history of agriculture in the Mardi Gras/St. Paul's area, the CSCS set out to implement a program with members of the community ranging from semi-literate peasant farmers to teachers at the local grammar school. Most of the farmers we talked to knew something about the traditional methods of using organic fertilizers, but all of them had abandoned these methods. They relied instead on chemical fertilizers, herbicides, and pesticides. Their escalating costs, however, had already placed them beyond the means of small farmers. My land, Marco told me, became a drug addict, calling for more and more fertilizer, and when I couldn't afford to buy the chemical fertilizer, darkness set in. But after the hurricane, when the landslide dumped my neighbor's 2 acres onto my land, I saw how the decaying vegetation helped to make things grow again, so I went back to the old ways. The main high-protein crops that the CSCS introduced were the winged bean, a legume which had originated in Papua New Guinea, and one that was as nutritious as soybean, and grain amaranth, a pre-Columbian grain that was rich in protein. In 1975, my wife, Dr. Joy Carew, and I, carried out experiments with winged beans in Suriname and Guyana, and subsequently, after attending a UNITER conference, helped to introduce this valuable legume to many parts of the Caribbean where it had been unknown. Both the winged bean and amaranth were hardy tropical plants. Amaranth, in particular, a botanical relative of both the tumbleweed and the pigweed, is drought-resistant. Varieties can, today, be found throughout the western and southern United States, Central and South America, in Africa and the Far East, yet, its importance as a grain crop has, until the present, been overshadowed by the large grains, wheat, corn, and rice in the diets of the peoples in most developing countries. India alone has proceeded to develop amaranth as a serious alternative to wheat and other large grains, and has brought it out from the small individual plots in the mountains into cultivation on a large scale on the plains. In the pre-Columbian era immediately preceding the conquest, amaranth was one of the chief proteins for millions of Americans. 162. By the time Moctezuma came to power in Mexico, at the beginning of the 16th century, amaranth was in its heyday there. Tens of thousands of acres of Aztec farmland were planted in tall, leafy, red-flowered, pale-seeded stalks. The grain, called huautli, was one of the ancient Mexicans' 4 pillars of sustenance, along with maize, beans, and sage. Each year Aztec farmers brought 200,000 bushels of amaranth grain to Moctezuma's palace in Tenochtitlan in tribute, along with other produce, game, feathers, fine clothing, and gold. Although the tribute paid in maize was equal to that of amaranth 200,000 bushels, the much smaller grain amaranth bore a heavier burden and assumed greater importance, since many more acres had to be planted with it to fill the quota. Looking at this grain crop after the conquest, it is important to reflect on the way in which culture and agriculture had been fused together for millenniums in this hemisphere. For reasons historians have not quite deciphered, amaranth had acquired mystical properties in the Aztec culture, and it was this characteristic that doomed it under the onslaught of the invading Spaniards. Before a number of festivals on the Aztec religious calendar, temple women carefully separated the amaranth grain from the chaff. They ground some of the seed, popped some, then added red coloring from the amaranth flour as well as a sticky sweetener like honey or molasses. The endless variations of dogs, felines, snakes, birds, mountains, and godlike images were eaten by participants in the ceremonies, who then tithed part of their amaranth crop to the temple. When the Spaniards arrived in Mexico in 1519 and began their systematic destruction of the Aztec Empire under the leadership of Hernán Cortés, the amaranth was a prime target. As part of the culture's nutritional and religious foundation, the grain had to be eliminated as one step toward bringing about the collapse of the Aztec nation. But although thousands of fields were trampled and burnt and people were put to death for possessing amaranth dough, the plant survived. With what we know today of amaranth's agricultural and nutritional potential, the implications of Cortés's decision are staggering. There are, therefore, valuable ancillary usages to which amaranth can be put. The Indians in several parts of the Americas believed the amaranth to have medicinal qualities, while others revered it for the mystical properties they believed it to have. With the great demand for wholesome vegetable dyes in the world today, the CSCS is looking into the possibility of producing amaranth dye on a commercial scale. The Indians, for centuries, have tapped amaranth flowers for dyes, and the Greek word amaranthos, meaning unfading, could explain how the Indian word was replaced by the modern amaranth, since the brilliant amaranth blossoms, when dried, never lose their color. The CSCS is particularly interested in investigating this and other amaranth byproducts. The initial experiment at St. Paul's, though only partially successful, was promising. We built stone terraces very much like the ones the ancient Mayans constructed in Middle America, and despite unseasonably heavy rains, the winged bean and amaranth crops reached maturity in a reasonably healthy state. The first time I took a sack of amaranth grain to the flour mill in St. George's, I had to reassure the owners that the new and unknown grain would not clog up their machines. "It's the oldest grain in this hemisphere," I declared confidently. "How could it possibly clog up your machines?" The mill had been grinding cinnamon, cornmeal, saffron, and cloves just before I had turned up with my amaranth. The result was that the first grain from our St. Paul's hillside had a strong aromatic smell. We made cookies and sweet bread with some of this spiced flour, and both were delicious. In August of 1980, the CSCS project moved to a far better site, in Bacolod. Because of the distance and the expensive and capricious transport system, Marco left us. But Alban Etienne, a young Bacolod farmer, took over as farm manager. Etienne was short, and built like a gladiator. He invariably spoke softly, and his shy eyes seldom made for with mine. Sometimes, when he stood still, he would lean slightly to one side. He had injured his back when he was 22. "My mother cured my bad back," he told me one day. "She used hot papaya poultices and gave me a special herbal brew to drink." The barefoot doctors in Bacolod were famous for their skills as bone setters and their ability to cure bad backs. Etienne loved the land. I once saw him holding up a handful of earth and offering it to the sun. The sun and the earth were the things he revered above all others. He did not know that I was looking at him as he carried out his primordial ritual. He opened his hand slowly, and the earth filtered through his strong fingers. When he turned around, he 164 looked like someone in a trance, and I had to call him by his name several times before he finally answered. The land at Bacolod, which we had chosen for our CSCS experiment, had been cultivated by an Englishman long ago, the villagers told me. He had grown flowers commercially. Etienne said, "My father told me that the old Englishman used to use nutmeg shells as fertilizer. He would take carloads of them after the picking and shelling season, pound them up and scatter them over the land. But since he left, the bush take over." The topography of the Bacolod area is typical of that of volcanic islands in the Caribbean where, because of steep inclines, water runs off after the natural vegetation has been removed, and because of an absence of adequate catchments and terraces, erosion poses a serious problem. In preparation for planting winged beans and amaranth on our Bacolod farm, stone terraces were constructed on the steeper slopes. This was backbreaking work that lasted from day clean to can't see time day after day. We were able, from time to time, to borrow a wheelbarrow from a neighboring farmer. Apart from this, no machines or mechanical aids were used. The heavy clay soil at Bacolod required the addition of approximately 2.5 tons of organic matter added to each acre annually in order to keep it continuously fertile and productive. But the plot of land that the CSCS was using had remained fallow for a long time. We, therefore, used about 1/4 of this amount initially. The preparation of the soil for the amaranth and other crops was done by 4 CSCS members and 3 young farmers who worked part-time. In the course of working together we learned a great deal from one another. This preparatory work was done 4 weeks before the rainy season started. We had to cut down the thick bush, remove stumps and rocks, build stone terraces and turn over the soil. In addition, I made 2 large compost heaps and into these we piled large quantities of seaweed, leaves, dried grass, manure, charcoal and ashes, fruit and vegetable skins, and to these were added small quantities of sulfate of ammonia to hasten the breakdown of these organic wastes. I then covered the heaps with coconut branches and turned them over every 2 weeks. We gathered seaweed whenever the sea disgorged it on nearby beaches, spread it out along the seashore and waited for the rains to wash out the salt. First, there were sporadic showers that ceased almost as soon as they had started, and then the rains came. In the subdued daylight, the heavy rains looked like sheets of glass striking the earth and breaking up into scattered shards. Because the sea was capricious about delivering seaweed onto the beaches, we began to investigate possibilities of growing it at the end of bamboo poles like the Japanese. The amaranth crops at Bacolod were started in seed boxes and, after 20 days, transplanted in prepared plots. The seed box was carefully prepared and layered with a foundation of pebbles and small stones at the bottom to ventilate the roots. After a number of trials, we followed the ancient Indian custom of dividing up the surface of the seed box into small squares. Seeds were then planted in the middle of each square. 20 days later, the plants were taken out, inside their squares, and transplanted. After another 20 days had passed, the amaranth was mounded, fertilized, and, because of the fierce dry season, mulched from time to time to retain moisture in the soil. The idea of mulching was relatively new to Bacolod farmers. They believed in leaving the soil bare and exposed on their cultivated plots, although some of the older farmers confessed that they used to do something like that but had discontinued the practice. Some of them later said that they had stopped mulching because agricultural field officers had advised them to do so. From the beginning, the young Bacolod farmers attached to the CSCS project learned new techniques of terracing on different kinds of slopes, to avoid problems of water runoff and erosion, techniques of preparing and using readily available organic fertilizers, and of mulching to nourish the soil and retain moisture in the dry season. Farming practices varied greatly in the Bacolod and surrounding areas. But one of the common problems was that the hillsides were being denuded of vegetation by charcoal burners. Local habits of using fertilizer also varied greatly. There was almost a mystical belief in chemical fertilizers and a reluctance to use organic fertilizers that were closer at hand and readily available. Etienne once said to me, in his soft voice, "I always hate it when I hear somebody say, 'Just throw the fertilizer down and anything will grow like magic.' You have to care soil, year in, Year out, coax it, nurse it, talk to it, press your ear against it and listen to it talk back. If you don't marry the soil whilst you're alive, it will marry you anyhow when man-top comes for you. One of the most common sources of fertilizer for poor farmers. 166. Was cow dung or chicken manure. In the course of tending our amaranth crop, we fertilized and mulched the beds with organic matter. The mulching, apart from helping the soil to retain moisture, also kept the weeds down. A field of ripening amaranth grain is not unlike the exuberant and haunting profusion of wild desert flowers soon after the annual rains have come and gone. In the early morning or late afternoon light, the brilliant red, pink and golden amaranth seed heads looked like iridescent magic wands waving in the wind. There is nothing on earth more beautiful than a field of amaranth in full bloom. One understands why the Native Americans believed that this plant had magical qualities. In addition to being one of the most nutritious, amaranth is certainly the most beautiful of all grain plants in full bloom. When the plants had matured, amaranth seed heads were harvested, dried, winnowed, and stored. The grain amaranth produces large compound inflorescences which are located on the end of the main stem and side branches. These inflorescences are made up of a staminate flower and an indefinite number of pistillate flowers, crowded together on leafless axes. The grain is found within these tiny flowers. When the first crop of amaranth grain was harvested, winnowed, and stored in cotton sacks placed inside plastic bags, the CSCS staff noticed that rodents, which commonly attacked cornmeal, rice, and flour, did not touch this new grain. Reports from modern-day Mexican Indian farmers claim that amaranth can, in fact, be stored for a period of up to 10 years, once it is adequately dried. The amaranth varieties grown at Bacolod were Hypochondriacus, late bushy grain type, Cruentus, Mexican grain type, Hybridus, short bushy grain type, Cruentus, African grain type, and Hybridus, tall bushy grain type. Throughout the 108 days when the amaranth crop was maturing, the leaves of the plant were picked and eaten. Boiled, well seasoned and then fried, the way Mexican Indians prepare amaranth leaves makes a tasty and nutritious spinach-like vegetable. After milling the grain, the CSCS personnel gave a party to which some Bacolod farmers and their wives were invited. For this occasion we baked amaranth bread, cake, cookies, and sweets made from popped amaranth, honey and coconut. Drummers, acrobats, and song poets entertained us, reciting and chanting special praises of this new grain. Listen well, friends one and all, and hear the story I have to tell. Harvesting history in the hills of Bacolod 167. Amaranth is a powerhouse of a grain. If you eat the bread for a year and a day, let me tell you the things you can do. Without strain, with a house on your back you can run up a hill, you can uproot a mahogany with your bare hands and hold back the sea with your chest. A few days after the ceremony, I noticed young seedlings disappearing from our beds, and Etienne explained, the words got out that amaranth makes you strong and potent, and there was a wicked smile on his face when he added, we better plant some special beds so that the neighbors can come and take new plants behind our backs. We prepared the new beds, and after the rains, amaranth plants were springing up miraculously in numerous backyards. One of Etienne's friends told me, and this was the highest accolade the new plant could have accorded to it. Amaranth is better than the weed. Whenever I have a hard day or night ahead of me, I put that amaranth tiger in my tank, and I feel like a new man, ready, primed like a slingshot stretched all the way out. Man, that amaranth turns me into a missile. For projects to succeed in rural areas of the Third World, they must be woven into the cultural matrix of peasant communities like threads into cloth. The projects therefore cannot deal with isolated facets of agricultural production. Even at the simplest and most rudimentary level in the most backward communities, agriculture requires primitive forms of industrial production. The peasants in Bacolod, who lived for the most part outside the money economy, using simple tools, made crude imitations of manufactured goods that they could not afford to buy. By upgrading the quality of tools and technology, one could then build on a tradition already established by the peasants themselves. All too often this factor is completely ignored and attempts are made to foist relatively sophisticated manufacturing processes onto rural cultures that instinctively reject what they perceive as an alien intrusion into their way of life. 68. The CSCS did everything possible to avoid this. The purpose of our enterprise was to work entirely within the orbit of the people's capabilities, to move in harmony with the rhythms of their life, their dreams, and their expectations. In Suriname, after we had left at the end of 1976, the community at Santagrone, with which we had worked, took our ideas and transformed them so that 10 years later the community became famous not for its agriculture but for its musicians. They had mobilized their community, compelled the government to build the road from Paramaribo to Santagrone which had been promised for decades, and then it was discovered that the people of Santagrone were the greatest musicians in the country. Their musical groups became not only popular nationally but internationally, and now, like the Jamaican reggae and soca, there is a Santagrone beat. The CSCS, therefore, made its industrial activities an organic part of its agricultural ones and reduced them to the simplest common denominator of the practical and the appropriate. The project was developed in close collaboration with Steve Slaby, a professor of engineering and mathematical sciences at Princeton University and an internationally recognized authority on appropriate technology, and with Dr. Ernest Wakefield of the Evanston-based Third World Energy Institute International. Dr. Wakefield is a brilliant physicist, engineer, and researcher with a lifetime of experience working in third world countries. The fish pond/biogas complex epitomized what the CSCS was attempting to achieve, and it will, therefore, be dealt with first, even though it comes near the end of the integrated agricultural/industrial program. The site of the fish pond had to be selected with great care. It had to be located close to a natural source of water, a river, a creek, a spot where the runoff of water during the rainy season was not too violent. If the site was too far from a source of water, then the cost of pumping and pipes leading from the motor to the pond would become economically counterproductive. As well, St. David's, the parish in which Bacolod is located, is infested with mongoose, and these can wreak havoc on a duck population. The mongoose was introduced to rid the sugar cane fields of snakes. Having achieved this admirably, it then became a pest. A special fence around the pond's split branches interlaced with wire provided excellent protection. We envisaged a pond 50 feet in diameter. The pond, in fact, was built above ground with a protective embankment surrounding it, and grass grown on the embankment to prevent erosion. On top of the pond, ducks were introduced. With a pond this size, it is possible to produce 10,000 pounds of duck meat per year. The fish, tilapia, or other species, could be fed with wastes from the ducks. In addition, a small biogas digester is constructed near to the pond. Some of the methane gas, produced in the digester, is siphoned off for cooking, but another outlet pipe leads over the pond and is used to feed gas lights. The lights have catchers under them, and in these, dead insects are collected. Some of the insects fall from the catchers into the pond, while the bulk are trapped, dried in solar dryers, added to the diet of the fish, and the remainder is packaged for sale to other farmers. The ducks also produce eggs, valuable manure, and feathers for pillows and bedding. The aquaculture complex was conceived with the idea that the groups of farmers who created and worked with it should use it to train others. The first industrial product built by those taking part in the Bacolod project was a sunhood or a solar dryer. It was, like the solar hot water heater and the solar oven, based on a design provided by Professor Slaby. Having experimented with modifications of the original sunhood, the CSCS soon was ready to produce larger units which could be used for drying fruits, vegetables, etc. on a larger scale. A solar hot water heater, using old gas drums and the existing plumbing, is the most immediately feasible for a small cooperative or group endeavors. The reflector can be lined with heavy aluminum foil from a supermarket, while the tools and materials necessary are rudimentary. Other many industrial activities centered on a grain cleaner and blower, a grain grinder using a bicycle to power the unit, local bamboo treated and used as a lasting building material, the creation of a library and laboratory. The library/laboratory as an organic part of the project was a vital ingredient in the whole drive towards self-help. The CSCS aims were to indigenize the idea and the actuality of a library/laboratory by making the participants help at all stages in its creation. The experiments in library were to be principally, though not exclusively, technical ones. From 1979 to 1983, the lifetime of the project, a lack of adequate resources hampered its industrial sector more crucially than it did the agricultural one. But despite a paucity of resources, the Bacolod project continued to forge ahead up to the time of the October 1983 U.S. invasion of Grenada. 2 of the peasants taking part in the Bacolod project were killed during the invasion. The 4.5-year experiment, however, was a vital pioneering one, and it will rise again from its ashes.